Age of Elves Super God Trainer Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51. Shopping, Rest. Why is Xiaopo Station called Xiaopo Station? Because this is the home of many free people. There are trainers, there are talents such as big doctors, and there are talents in other fields. Xiaoposian is more like an organization that connects all the people, where everyone can communicate and improve themselves. Therefore, Xiaopo Station is deeply loved by the majority of people. On this day, the top page of Xiaopo Station posted a message. Welcome Dr. Su Che to our Xiaopo Station. This news shocked all the users of Xiaopo Station. When everyone clicked in, a teenager who explained the fairy system with Dr. Damu appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Su Che, and I'll be stationed at Xiaopo Station starting today. I hope we can all learn together. In the days to come, I will explain in detail about my daily training and some learning materials. I hope you will take care of it. Real or fake? This is everyone's mental state. Did the young doctor who discovered the fairy system and explained it with Dr. Damu really came to Xiaopo Station? In an instant, everyone looked at the official certification of Su Che's headline, and all of them paid attention to Su Che's users. The barrage of the video contained the word, welcome. Because of the release of the Goblin Department, the Alliance also gave Su Che the title of Honorary Doctor. The title of Honorary Doctor can do a lot of things. In this way, Su Che's mission is complete. The role of the Beast Spray. Attract the legendary elves, increase the favorability of the legendary elves to the host, and have a certain chance to subdue the opponent. Seeing this information, Su Che was also very excited. Can he conquer the divine beast in this world? Looking at the object in his hand, Su Che was also very curious, and shook the spray on his hand. Gee, I don't know if it's fake, so give it to me. After recording his own video, editing it and sending it to the submission, Su Che also immediately received his reward. Since Xiaopo Station knew of his entry, the video was reviewed directly after a few minutes, and the video was released smoothly, so Su Che received the reward. However, Su Che wasn't sure if what he received was fake, so he planned to try it out tomorrow, just as the day after tomorrow was a day off. When I go out, I can record some material, and tomorrow I can buy some things for video recording, as well as some cameras and so on. Oh, by the way, my squad leader is still the eldest lady of Feiyang Electronic Technology. I really don't know what to do, I can find her myself. Okay, let's go to sleep first. Su Che planned tomorrow's affairs, prepared to pack up his things, then went to bed and waited for the arrival of tomorrow. Let's take a look. High-definition video equipment is available for purchase and for free. Let's take a look at the new version of the mobile phone, let's see if you need it. The new Elf Battle Game console has been published, and some rare elves can be captured, let's take a look. Next to an elf hospital on Jiwi Road, there is a large electronic shopping mall. Su Che is here now and starts to buy some things for video recording. Similarly, there is a commercial pedestrian street that connects directly to the Yangtze River. It is a place where many people like to come on holidays. Well, this donut is really delicious. Kaku. Su Che was sitting on the bench at the moment, and Mimu was following him. At this moment, Q put the donut next to him, lifted the painting skin, wrapped the food and started to eat. The eyes on the painted skin also showed a very happy expression. Come on, let's go shopping, and then go get some paint skins for you. Kaku. Mimu immediately floated up, followed Su Che to the business circle, and started shopping. In one morning, Su Che visited almost all the snack bars in the commercial pedestrian street. At this moment, Su Che was lying on a chair and burping. Mimu on the side was very interested, and after walking with Su Che for a distance, he didn't feel very tired. Ignoring the gazes of people walking on the road, after Su Che had rested, he and Mimu came to the electronic city and began to buy some video recording equipment. After buying a series of sound collectors and some equipment, Suche walked to the Yangtze River Valley beside him and started recording some material. When recording the material, I also met some young trainers, and after some field training and battles with them, we quickly communicated with them. Of course, it's more that Suche is sharing, and those trainers are listening. When those trainers knew that the person in front of him was Suche, they were very impressed. In the past, they thought that Suche was just a student with splendid fists and legs, but they didn't expect that the title of doctor was genuine. After returning home, Suche and Rodam edited their video material for today, and saved the video, ready to send it again tomorrow. The next day. Next to Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, after crossing 2 roads, there was a large park, and Suche was waiting in a very secret place today. When there were not many people here, Suche took out the Divine Beast spray he had obtained and sprayed it around. Suche released all the elves on his body and waited quietly. Similarly, Suche took out himself. Prepare food and tablecloth in advance, take out some delicious food, and share with your elves. Suche was very confident in his own strength. The divine beasts of the priesthood could not be attracted by themselves, and only elves such as phantom beasts and third-level divine beasts were attracted. Similarly, among the eudemons and the third-level divine beasts, his own Zeraora is also not a vegetarian, and there are other elves who are equally powerful. Thinking of this, Suche had already prepared his high-level ball, but after seeing Zoroark's action, Suche's eyes widened and he said loudly, "Zoroark, you bastard, that's mine." ... High in the sky, an elf like a flying machine roams in the air, so free and happy. It was also at this time that a seductive fragrance floated from a distance, causing the elf to stop. Woo! The elf looked at a place curiously, made a few chirps, and then walked in the direction where the fragrance came from. ... Can this divine beast spray really attract divine beasts? Possibly a fake. Chapter 52, Latius. Can this divine beast spray really attract divine beasts? Possibly a fake. When Suche was complaining, a strange breath appeared here, causing Suche to narrow his eyes subconsciously. It's interesting. Comparing with his elf, Suche left some delicious elf food here, and a few elves came to hide in the woods. Because this place is quiet, with Lucario's waveguide and Zoroark's hallucinations, some people didn't notice the difference at all. In his line of sight, an elf like a jet machine appeared here, causing Suche's eyes to widen. This elf has a streamlined body, with a white upper half, a red face, and a red lower half. It has jet-like wings, fin-like feet, and a distinct blue triangle on its chest. With such obvious features, Suche immediately recognized the identity of this elf. Latius. It is one of the earliest dragon-type mythical beasts in the original animation, and it is one of the few mythical beasts that can evolve mega. Like its older brother Latios, these two elves have high IQs, can understand human language, and can communicate emotions with humans through telepathy. They wrap their bodies in glass-like feathers that refract light to change their appearance. Come to think of it, it just used this ability to directly block his sight, and Suche couldn't see their movement trajectories. As soon as Suche left, Latius showed his prototype and looked at the delicious food on the ground. Latius is not hostile to humans, and is safe under such conditions. That Latius was bowing his head, sniffing left and right of the food energy cube, with a curious and vigilant look, wanting to leave but reluctant, really cute. After calming himself down, Suche glanced at Latius' data. Name, Latius. Attributes, Dragon, Superpower. Qualification, Legendary level. Level, middle and late stage of the third level Divine Beast. Height, 3.5 meters. Weight, 76.0 kilograms. Ability, Float. Intimacy, 7255. After reading it, Suche almost couldn't restrain himself, and he was a little excited. Legend level aptitude, this is already a breakthrough, the potential category of normal elves. According to Suche's investigation, the elves captured by people in this world. No matter whether it is an ordinary elves or rare elves, no elves have ever been able to break through the potential of purple in terms of aptitude. This may indicate one thing: every divine beast must have the potential value beyond normal elves. If you don't catch it, you're a fool. Looking at Latius, Suche began to figure out how to start capturing him. Electromagnetic waves. Black eyes. An electric current and black energy immediately trapped Latius. Latius was frightened at this time and wanted to escape from here, but how did he escape? Hypnotism. Zoroark's eyes glowed red, Latius fainted, and immediately fell to the spot. This world is different from the games in the previous life. There is only one negative state. If you are lucky, the negative state can be superimposed. For example, the current Latius, the hypnosis and paralysis effects have come out. Throwing the high-level ball, Latius, who had temporarily lost his fighting ability, was immediately subdued by Suche. Just kidding, Zoroark's electromagnetic waves are at the level of divine beasts, so it's impossible to miss a hit. The tricks of Zoroark at the peak of the championship level, but also have an effect on the beast. Therefore, by coincidence, Latius was directly hit in two negative states. The high-level elf ball was opened, and Latius appeared in front of Suche. Latius, who had just come out, had been released from the hypnosis, which made Suche's eyes widen. However, when Latius wanted to leave, Zoroark directly stopped Latius. Woo! Latius looked at Suche innocently and pitifully, not understanding why Suche grabbed it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suche. I am the guardian of the Lycongzi orb, and I am also the acknowledgement of the sea god. Finally, I am the guardian of the dragon stone slate and the water drop slab. Looking at Latius in front of him, although Suche was thinking about really subduing the opponent, he also showed his sincerity. Hearing Latius here, the two also widened their eyes. Just kidding, of course it knows what Suche means. Does the human in front of him actually have such a powerful strength? Can actually let Lycong sit? And Lugia they admit it. Moreover, it is still a slate guardian, which is the most surprising. How could the slate of Arceus, the creator god, be obtained by a human being? Isn't it the one who most distrusts human beings? Actually, I got a prop that can randomly attract the legendary elves to come over, but what I didn't expect was that it was you who came here. Suche made a helpless expression and said directly to Latius. There are such props, human beings are really terrible. Latius spoke up at this time, looking at Suche in front of him, his eyes were even more authentic. I think you misunderstood. This prop was obtained by accident. If it was really a prop that could be mass-produced, the divine beasts on this planet would have been captured long ago. Actually, I just want to try it out. Is it the real thing? Seeing that Latius obviously got the wrong meaning, Suche directly interrupted Latius's brain to add. However, Latius' voice was really nice, just like a little girl. 2. Thinking of this, Latius nodded as well, and said it in the past. Hey, why didn't they come from the frozen birds, so I can help me with things in Lugia's face? How come you are a troublemaker? Looking at Latius in front of him, Suche deliberately showed a look of disgust and looked at Latius. The elves on the side listened to their hearts, rolled their eyes secretly, and the master of himself began to be black again. Back then, it was just like that, letting Lycong follow him in a stubborn manner. Bastard, pay attention to your words, don't you think I'm better than the frozen birds? Latius on the side heard this. No matter how good he was, he couldn't help it, and said to Suche in an angry tone. Chapter 53. Joining the team, daily. Yeah, Ice type restrains Dragon type, what else is there to say? You human, don't understand my strength at all. Suche's words left Latius speechless, but he still argued. You don't need to understand, you can't beat Zoroark in front of you. At this time, Suche pointed to Zoroark on the side, and used Zeraora's strength to make a comparison. Looking at the shining Zeraora, Latias also felt a threatening aura from its body. Tisk tisk tisk. You are really too weak now. Back then, Lai Kongzai also saw that I had the dragon slate in my hand, and then I cried and called for me to subdue it. Seeing that its strength was not bad, I subdued it now. Lai Kongzai. Meow meow meow, what does this have to do with me? However, I think your strength is not bad. Do you want to join us? Can I say no? No. Facing the pitiful Latias, Suche smiled and said to it. Humph. Then Goulion confessed that he was planted. Snort. Having said that, Latias on the side also snorted coldly. What should I do if I don't agree? The elves on the side are so powerful, what can I do to escape? After that, under Suche's surprised gaze, Latias used his abilities to become a little girl and followed Suche to Suche's house. Along the way, Latias looked at the surrounding scenery and seemed very curious. When he looked at something unfamiliar, he asked Suche, causing pedestrians to look sideways. Whose little girl is so cute? Some older middle-aged women, or some young women, looked at these two people very curiously. Mom and Dad, I'm back, we have guests at home. When Suche returned home, he looked at his parents in the living room and said. I'm back, whose child is this? Look good. Xiaoche, she's even cuter than when you were a child. This is really a real mother. Suche heard the black line on his face, walked to the side and closed the curtains, looking at the little girl in the room and said. Okay, you can change back to the way you were. Seeing Suche's movements, Suche's parents were also very strange. They didn't understand why Suche did this, but they were in their surprised eyes. The little girl in front of her began to change, gradually turning into an elf, causing her parents to widen their eyes in surprise. This is Latias. Father Su reacted the fastest, and cried out in surprise. This is the first time that I have actually seen a legendary elves. Because Suche's Zeraora has not been made public yet, Father Su didn't know that his son also has a legendary elves. You prepare something to eat for it, and I'll go get it. Compared to his parents' surprise, Latias looked left and right, as if he was very curious about this new environment. Taking down the dragon slate, Latias looked over at the same time, with a longing expression in his eyes. Let's change back to human form first. Don't make the movement too big. At this time, Suche looked at Latias and handed it the dragon stone tablet. In the eyes of Sus mother and Sus father, Latias directly changed into a child's appearance, and a pair of fleshy little hands touched the dragon stone slab. Circles of purple light rippled on Latias' body, and Suche didn't care about them, but explained it to his parents. You said you picked it up. Suche's father looked at Suche with an unnatural expression on his face. That's right, because the delicious food came back with me, not what I picked up. At this time, Suche looked at his father and nodded as well. While Suche was explaining, Delicious had long absorbed the power of the dragon slate, and ate fruit and elf food on the side. The world has changed. I'm going to be quiet. Father Su shook his head dumbfoundedly, shook his head with an unacceptable look, and went upstairs to his room. After chatting with Latias, Latias also agreed to Suche's invitation. At this time, Suche was real, and he subdued Latias. It is worth mentioning that when Suche subdued Latias, Latias disappeared from the elf warehouse in Suche's game system. This made Suche very puzzled, and immediately after the reward from the system, Suche couldn't help but say, Ness. Take the initiative to let Latias follow. Reward, the origin of the dragon law ×3, a super power slate, and a set of Latias Mega Evolution Stone. There were a few more things in Suche's backpack, so he took a look. There are 3 purple gold beads of the origin of the law, and a blue-purple slate with complex patterns, which is the super slate. I don't know if I will manifest all the slates in the future. Will Arceus in my game system manifest into this world? After getting the beads of the origin of the dragon law, Suche gave one of them to Latius, and also put the Mega Evolution Stone on it. In this way, Latius' intimacy with himself has also reached 145, and this value can be tried to evolve Mega. However, Suche still hopes that Latius will practice for a while. After obtaining the bead of the origin of the dragon law, Suche contacted Lai Kongzai through the emerald green orb, and his soul traveled again. It was the familiar pillar of the sky again, and the familiar scene made Suche turn around. After communicating with Lai Kongzai, Suche handed the source of the dragon element law to Lai Kongzai. In the latter's excited eyes, the source of the law and Lai Kongzai merged. Lai Kongzai's breath rose again, and a powerful breath permeated out, causing some sleeping super divine beasts to wake up and look at Lai Kongzai's direction. There are puzzled eyes in the eyes of these super divine beasts. Is Lai Kong sitting a chance? In just a few decades, the strength has been raised by another level. According to such strength, maybe the strength will rise again in the future, and one move can kill him in seconds. This is the thought in the minds of the super beasts. Some super beasts also began to cultivate quickly, hoping not to sit too far behind Lai Kong. After Lai Kongzai made out with Suche, he sent Suche back to his room, and then Lai Kongzai continued to patrol the outer space. A few weeks have passed, and nothing major has happened in the school, and the daily routine is still step by step. The only thing that has changed is that more and more students in the class are looking for Suche as a sparring partner. Chapter 54. The First Year Competition. Because of Suche's strength at the level of a king, Suche was very popular in the class, and even all the classmates in the school hoped to play against Suche to exercise his strength. Suche never resisted these challenges. The challenge from the students on the other side was not a way to train himself. Puoban Miao, Mikan Q, and Scaled Dragon were all trained once, and even the fossilized pterosaur that had just been subdued, Suche took out and practiced for a few games. It is worth mentioning that the character of the fossilized pterosaur is relatively conservative and very stable, which surprised Suche as well. I don't know if it is because of himself. The fossil pterosaur only made out to Suche, and most people ignored it. Someone wanted to touch the fossil pterosaur, and the fossil pterosaur looked at each other directly with its sharp teeth. Okay, now let's announce the rules of the final exam. This final exam is an exam for all grades. It is an exam for everyone to compete and learn from each other and to verify their strength. So, this game may directly affect your future ratings. I hope everyone will take it seriously. On the podium, Mr. Wang Zhang looked at the students below and said to the students with a smile. Teacher, is there no limit to the strength of this competition? At this time, a classmate raised an objection. Everyone knew who this question was talking about, and they all turned their attention to Suche. Just kidding, if Suche was full of firepower, he wouldn't even think about playing games. The strength of the king level, that is not a child with a punch, hitting yourself is the same as playing. Listen to the school's announcement when the time comes. Wang Zhang looked at the sad faces of his classmates and said to them with a smile. The previous rules are unchanged, because everyone is a flock of sheep, but this year, a big bad wolf emerged from the flock. Moreover, this big bad wolf is still very powerful, and it is really unreasonable to make people not want to change the rules. Everyone is quiet. Early in the morning, Wang Zhang looked at the noisy crowd in the class. After the school holds the competition in the next 2 days, the Alliance will hold an open competition for the owner of the museum, and everyone can watch it. Now, free time, class in 10 minutes. Wang Zhang was as efficient as ever, and walked out of the classroom after speaking. Suche, what ranking do you think you can get? Some classmates came over and brought their spirits to greet Suche. Want to take the first place. Suche is now weak, because he has added physical exercise to his training. Therefore, the training time between myself and the elves seems to be a little tight, and the temper of my elves has also come up, and I don't want to be eliminated too much by the bosses, and a few elves have completely taken the lead. That kind of desperate attitude made Suche very ashamed. When he got up in the morning, his elf dragged Suche and went for a morning jog together. Can you believe it? Get up at 5 o'clock and run until 6 o'clock. Although he was not used to getting up early, Suche couldn't hold back the enthusiasm of the elves, so Suche could only helplessly follow. This led to Suche's lack of sleep and a look of lack of energy on his face. What's the matter with you? Some students looked at Suche's appearance very strangely. What else can I do? Suche went to training this morning. Zhang Raiji looked at Suche, pouted slightly, and said in a positive tone. Almost. As soon as these words were said, everyone looked at Suche in surprise. They are stronger and work harder than you, so what qualifications do you have for salted fish? Some students who are not strong have said that I am too difficult. The first class was taught by Mr. Wang Zhang. Perhaps because of the high school freshman competition, the students in the class were absent-minded, and even many people kept books on their backs and secretly looked at their mobile phones to collect information. Put away your cell phones. Seeing the small movements below, Teacher Wang Zhang was instantly angry, slapped the table. Then he said, "It's only a grade-level competition, what's so nervous? Let's work hard today, tomorrow and tomorrow. The cultural courses of the main class will all replace today and tomorrow's activity classes. Then, tomorrow afternoon and the day after tomorrow, you will have a holiday, cheer me up and play well." Everyone in the class was stunned when they heard this sudden announcement. Before they could react, they heard a sudden cheer from the upstairs class. For the sudden news, most of the students are happy. Because of the competition, although they work harder, it also means they have more time to rest. In fact, the subsequent open competition of the league is also very exciting news. Some schools often conduct classes through live broadcasts. However, for Suche, changing classes or not changing classes is also nothing to Suche. I can teach myself completely, because I was a hardcore player in the game in my previous life, not to mention that after the game and myself crossed over, I was a few years ahead of others. Similarly, the history class is different from the legends of the previous life, such as the legend of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The biggest difference is the legend of Shennong and the legend of the Great Yu controlling the flood. Shennong got the help of the god of harvest, the land cloud, which benefited the human beings at that time, and raised some edible animals, such as cattle and sheep, in captivity. Dayu, on the other hand, got the help of Manafei, the prince of the sea, to manage the flood and benefit the human beings at that time. The children of luck in every era will have the figures of divine beasts. They are often guiding human beings, but because the human heart is unpredictable. In ancient times, some people tried to gain the power of gods, and they were finally driven into the underworld. The mythical beasts lost their confidence in human beings and disappeared in front of human eyes since then. They have been living in this world as legends. After speaking, with the sound of the teacher leaving the class, the students were relieved and left the classroom in groups and walked towards the cafeteria. Hey! Suche, who was eating, was suddenly slapped, and he almost spat out in shock. Looking back at a figure, he shook his head helplessly. This person is Li Mengqi. I don't know why she came, but Suche still nodded to her, intending to say hello. You're still hiding deep. There's actually a heavenly king-level elf. Li Mengqi was also welcome. Seeing that there was no one around Suche, she sat directly opposite Suche. It's okay. Chapter 55, Competition, Start. You are here. When talking to Li Mengqi, 2 more people came next to Suche. It was Chen Xing and Long Yu. This time, the other students in the cafeteria looked at the few people here, and their eyes widened instantly. The 3 bosses of the disciplinary inspection department, who usually do not see them, are all here today. It's going to be the senior year game soon, are you confident? Li Mengqi and Suche chatted and laughed, and finally looked at Suche and said, If I don't change the rules, I will definitely be the champion. If I change the rules, it will be different. Suche poked at the white rice on the plate with his chopsticks and said helplessly. Your elves are too powerful. If you don't change the rules, how can others live? Long Yu next to Suche looked at Suche and said in a positive tone. Yeah, I said why you were so familiar with superpower spirits last time. It turns out that you have a superpower spirit yourself. Also, it's still a very strong Shinado. Chen Xing looked at Suche opposite him with admiration. He also hoped to have a Shinado. After communicating with the three bosses of the Discipline Inspection Department, Suche returned to the classroom and started the afternoon class. In the evening, Suche trained his elves as usual, and then at Latius's strong request, Latius also joined the training. However, what makes Latius a little suspicious of life is that basically all elves can play two tricks with him, except for the elves that Suche has just subdued and trained. This made Latius start to doubt his own strength. How could he be unable to beat them? But it seemed that he really couldn't win them for a while. So, Latius worked hard, began to really train, and realized his own source law. If Latius's clansmen saw that Latius worked so hard, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. After putting his new video into Xiaopo Station, Suche was ready to sleep and prepare for tomorrow's game. The video posted on Xiaopo Station was the scene of Suche communicating with those trainers, as well as Suche's explanation of the distribution of fairies. Many trainers have learned a lot, and even some doctors are watching and leaving messages in the comment area. After reading Suche's explanation, some sunspots couldn't really pick out any faults, and they couldn't criticize Suche. The reason is that Suche's explanation is too detailed, people can understand it intuitively, and he also attached his own research drawings. In such an environment, the number of users who follow Suche has increased even more, reaching more than 200,000 in a short period of time. This is a real popularity. However, now Suche doesn't have time to take care of the content on Xiaopo's website. The next day. Hello, classmates. I am the principal of Zhongcheng No. 2 Middle School. There are many elves in this world. People grow up with elves. Today our school will hold an elves competition, which is a test for all of you. I hope you all work hard. On the playground, the freshmen of the first year of high school, hundreds of people, almost 1,000 people, all came to the scene, listening to the old-fashioned words of the principal. It was still the familiar battle zone, but this time it was all the freshmen who started the battle, which made the freshmen of high school feel very nervous. However, when he tapped the number of people, in the area of Class A of Senior 1, Wang Zhang found out that the students in his class, Suche, didn't come. This kid, won't you play any nonsense on me again? Then, next, I hope that the students will show their true strength to meet this game. After the principal finished speaking, he let the host on the side step down and began to host the game. Hi, hello everyone, I'm the host, and now we're going on a match for the freshmen of Zhongcheng No. 2 Middle School. The conference implements a lottery system to ensure absolute fairness. Next, we will start the lottery on the big screen. Please remember your opponents. 4 large screens were lit at the same time, allowing students to see their opponents more clearly. The next game is the knockout round. If the trainer wins this game, he will advance to the next round. Then, let's start the game. The players from the first game are invited to enter. Under the eyes of everyone, the referee robot flashed from the side, and the 4 competition venues were playing at the same time. At this rate, the knockout rounds can be held in one morning. And the higher position in the back row is where some high school sophomores and seniors sit, because the school is on holiday for the past 2 days because of this incident. Students who were close by, as well as some students living on campus, also came to watch the game. Why hasn't Suche come yet? Really, did he fall asleep on such an important occasion? Wang Zhang was also very anxious, and said in an angry tone. Although my students are excellent, they are too lawless, but what else can I do? Even Suche was reluctant to fight and reluctant to scold. Yo, I'm not too late. A burst of blue light flashed. Suche appeared in an empty seat, and beside Suche, there was an ethereal elf, shining Shinado. Yo you big bastard. Boom. The handout in his hand knocked directly on Suche's head, and Wang Zhang said a little viciously. Mr. Wang Zhang, it hurts. You look a little bad today, don't get sick. People who are often angry are prone to chest tightness, fever, some bad symptoms. Looking at Wang Zhang, who had a gloomy face, and after taking back the details of Shinado, Suche also looked at Wang Zhang and said haha. Hurry up and sit me down. Looking at Suche in front of him, Wang Zhang also laughed angrily, but still said seriously. The next competition is still the knockout round. The current students are indeed very cautious and do not want to be eliminated. In such an atmosphere, the students only need to seize the opportunity to attack violently. Suche looked at the playing field below and found that the squad leader Wu Yu's mosquito-repellent tadpoles had also evolved into mosquito-repellent frogs, and their strength had also improved by a stage. It has to be said that the average strength of Class A of Senior 1 is also good. Most of the elves, strength are elves who have evolved in the second stage. Moreover, because of the strength of the family, the qualifications of most elves are at the red level. This is also what Suche expected. If he can't even get a red qualified elf, Suche really doesn't believe it. For example, Lu Feng said when he entered the school that he liked fire-type elves, and now he has one in his hand, the evolutionary fire rock mouse of the fireball mouse. With time and training, maybe he can evolve into a firestorm beast, and then he can understand his own source power and become a heavenly king level elf. Chapter 56. One-Horned Rhinoceros vs. Huoban Miao. However, now is not the time for Suche to think about this, and it will be time for Suche to take the stage. Suche, come on. Hearing that Suche was going on stage to compete, the students in the class looked at Suche and cheered for Suche. Thank you. Suche also nodded and walked towards the playing field below. The students on the opposite side looked at Suche with a bitter look on their faces, but they still stepped forward to prepare for the competition. Zhangcheng No. 2 High School Freshman's Knockout Round. The split game starts now. The competition method is a one-on-one battle. Please send your own elves. The referee robot on the side confirmed that the two sides were standing, waved their flags directly, and issued orders to both sides. Go, one-horned rhino. Iron-armored rhino. Roar. With a low roar, the elf ball opened, and after the white light flashed, the other party sent his elf first. Huoban Miao, come out. Meow. Looking at the elf opposite, Suche sent Huoban Miao directly, the elf ball opened, and a white-red cat-like elf broke free from the white light. Suche actually uses a fire-type elf, how could it be? Doesn't he know his disadvantage? What about the scaled dragon? Why doesn't Suche use the scaled dragon? Looking at the elves sent by Suche, all the students went straight to the frying pan and looked at Suche's direction in disbelief. Horned rhino. The one-horned rhino is a four-legged beast-like elf with a gray body. The whole body is covered with invulnerable gray armor, which is used to protect itself and attack the enemy, and a piece of armor on the back has an arc-shaped gap. The head has a small horn, the limbs are short, and there is a small tail. Because they are often invulnerable spirits, some trainers usually think that the one-horned rhino is a steel-type spirit, but the one-horned rhino's attributes are rock and ground. The one-horned rhinoceros has a poor mind but great strength. Its body is covered with hard skin and its bones are 1,000 times harder than humans. Therefore, it can knock high-rise buildings into powder with only impact. The four legs of the one-horned rhino are very short and it is not easy to turn, so once the target is determined, it can only keep dashing forward. It's my turn to appear Loto. One-horned rhinoceros, iron-armored spirits, rocky ground attributes. There is only one thing in mind, and once you start rushing, whatever the reason, you will quickly feel indifferent and forget it. Rotom's phone looked at the one-horned rhino on the opposite side, and then saw that Huoban Miao didn't say anything, although it thought that the one-horned rhino had a certain chance of winning. However, the owner of himself is not an ordinary person. He trained him privately and saw Suche's excellent reflexes and some bizarre tactics. But these tactics are often the key to his victory. Rotom, record every battle, I'm going to choose some material from it. Leave it to me, Loto. Hearing this, Rotom also started at this time, using his own function to start the recording of this game. Bastard, are you looking down on me? Looking at the elves sent by Suche, the students opposite also looked at Suche angrily, thinking that Suche was underestimating himself. Even if your elf is a shining fire spot meow, its strength and level should not be as good as that of his one-horned rhinoceros. The student opposite him subconsciously thinks that Suche is underestimating himself. Whatever you want. Suche looked at his emotional opponent, shrugged, and said calmly. The game, start. One-horned rhino, sacrifice your life to dash. At the same time as the referee robot gave the order, the opposing player gave the order directly. Roar. Looking at Huoben Meow opposite, the one-horned rhino charged directly towards Huoben Meow. Suddenly, the ground shook for a while, and the one-horned rhino charged towards Huoben Meow with a powerful momentum. Want to use our own strength to incapacitate us? Then we'll use a little bit of skill. Huoben Meow, flying sand feet. Facing the attacking one-horned rhinoceros, Suche gave orders to Huoben Meow. Meow. After Huoben Meow heard the order, he kicked it quickly, and his two hind legs raised a lot of dust, which directly blocked the sight of the one-horned rhinoceros. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the one-horned rhino's vision was obstructed, and it also subconsciously slowed down. But at the same time as it slowed down, its position changed, and it rushed out from Huoben Meow's side. What? Looking at his one-horned rhinoceros in surprise, the students on the opposite side did not understand why it became like this. It's our turn, Huoben Meow, Ghost Mars. Looking at the direction of the one-horned rhinoceros, Suche directly gave an order to his Huoben Meow. Meow. Huoben Meow jumped up, a mouthful of purple ghost fire spewed out of his mouth, suspended in front of him, and then flicked his tail, and the yellow stars collided with each other. The high-speed moving stars, carrying the ghost fire skills, formed purple sparks, attacking the opposite one-horned rhinoceros. Bang bang bang. Roar. Damn it, one-horned rhino. Stars wrapped in flames fell on the one-horned rhinoceros. The one-horned rhinoceros let out a scream, and its owner was also anxious. The smoke dissipated, and the one-horned rhino appeared on the spot. There were scorch marks everywhere on the armor-like skin, which was obviously a state of burns. What's the matter? The one-horned rhino is in a state of burns. That trick is a bit like the combination of ghost fire and high-speed stars. Is the effect of burns the effect of ghost fire? So strong. The students watching the competition looked at the state of the one-horned rhinoceros, and at the same time widened their eyes, watching the tricks Huoben Meow used. This is the first time they have seen such a trick connection. Iron-armored rhino, can't drag it anymore, just use the horn to attack. Roar. Knowing the state of his body, the one-horned rhino also knows that the state of his body cannot fight for a long time, and he directly uses his own moves. With a loud roar, the whole body slammed into it, and the iron-armored rhino attacked the opposite Huoben Meow, and the single horn on its head lit up. Huoben Meow, move at high speed, Iron Tail. Seeing the one-horned rhino's attack, Suche was not surprised. Facing the aggressive attack, he directly gave his order. Meow. After hearing the order, Huoben Meow moved quickly, attacked the one-horned rhinoceros, and came to the one-horned rhinoceros in the blink of an eye. Side. Chapter 57. The knockout round is over, fight against Kamui. What? Looking at the one-horned rhino on the opposite side, Suche directly ordered Huoben Meow. As we all know, the tires of a large truck driving at high speed are the weakest point of focus, so Suche also used this principle to directly let Huoben Meow attack the weakest part of the one-horned rhinoceros. Boom. A dull voice sounded. The one-horned rhino was hit by Huoban Miao's iron tail, and the powerful force made the one-horned rhino fly out. Roar. With a scream, the one-horned rhino was knocked to the ground, and the severe pain caused the one-horned rhino to lose its ability to fight. The smoke dissipated, and the one-horned rhino appeared in the competition field with its eyes in circles, causing all the students to stare. The one-horned rhino lost its ability to fight, and Huoban won the victory, so the winner is Su Che. It's amazing. Although the rock attribute is a weak steel-type move, it is impossible for Huoban to defeat the one-horned rhino with one move. That's right. It's so dramatic. Some students looked at the elf on the opposite side, expressed their confusion, and discussed it very strangely. In this round, the opponent was completely led by Su Che's nose. Wang Zhang watched the game on the field and explained it to his classmates. First of all, when Su Che dispatched Huoban Miao, it was easy for the opponent to relax his vigilance, thinking that Su Che was underestimating himself, but Su Che did not underestimate his opponent. You can usually see Su Che's hard work. Under the condition that Su Che sends Huoban Miao, it is easy for opponents to relax their vigilance. Then, Su Che used his newly created trick to directly hit the opponent by surprise. Also, everyone can see that the trick is a combination of ghost fire tricks and high-speed stars. Although, I don't know how Su Che successfully used it, but he must have worked hard. The ghost fire makes the opponent burn obviously, and then this trick has the ability to attack. However, the opponent is obviously panicked and wants to use his powerful tricks to make the opponent lose the ability to fight. However, Su Che's Huoban Miao directly uses high-speed movement and strengthens the iron tail, which restrains the rock attribute, so that it can lose its fighting ability. The students on the side nodded after listening to the teacher's analysis. Even Su Che, who had returned to his position, nodded when he looked at Wang Zhang. Some experienced trainers can easily guess and analyze their own tricks. However, they only knew that the theory could not be copied, which was the most reassuring thing for Su Che. Because, the tricks you use in the other party will not know, this is also a killer. Don't think that the trick is very simple. When Su Che used it at the time, he also tried to train for a long time before he succeeded. The next match was still a knockout round. After several rounds of knockout rounds, there were only more than 100 people left in the venue, and the top 32 were screened out in the afternoon. That is to say, in the afternoon, the students who have advanced to the competition will have to play at least 4 games. However, everyone's starting point and strength are similar, and everyone is not afraid to compete against each other, but they are afraid of facing Su Che. What strength does Su Che have? Many people speculate about the specific strength, but at least it is not lower than the king. However, according to the teacher in his class, Su Che will not send elves with the strength of the king, but they still feel a little pressure. However, in the face of the afternoon game, everyone should go all out. Okay, classmates, we are now going to a new round of knockouts. I hope you all go all out. In the afternoon, the sun was still there, and the principal was sitting in his chief position, also directly announcing the racetrack. However, when the opponents on the screen came out, some class members couldn't help exclaiming, because the class with a large number of people was facing a civil war. And Su Che's first match was between Su Che and his squad leader Wu Yu. At this moment, Wu Yu was looking at Su Che seriously, his eyes full of fighting intent. Zhangcheng No. 2 High School Freshman's Knockout Round. The split game starts now. The competition method is a one-on-one battle. Please send your own elves. The referee robot looked at the players on both sides, stood on both sides of the field, and waved its flag directly. The two sides in the game now are Wu Yu and Su Che. At this moment, both sides are looking at each other and at the same time they take out their pokeballs. Go, Cammy. Go on, Mimic Q. The face of Wu Yu, Su Che directly dispatched, and he subdued the mimetic Q for a period of time, while the elf sent by Wu Yu made Su Che look sideways slightly. This is a bipedal tortoise-shaped elf with an indigo body. On its round head are a pair of furry ears that resemble wings. Its eyes are brown, its fangs can be seen in its mouth, and it has small dark blue circular markings on its cheeks. Its shell, like the Jenny turtle, has 3 sharp claws on its forelimbs. The tail resembles 2 waves of ocean waves, and is also furry, which darkens with age. It is the evolutionary form of the Jenny turtle, cami turtle. It's actually a cami turtle, not bad. Name, cami turtle. Property, water. Qualification, red. Rank, mid-elite. Height, 1.2 meters. Weight, 32.0 kilograms. Feature, torrent. Intimacy, 125/255 to own master. Interesting. The game, start. The referee robot watched the 2 sides send out their own elves, waved their own referee flags directly, and gave the order to start the game. In the face of Kamui, Suche also put away his mood and immediately entered a state of battle. ... I'm going, it's actually Kamui. As expected of the daughter of Feiyang Electronic Technology, it is different if the family has money. Kamui has it. That's right, I want the Jenny turtle too. ... Most of the students in the auditorium looked at the Kamui turtle in the arena with envy in their eyes. Cami turtle, water gun attack. Facing Suche, Wuyu didn't dare to be careless, and gave her own instructions directly. Came. Leaning back slightly, Cami turtle condensed the power of the water system in his body, and a water gun attacked the opposite MIMIQ. Mimic Q, jump up and dodge, use trick space. In the face of the attack, Suche calmly looked at MIMIQ and gave an order directly. Chapter 58, Victory. Card. MIMIQ jumped up to escape the water gun attack, turned his body, and a huge amount of energy poured out, forming a square space that wrapped the field of play. Sword Dance. Card. When the body fell to the ground, MIMIQ turned around again, directly increasing his attack. Looking at the 2 skills of this mimetic Q, Wuyu's face changed greatly, although he didn't know what kind of skills the trick space was. But through Suche's sword dance order, she can probably guess that this is a skill in the form of buffs. The trick space is a skill that uses superpower to create a bizarre space. The slow spirit within 5 turns can move first. However, in this world, this skill reflects the gain that is beneficial to one's own side, not that the slow speed becomes faster, but the gain that is specifically for one's own side. At that time, when Suche discovered this, a series of disgusting tactics appeared in his mind. What's more, the speed of this mythical Q is not fast, but the physical attack and special attack are extremely high. With the characteristics of the painted skin and the skills of the trick space, it can be said to be a match made in heaven. Cami turtle, use the water gun again. Facing the mimic Q on the opposite side, Wuyu directly gave his order because he didn't understand the effect of the trick space. Came. Looking at the direction of Mi mimic Q, Kamui gathered his strength again, a water gun formed, and quickly attacked MIMIQ. Mimic Q, dodge the attack, close the distance. Seeing the water gun attack rushing over, Suche directly gave an order. Card. MIMIQ heard Suche's order, and rushed directly and quickly to the opposite Cami turtle, dodging the Cami turtle's water gun attack along the way, and MIMIQ rushed towards Cami turtle. Shadowclaw. Card. The eyes on the painted skin suddenly lit up, and MIMIQ, who heard the order, suddenly moved, and saw a purple claw sticking out from the underside of the painted skin, directly hitting the Cami turtle in front of him. Came. With a scream, Kamui was knocked back half a step, and MIMIQ also took advantage of the situation to retreat to the distance, preparing for the next battle. Sword Dance. Card. Swinging his body quickly, Mimic Q's attack has been greatly improved again. The trick that Suche asked MIMIQ to use. What kind of trick is it? That's right. As soon as the space tricks came out, the speed of Mimic Q seemed to be a lot faster. Furthermore, after 2 missed attacks, Mimic Q's attack power has been greatly improved through sword dance. Mr. Wong, do you know that move? What kind of move? The students watching the battle didn't understand what was going on, so they looked at Wang Zhongdao on the side. That move should be one of the superpower moves. As we all know, most superpower moves have auxiliary moves. The move just now should be a big boost to your own state. Looking at the situation on the other side, Wang Zhong carefully observed the situation of the game and analyzed the situation of the game. Cammy Turtle, the water fluctuates. In the face of Mimiq's attack, Wu Yu didn't want to admit defeat directly, and gave orders to his Kamui. Came. A water-based energy ball condensed in front of Cammy Turtle, and then the water fluctuations exploded instantly, forming a small water wave that attacked fascinated Quasi-Q. Jump up, Shadow Ball. Card. In the face of Kamui's attack, Mimiq jumped up directly, quickly condensing his strength, and a purple energy ball blasted towards Kamui. Boom. Came. The purple energy ball exploded, and Kamui backed up again with a painful expression on his face, but he still did not lose his ability to fight. Sure enough, the double defense of this Kamui turtle is very good, so it still needs a lot of work. Meditation. Q uses the skill again after landing. A halo lights up Mimiq's body. Mimiq's special attack and special defense are directly improved a lot. I'm going. Is Su-Che planning to decide the outcome with one blow? The skill of meditation has been used. Zhang Raiji watched the match between Su-Che and Wu Yu, and also analyzed the situation of the match. The skill of meditation was learned in the Elf Trick course, and many people understood what the effect of this skill was. Cammy Turtle, can't wait any longer, use the water cannon. Came. Kamui's body sank slightly. Looking at the Mimic Q on the opposite side, his body was filled with a lot of water energy, and a sturdy water cannon attacked towards the Mimic Q on the opposite side. Continue to dance with the sword, bear it. Seeing the attack on the other side, Su-Che's eyes also lit up, and he directly let Mimiq bear the attack, and continued to use the sword dance final move to maximize the detailed attack. Card. Mimiq did not evade the attack, and used the sword dance again. In the brilliance, Mimiq's attack had reached the highest level. Kamui's water cannon hit at this time. Mimiq's painted skin was knocked off, and his neck was straight to the side, as if his neck was broken. Came. Kamui was also taken aback when he saw this, and took a small step back. Mimic Q. Use Frolic. Card. Looking at the Kamui on the opposite side, Su-Che gave an order directly. Mimiq's eyes lit up, and he rushed directly towards Kamui Turtle. The tail-like thing behind him, and the shadow arm appeared under the painted skin, and hit Kamui Turtle directly and quickly in series. Bang bang bang. Came. In the end, Kamui Tortoise screamed and was directly knocked out, landing on the ground with eyes in circles, losing the ability to fight. What? Impossible. Everyone looked at the direction of Kamui, all eyes widened in disbelief. Cammy Turtle. Wu Yu ran to the competition venue at this time and checked the situation of Kamui. Cammy Turtle loses his ability to fight, Su-Che wins the final victory. The referee robot on the side, watching the situation in the competition field, waved its own flag and an electronic sound came out, directly announcing the result of the competition. Whoa! Mimiq also gradually disintegrated, turning into snowflakes and disappearing into the field of play. Su-Che, what was the trick just now? Back in their seats, the classmates on the side were also very curious and looked at Su-Che with curious eyes. That's the magic space of Mimetic Q. You can make your original slow speed become faster and achieve the first attack. What if the other party is slower? Everyone nodded when they heard this, but soon someone raised their own question, hoping that Su-Che could explain it. Chapter 59. League Open, Bangira Unblocked. In the game of the previous life, the trick space did have an effect on the opponent, but in this world, it is more aimed at its own effect gain. However, there is also a premise. If the opponent's speed is slower than his own, then the trick space is also a decoration. At most, that is, the speed at which he evaded skills, which became faster. The trick space skill is actually a targeted skill. If your speed is slower than the opponent's, you will increase your speed. But if the opponent's speed is slower than you, the trick space can increase the speed by at most a little bit, not very fast. Because the speed of my mimic Q is not very fast, it is different from the general MIMIQ. My MIMIQ double attack is very strong, but the speed is a little slow, so my MIMIQ can completely use the trick space. Skills. Quote. The squad leader is lost here. This is the effect of the trick space. Suche looked at the students around him, and also looked at Wu Yu, who was aggrieved, and explained directly. Now Wu Yu's eyes were full of tears, as if she was about to cry. Suche also comforted the other party in disguise to prevent Wu Yu from thinking about it. However, Suche's idea was very good, but Wu Yu's tears just fell down, making all the boys in the class look at Suche with murderous eyes. Ah! Student Suche, this is about to be said. You don't let a girl as cute as the monitor. How can you play such a heavy hand? Some male classmates looked at Wu Yu, and then looked at Suche and said what was in their hearts. No, a competition is a competition, not a competition. Suche touched his head and said speechlessly. Student Suche, you're right, I didn't cry. Wu Yu is a high school student after all. Although she was a little wronged in the battle, she still adjusted her emotions and wiped away her tears. Student Wu Yu, just win next time, don't mind too much. Wang Zhang also comforted Wu Yu, comforted him aloud, looked at Suche's somewhat straight male appearance, and shook his head. During the 2-day competition, Suche won the first place without any accident. However, the label everyone gave Suche more was, a ruthless, powerful and superb scumbag. Why? Because there are many students in the school who are fans of Suche, including some girls. However, Suche directly treated his opponents equally, and directly defeated the trainer who was fighting against him. This ruthless attitude caused some girls to complain in private. All in all, Suche's nickname spread in the school, making some teachers and clients Suche wonder whether to laugh or cry. However, the day before the summer vacation, Suche received an invitation letter. I'm back. Welcome home. On this day, after the school teacher announced the summer vacation, Suche returned home as always. After dinner, he made out with his elves and started training with them. In his own community, after the training, Suche returned home and received a message. When training elves, it was a fantasy created by Zoroark's illusion combined with Shinato's spiritual power, which is invisible to ordinary people. This is an e-invitation letter that reads, Dear Mr. Suche, I hope you can participate in the League Open competition in 2 weeks, at the stadium in the Magic Capital. Inviter, Elf Alliance Headquarters Longdu. Interesting. Seeing this news, Suche also smiled playfully. After all, the Alliance Open is the public audition for this year's Elf Alliance competition. Among them, several gym owners are also included, and they will also participate. The minimum requirement to participate in this conference is the gold rank badge of the Battle Tower. At present, Suche still has a silver badge in his hand, which means that if Suche wants to participate in the conference, he will get a gold badge in the next week. That's okay. This way, Bangiras can be manifested, and the strength can be raised by another level. The main quest starts, and the Elf Alliance Open competition will participate. The reward, the game system Elf Ranch. Elf Ranch, it can be used to store captured elves. Elf Pasture is a portable space. The host can put slates in it, so that the space is filled with the power of the law, and the elves can improve their strength independently. After hearing the news of the reward, Suche laughed immediately. If he had this ranch space, he wouldn't have to worry about having more elves. However, the League Open must be a cloud of masters, and it is a little exciting to think about it. Thinking of this, Suche also laughed out loud, with eager eyes in his eyes. Huoben Miao and Miji Q on the side looked at Suche's abnormality, looked at each other, and shrugged in unison. Who knows what the nerves of this master are going on? However, there are still 4 days to sign up, that is to say, within 4 days, Suche must obtain the gold rank badge. 4 days. Small point. After thinking about it, and replying to Longdu with a message, Suche went straight to bed and went to sleep at ease, raising his spirits to prepare for tomorrow's tower battle. Early the next morning, Suche got up to exercise, packed his things full of energy, and prepared to go to the battle tower competition. When he came to the elf battle tower in Zhangcheng, Suche signed up directly and started the silver rank promotion competition. Together with several players, he started the knockout round first, and finally started the final. It is worth mentioning that this way of qualifying, if you are eliminated after a few rounds, you can still get a series of points. After a few rounds of points elimination competition, Suche's points have reached the middle silver rank, and after a new round of competition, Suche can obtain the gold rank badge. In the morning, Suche spent all of his time in the battle tower. Fortunately, there was a public area in the battle tower, which was convenient for eating and resting. Otherwise, Suche really didn't know what to do. Gotha Duck lost its ability to fight, and the Scale Dragon won the game. So, the winner of this competition is Suche. The referee on the side looked at the situation in the competition venue and directly announced the final result of the competition. In the afternoon, Suche accumulated his points to the level of the Peak of Silver, and then he could win the game by playing another game. Testimonials. The stumbling is finally on the shelves. This period of time is inseparable from everyone's support. The author of the content in the comment area has also read it. I hope everyone can give reasonable suggestions. I also hope that when you comment, you can be serious and responsible, and don't make a very hostile look. The comment area is more of a place for everyone to communicate. I hope everyone can give reasonable suggestions. Regarding the content of the comment area and some explanations, I will explain it to you in the text. Thank you for your comments and suggestions. Chapter 60. Magic City. Afternoon, Suche used his points to accumulate the level of the Peak of Silver, and then he could win the game by playing another game. However, I can only go here today, my elves are very tired. Home, Suche and his elves finished eating together and prepared to rest. Early morning of the next day, he successfully conducted his own level promotion competition, and Suche's rank also reached the gold rank. That Suche got the gold rank, there was also a high level 1 ball in Suche's pocket, which was Bengira's Pokeball. Magic Capital is the central city and the center of international economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation. It is one of the first coastal open cities. Located at the estuary of the Yangtze River, it is the leading city in the Yangtze River economic belt. Similarly, Modu Port ranks first in the world in terms of cargo throughput and container throughput, making it an international port. Here is the construction of the mainland, the first free trade pilot zone. The Magic Capital, the province, and the province together form the Delta City Group. 423. This is not the most famous. The most famous is the business circle here, and several world-class universities. This time the League Open is in the gymnasium of Modu. At that time, many big people will come to watch the game. One hand, the reason why Longdu let Suche come here, in addition to participating in the competition, can also be used for the other aspect of security. Don't think that such an important occasion is very safe. There are no one who knows how many evil people are staring here in the dark, and they will all be dispatched whenever there is a chance. The Magic City Stadium has a history of nearly 100 years. It has the atmosphere of historical precipitation, the decoration is retro and fresh, and the playing field is half the size of a football field. After buying a high-speed rail ticket to the Devil's capital, Suche sat in his seat, looking out the window at the scenery receding back. On the table, Mimi was sewing his own painting skin, and because of the competition these days, the painting skin was a little damaged. Are you also going to participate in this league open? Yes, let's meet. Let's meet. Hello, my name is. In the carriage, some trainers were communicating with each other, but Suche in the corner didn't interrupt, because he was recording some videos and preparing some good-looking materials. However, Suche also took out his mobile phone and browsed some public information about the alliance on the internet. Fortunately, he was wearing a hat and sunglasses, otherwise everyone in the car would recognize him. Ding dong. The magic capital is here. Please leave in an orderly manner by car with the destination of the magic capital. Please bring your own belongings. After an unknown amount of time, a reminder on the broadcast started, asking Suche to clean up his belongings and get off the high-speed rail. Is this the magic capital? Looking at the scene here, Suche also looked around curiously. The suspended electronic ticket inspector, the Shandi robot's spacious station platform, all exude an advanced atmosphere. Dozens of 4 Heavenly Kings champions in various regions. 4 Heavenly Kings champions in various regions. We are 2 south. Combining the relationship between the first elves, bodyguard gold coins, Suche exchanged electronic gold coins into real gold coins through exchange. Currency. The hundreds of thousands of extra union coins in his bank card, Suche felt relieved about this time. After strolling around some commercial streets for a while, and then going to the venue where he was going to take a look, Suche prepared his qualifications and came to a special hotel. Because of this open championship, the league directly contracted an international hotel, so that these trainers could have a place to stay. The Modu Stadium is located in the southwest of Modu City, and it has undoubtedly become a landmark new landscape of the city. It is currently the largest and most advanced sports venue in the entire city. Its distinctive features are large span and large space. Its shape not only fully demonstrates the strength and momentum of sports, but also reflects the simple and smooth overall style, which is a perfect combination of architectural technology and architectural art. Coming to his hotel room and talking on the phone with his parents, Suche went to the restaurant below, where many trainers had already eaten here. Coming to a slightly remote place, Suche went back to his room after eating quietly by himself. Since his parents still had jobs, they couldn't come to the game immediately. Suche was still a little nervous, but he was not so nervous when he touched his Pokeball and had an excellent Pokemon companion. The next day, at the gym. Looking at this splendid building, he handed the staff his certificate of participation. With the respect of the staff, Suche walked directly into the gymnasium. In the hall, a large number of trainers have been assembled, and at this moment, a staff member came to lead the way. Hello everyone, welcome to the Magic City Gymnasium. Because everyone has to participate in the league's open competition, now please go to the locker room to hold your number plate and put your things. Afterwards, after putting away your belongings and putting on the special electronic epaulets for the competition, the League Open will start immediately. Alliance Open is considered a qualifier for the Alliance. If you achieve good results in the Open, you can directly participate in the next Alliance tournament without collecting badges. However, in the League Open, more college students come to participate in the competition, because college students still have their own homework in the first 2 semesters. Who are extremely strong, know everything, and have completed their coursework can travel with the approval of the teacher. This is also a means of protection for college students, but most trainers still go out to travel after college. Bang 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 sounded like a thunderous sound, fireworks lit up in the air, and the open match of the league conference started immediately. This is. What the hell is this? Can people rest? What day is today? The morning salute. Quote. Some people are still sleeping. Awakened by the loud noise, some people opened the windows angrily and roared outside. As the league open, so it is. Next, no matter what. Who are engaged in what kind of work look at the direction of the southwest, with excitement in their eyes. Time passed slowly, and all the spectators and players entered the arena. Chapter 61. Gym Owners, the game begins. We're already in the stadium, they couldn't wait to watch the game. A host platform was raised next to the game venue, and the host's voice sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, this league open is about to start. Please gather your eyes here and cheer for the contestants. Oh! Warm applause broke out, and the audience looked at the host expectantly. Let us welcome the many guests with warm applause. They are, respectively, the president of Fudan University, and Mr. Xu Ning, one of the four heavenly kings. In the VIP seat, a middle-aged man smiled and waved to the audience and some contestants. Mr. Wu Lai, Dean of the Elf Cultivation College of Zhangcheng University, former Fire King. Normal University. Similarly, our Open is also being broadcast live on multiple platforms. In the live broadcast room of the official Xiaopaowu, there are also grand prizes. I hope everyone will participate. Then, let's welcome our gym owners with the warmest applause. They are the master of the fighting department from Zhangcheng, Mr. Lei Yun, the fighting master. At this time, the host began to introduce the gym owners who participated in this competition. In this open competition, the gym owners also have to compete, and they are mostly the trainers from the examination school, which is why the winners this time can directly participate in the next league competition. However, the audience doesn't care about this, as long as they think it looks good, they will come to watch the game like crazy. Accompanied by an impassioned song, the gym owners began to enter the venue in an orderly manner. The first was a man in white and black, tight-fitting training clothes. It was the thunder that Suche had seen during the school test. Cloud. Immediately afterwards, a young man with a yellow earphone around his neck and a trainer with blonde hair entered the arena. When they saw the trainer, the audience cheered. Ah, it's Wang Jun. Ah, my God. Master Wang Jun. The next person to enter is from the Magic Capital Gym, the gym trainer, Mr. Wang Jun, the electric shock boy. Speaking of this Wang Jun, he is also the #1 figure in the Magic Capital, and he has some involvement in the development of electronic technology, both big and small. Including the development of some games. In one of the most popular elf games at the moment, the prototype of the master of one of the gyms is Wang Jun. Next, let us applaud Mr. Dum, the ranger. Mr. Adai is both a forest ranger and the master of the insect-type gymnasium. A boy in green clothes appeared here, and the crowd also cheered. Next, let's applaud and invite Miss Lily, a perfume expert, and Lu Qi to play. Miss Lily. Baby Lu Qi, we love you. The audience looked at the next two people and exclaimed that the former, needless to say, Suche can see Lily in some TV shows and some brand perfumes. It is said that one of their ancestral methods can use the fragrance secreted by the grass elves to make some safe and non-pungent perfumes. In annual sales, Lily's. The fragrances of the company are far ahead, and it is a product that many celebrities hope to endorse. But so far, no star has won the endorsement of Lily's family. Another boy with purple body and a bit like a child came out, but it attracted Suche's attention. Although it is very faint, in the shadow of the trainer in purple clothes, a shadow-like elf can clearly be seen, which is Gengar. Then, let us welcome Miss Lan, the water ballet dancer. Oh. At this time, no matter whether it was boys or girls, all stood up and looked at a beautiful woman who entered the hall. Xiaolin is the gym owner of the Jingcheng Gym, and she is also a former national team athlete. After retiring, she inherited her grandmother's gym and became the gym owner of the Jingcheng Gym. Similarly, the Jingcheng Gym is a water-based gym, and because of its strength, few trainers in the Jingcheng Gym dare to challenge. Okay, the above is what we are today, the 6 gymnasium masters. The rest of the gym owners, because of their own tasks, cannot continue to participate in the competition. I hope everyone can understand. So, Now for our first activity, the trainer's oath. Let the representatives in the alliance come to the stage and lead our trainers to take the oath. Host invited a representative of the alliance and asked the representative to lead the trainer to swear. Please make a fist with your right hand, put it on your left chest, and make an oath. I swear, abide by the great discipline, abide by the rules of the game, respect the law, and fight bravely. Fight for the first place. No regrets. The second item of the conference. Please invite the president of Dan University, Mr. Xu Ning, to speak for everyone. Host took the microphone and said, and once again handed the microphone to Xu Ning next to him. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Ning. Oh. Like a tsunami of cheers, some students from Fudan University in the auditorium looked at their headmaster with pride in their eyes. Hello, all trainers participating in the League Open. I just want to say something to everyone. The trainers who came here, your strength has been initially recognized by the Alliance. You are all the best here. I hope you can get good results in the competition. So, now let everyone see your strength. Clap clap. After Xu Ning finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause again, and the enthusiasm of the audience and trainers was mobilized. Then, now, please Mr. Wu Lai announce the League Open, the game officially begins. Handing the microphone to Wu Lai, the former Fire King, the host bowed slightly. Next, I announce that this League Open competition, the competition has officially started. Bang bang bang. The sound of fireworks and salute sounded again, which means the official start of the game. At this time, the audience was extremely excited and eagerly looked at the center of the field, hoping to watch the game soon. The screen, showing the trainer of the first game. In the venue of the game, 444 screens flashed at the same time, and the names of the two trainers appeared on the screen. In the commentary of the host, the game officially started. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 62, Su Che's first game. In the venue of the game, 444 screens flashed at the same time, and the names of the two trainers appeared on the screen. In the commentary of the host, the game officially started. It is worth mentioning that if the gym owner of the Alliance Open track loses, the trainer's own score can also be increased, but the gym owner will not participate in the competition at the beginning. This also means that in the last few games, the gym owner may meet. Win or lose, both sides will be forced to leave the next game, and they will not be allowed to play again. Today, it was a knockout match. 58 trainers were selected out of more than 200 people. Other words, Su Che will participate in a total of 4 games today, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, and he will be able to participate in the qualifying competition tomorrow. Shortlisting means that there is a possibility of 4-2-3. Matched to the gym owner, everyone is gearing up, hoping to compete with the gym owner tomorrow. The next match is Su Che against Yi Feng. Hearing the host's voice in the stadium, Su Che also left his lounge and walked towards the playing field. Players from both sides please enter. Because the stereo radio technology is used in the competition field, everyone can hear every command of the trainer and the collision of the final move of the elves during the competition. Therefore, there is no need for the audience to guess what the trainer's order is. Now, it's up to Su Che and Yi Feng to compete. The format of the competition is a one-on-one battle. Choose the venue first. The referee looked at the electronic screen on the side, and saw that rocks, water, forests and the ordinary playing field were constantly flashing on the electronic screen, and finally stopped on the ordinary playing field. I saw that the playing field was cracked, and the regular playing field was slow. Rising slowly. When all the elves on one side lose their fighting ability, the game is over. Player Yi Feng will take the lead in this game, please send your own elves. The referee came to the edge of the playing field and said to Su Che and Yi Feng. I'm actually the first mover. It's a bit of a disadvantage. But it doesn't matter, come out, 3-in-1 magnet. Magnetic monster. White light flashed, and an iron gray, strangely shaped elf appeared in place. This elf is like a combination of 3 small magnets, so each one is similar in appearance to the small magnets, but the position of the magnets has changed. The two magnets in the middle of its lower part stick out forward and are used as its hands, while the two small magnets next to it have only two screws. The 3-in-1 magnetite can emit super strong magnetic force and high voltage, and the electromagnetic waves released can raise the temperature within 1 kilometer by 2 degrees. In-1 magnets will cause electromagnetic storms. 3-in-1 magnets are mainly inhabited near towns and power plants, and will appear in large numbers when there are many sunspots. Name: 3-in-1 magneto attributes. Electricity, steel qualification, yellow level, elite senior left height, 1. 0 weight, 60. Features: sturdy intimacy, 110 because of its own magnetic force. The 3-in-1 magnet monster, like the small magnet monster, can be suspended in the air. Yi Feng, as the first attacking party, first sent out the more common elves. This is the evolution of Magneto, the 3-in-1 magnet. Like the elf trainers in most demon cities, Yi Feng seems to be a trainer of electric elves. Player Su Che, what kind of elf will he send to challenge the opponent? The host fulfilled himself at this time, the part-time commentator said. The strength of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster is around the elite level. If it can't be solved with one move, then let it play. Come out, Huoben Miao. Meow. White light flashed, and with a full-fledged cry, a cat-like elf appeared in place. However, unlike other Huoben Miaos, this Huoben Miao had black hair on its body, turned into white hair. Contestant Su Che actually sent a rare Huoben Miao, and this Huoben Miao is actually a strange colored elf. I have to say that contestant Su Che's luck is very good. In the wild now, there are very few Huoben Miaos. Su Che's Huoben Miao is still a shining elf. Looking at Huoben Miao in the competition venue, the host was also shocked. In the same way, some viewers looked at Huoben Miao with jealous and greedy eyes. Some powerful trainers in the family began to contact their family to investigate the details of Su Che. However, more people are puzzled that the 3-in-1 magnet monsters have evolved elves, but they still send a section of fire spot meows that have not evolved. Although it is a shining elves, it should be enough to face the 3-in-1 magnetism, and such strength is also a bit disparate. Then now, the game begins. The referee on the side waved his right hand, waved the flag, and gave the order to start the game. This is your own underestimation of me, 3-in-1 magnet monster, directly using 100,000 volts. Looking at Huoben Miao on the opposite side, Yi Feng was obviously a little angry, and ordered the 3-in-1 magnetism directly. Magneto. The 3-in-1 Magneto looked at the opposite Huoben Miao. A large amount of electric current flashed all over the body, a bright yellow current, and attacked the opposite Huoben Miao. Huoben Miao, move laterally. Dodge. Meow. Use jet flame. Looking at the incoming attack, Huoben Miao moved slightly, and the attack of 100,000 volts flashed past. Then, a high-temperature flame was sprayed directly from Huoben Miao's mouth, attacking the 3-in-1 magnet monster on the opposite side. Past. 3-in-1 Magneto, use and hold. The sudden high-temperature flame surprised Yi Feng on the opposite side. He never thought that the other side would have such advanced skills. As expected of a shining spirit, his talent is indeed good, but he is not easy to bully. The incoming jet flame, Yi Feng's face changed, and he quickly gave an order to the 3-in-1 magnet. Hit the shield of the 3-in-1 Magneto, and a ripple. Awesome. Su Che looked at the reaction of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and said in admiration. 3-in-1 magnet monster, shock wave. Huoben Miao, move at high speed. Magneto, meow. Please download Philo to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 63. Win, vs Big Steel Snake. One after another yellow current rushed towards Huoben Miao, but under Tianyu's order, Huoben Miao quickly turned into a few afterimages, avoiding the incoming current. Huoben Miao. At this time, Huoben Miao suddenly disappeared from the competition venue. Facing the suddenly lost target, Yifeng looked around anxiously. There are no holes on the left and right sides, and there are no pits on the ground. Throwing flames. Meow. Looking at Yifeng's gaze, Suche gave Huoben Meow an order directly. I don't know when Huoben Meow jumped into the air, his body leaned back slightly, a large amount of fire energy was condensed in his stomach, and a jet of flame was directed towards, and the 3-in-1 magnet monster below attacked. Magneto. Suddenly attacked by high-temperature flames, the 3-in-1 Magneto couldn't bear it and retreated. 3-in-1 Magneto. Opposite Yifeng, looking at the crumbling 3-in-1 magnet monster, he shouted anxiously. 2 inches fire spot Meow, use the jet flame directly now. The Huoben Meow who landed on the ground jumped again, his body jumped high, and then he swung his body, his mouth opened, and another flame was sprayed towards the 3-in-1 magnet. Magneto. The 3-in-1 Magneto mechanically the sound sounded, and it was immediately hit by the jet flame. I saw that the whole body of the 3-in-1 Magneto had many burn marks, and after struggling in midair for a while, it suddenly fell to the ground with 2 eyes, circles, and lost its ability to fight. 3-in-1 Magneto without the ability to fight, Suche will win. Oh. The referee on the side looked at the situation on the playing field and immediately waved his referee flag. The referee's voice brought everyone back to their senses. None of the spectators and trainers thought that Suche would solve the battle so quickly. The game has come to an end, and the fire-type skills are playing against the steel-type 3-in-1 magnet. The damage caused by the monster is very effective. Let's congratulate Suche, who has entered the next round of the knockout round, and hope that Yifeng can continue to work hard. Come back, Meow Huoben. Looking at the opponent on the opposite side, Suche withdrew his Huoben Meow and walked towards the rest area. Back in the rest area, some trainers ran over and inquired about Suche's news, wanting to know about Suche's Huoben Meow. Where to get it? The 3 royal families like Huoben Meow are rare, and the 3 families in various regions are rare, only the trainers of some big families can get 1 or 2. Just like Lu Feng and Wu Yue among my classmates. All of our families have some strength, so we can get Fireball Mouse and Jenny Turtle. Then, Suche was befriending the players, and went on stage to have a match. The opponent used a fighting-type elf monkey. Suche continued to use Huoben Meow to go up. During the battle, after Suche let Huoben Meow use Ghost Spark, the eyes of the gym owners and some spectators on the viewing platform lit up. Even Xu Ning, the president of Fudan University, Wu Lai, the former Fire King, and Huoben Meow below nodded their heads. They are different from the audience just thinks it looks good, but in their eyes, even they are very reluctant to cooperate with each other. From this trick, we can see how excellent Suche's Huoben Meow is, and Wu Lai also has a love for talent in his heart. However, when he saw Suche's resume, he also knew that this young man was not simple. Iron Tail. Squeak. Monkey Monster lost its ability to fight, Huoben Meow won, so in this game, Suche will advance. The scream of the monkey monster sounded, causing the referee to wave the referee flag directly and announce the final order. Oh, the referee's voice made all the spectators and trainers cheer. This match is very exciting. It can be seen that the strength of both sides is not simple, but Suche is still better. This match has come to an end. The 2 sides are coming and going, but Suche is still the best player and won the final victory. Let's congratulate Suche for entering the next round of the knockout round, and let us applaud to express our gratitude to the trainers who brought us exciting competitions. Wow. The warm atmosphere of the game seems to have never stopped. Suche returned to the rest area, packed his things and prepared to leave the scene. Have participated in 2 games this morning, and I have no games of my own in the morning, so I am waiting for the 2 games in the afternoon. After lunch, Suche didn't encounter any people who were looking for trouble for him. Didn't his flashing fire spot Meow attract a wave of people? Suche's face showed a mean smile. He still thought blackmailing those big families. I didn't expect that the other party would not give me a chance. Main reason was that Suche was too boring. According to the personalities of those in the big family, he should own everything by himself. After eating in the public canteen next to the stadium, Suche returned to the players' lounge, and the game in the afternoon would start in an hour. Some reporters came to interview, but Suche was not suitable for this kind of occasion, so he left here and avoided the reporters who were interviewing. In the tense atmosphere, the game in the afternoon went on in an orderly manner. In the last game, Suche sent out his own scaled dragon, while his opponent sent out a big steel snake. Oh, what Suche sent out is a rare quasi-god elf scale-armored dragon, a elf with dragon and fighting properties. And the big steel snake is an elves with steel attributes and ground attributes. To a certain extent, the big steel snake is unfavorable to the scaled dragon. However, the big steel snake can learn dragon-type tricks. It's not certain who will die in this game, let's wait and see. The host looked at the elves sent by the two sides, and also explained the game very clearly, and the suspenseful tone made the audience pay close attention to the game between the two sides. Young Yu's first attack, the game, start. Big steel snake, dragon breath. Roar. The big steel snake heard the order, and a dark green dragon energy wave attacked the scaled dragon on the opposite side. Dragon dance, dodge. In the face of the incoming attack, Suche did not panic at all, and directly gave orders to the scaled dragon. Roar, boom. The scaled dragon stepped on the spot and danced a mysterious dragon dance. A purple light flickered. The dragon dance increased the speed and attack of the scaled dragon. The big steel snake's attack fell behind, and a big pit was blasted out of the hard ground, which undoubtedly reflected the power of the big steel snake's skills. Crush, split tiles. Roar. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 64. Advancement, excessive, someone follows. Hearing the command, the scaled dragon's eyes lit up, its body turned into a bolt of lightning, and it rushed directly to the big steel snake on the opposite side. Bang, when, roar, the crisp voice sounded, accompanied by the painful roar of the big steel snake. The opponent quickly issued an order at this time. Big steel snake, tie up and attack. Roar. Hearing the order, the big steel snake moved quickly, endured the severe pain, and quickly circled its body, trying to grab the big steel snake. Scaled dragon, use the enhanced fist again. Roar. The fists were clenched, and there were traces of fire and electric light. The scaled dragon hit the head of the big steel snake with one fist, and the big steel snake was knocked out, and the attack by tying it tightly would have no effect. Roar. The big steel snake was kicked out, and the attack by tying it up has no effect. What should I do now? Scaled dragon, dragon dance. At this time, looking at the scaled dragon on the ground, Suche gave his order again. Roar. The scaled dragon on the ground jumped again, the speed and attack increased again, and the enhanced fist just now has increased the attack of the scaled dragon. The two dragon dances lifting and strengthening punches made the opponent full of pressure. Even if the big steel snake's double defense is very good, but under a strong attack, the big steel snake will also be unable to hold it. Moreover, if you increase the status of the big steel snake again at 423, you will definitely be interrupted by the scale-armored dragon. At this time, the trainer of the big steel snake thought a lot, but Suche, who was opposite him, didn't give him a chance and directly gave his order. Scaled dragon, rush up and blast the fist directly. Roar. The fist flashed a lot of fire and electric light, and the scale-armored dragon hit the big steel snake with a fist under Suche's order. If this fist hits, maybe the chaotic state of the big steel snake will not appear, and it should be directly beaten and lose its ability to fight. No, big steel snake, use the iron tail. The scaled dragon's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the big steel snake. At the critical moment, the trainer on the opposite side didn't have time to think about it, and quickly issued an order to the big steel snake. Roar. The end of the tail lights up, and the big steel snake slams its tail straight out, colliding with the scaled dragon's fist. Boom. Powerful energy fluctuations poured out, turning into an explosion. The two sides have used their strongest moves. Are they going to decide the outcome? In the final battle, who will win? The host looked at the sudden burst of bright light and stared at the playing field, hoping to know the final result of the game. Not only the host, but the audience on the side stared at the battlefield after the strong light, hoping to know the final result of the game. In the special live broadcast room of the game, all the audience are also looking at the center of the venue, and at this time there is no barrage in the live broadcast room. Finally, when the smoke cleared, the figures of two elves appeared in the arena, causing the audience to widen their eyes in surprise. The big steel snake and the scale dragon were on both sides of the arena, staring closely at each other. Roar! Suddenly, the big steel snake roared and fell directly into the arena, stirring up a lot of dust, with eyes flashing, circles, obviously losing the ability to fight. The big steel snake loses its ability to fight, and the scaled dragon wins. The player who has advanced this time is Suche. The referee looked at the big steel snake, waved his referee flag, and announced the result of the game. The result is out. Let's congratulate Suche to the next round. Similarly, let's give two excellent trainers a round of applause. Wow! The audience applauded enthusiastically, expressing their satisfaction with the battle, and they also learned more about the trainer's ability to respond and the strength of the elves. The audience of the live broadcast platform were equally excited and left messages in the barrage. Come back, Big Steel Snake. You are very strong, thank you for your advice. When they came to the competition arena, the trainer opposite took back his big steel snake and looked at Suche, then stretched out his hand with a smile. You are also very strong, thank you for your advice. At this time, Suche also came to the arena, encouraged the scaled dragon, looked at the trainer on the opposite side, and said the same. After that, he took back his scaled dragon, and the trainers from both sides left the arena directly, and the next round of competition began in the competition venue. Mr. Suche, your information has been updated. Please hold your armband. Tomorrow's opponents will be announced in the evening. Please pay attention to the official website to check. The staff handed the record epaulette with both hands to Suche, and reminded in a serious tone. Okay. Scorching hot, because he has already advanced, so Suche is ready to visit the devil's capital. All the way to the Bund, with the cool wind blowing, Suche's mood has inexplicably changed a lot. Located on the banks of the Wangpu River in Wangpu district of the magic capital, the Bund is 1.5 kilometers, the east is the Wangpu River, and the west is the old financial area and the concentration of foreign trade institutions. This is different from the previous life. There are still many classical revival buildings here, which are the landmark buildings of the magic capital. The key protected units that were listed a few years ago came here. Suche mainly wanted to see if there were some ancient buildings, elf items, or some old items. You can find some things to go back to. One afternoon, Suche wandered around here. MIMI was also released by Suche, floating beside Suche watching the surrounding scenery. Hey, it's that kid. At a corner, two plainclothes men looked at Suche and communicated with each other. Yes, the target has been confirmed. It's him. The other big man looked at Suche and the photo in his hand, so he nodded. Do you do it now? When there are few people, there are too many people now, go to a wide place and do it again. The two hit it off immediately and followed Suche closely. As soon as they found an opportunity, they would immediately launch an attack to snatch Suche's elf. When he was looking for his shop, Suche was also keenly aware that there were two little tails behind him. Mimu on the side also found something, and called Suche twice. I know, we'll just do it. Kaka fans also expressed that they understood, and waited for the opportunity with Suche and started to go shopping. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 65, Suche's Investigation, The Delayed Game. Suche came to the commercial scenic spot and began to look around for the materials and some items he needed, and even bought some souvenir items for his parents and elves. The two little tails behind him have been following Suche, not daring to relax at all. When Suche finished buying a series of things, he started to pretentiously go shopping. Coming to this corner, Suche smiled mysteriously and disappeared directly around the corner. When the two people behind Suche saw this, their expressions also changed greatly, and they ran over to look at the alley inside. At this moment, the alley here was empty, and the two looked at each other and took out their pokeballs, carefully walking towards it. Ah! Suddenly, the world was spinning, and the two fell to the ground at the same time, with expressions of pain on their faces, and suddenly fell to the ground without knowing what happened. Look up. At this moment, a voice sounded, making them look above their heads, and then they didn't know anything as soon as their eyes darkened. Hey! Suche jumped from an air conditioner above. Because of the transformation of Vibrance power on his body, Suche's jumping ability is not ordinary, and he just used his hands and feet to the top of the air conditioner. Fortunately, Suche was not serious, otherwise he would be arrested and he would have to accompany others in an air conditioner. After making Miji stun him, Suche found business cards from them. Tisk tisk. The Zhao family in the magic capital. Looking at some introductions on the business card, Suche also understood who had ideas about his elf. Knowing before about their own flash fire spot meow, and the scaled dragon who will fight again in the afternoon, some big families are really easy to do it if they don't know their own details. However, what he didn't expect was that there were actually people who didn't know whether to live or die. However, according to the information obtained by the guy from Longdu, the Zhao family in the magic capital seems to have cooperated with the rockets. Since this is the case, let the people pass. Hey, I was followed, so let me first just in defense, stun them. Ha, don't you worry about me. I didn't damage the streets and public facilities. By the way, I don't want anyone to bother me in the future, otherwise I'll just sit with Kaikong to trouble others. The phone call with Du. Under Du's order, the personnel of the Alliance quickly came here and obtained a series of surveillance and some evidence. Suche left here. He didn't know what punishment the Alliance had imposed on the Zhao family. At most, it was just taking back his rights. 3 points and 3 points first, and then cutting the grass and roots. Sudi returned to the hotel, rested early, and waited for tomorrow's game. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. After yesterday's knockout, there are a total of 58 players. Players enter today's qualifying round. Today, these players, together with the masters, will participate in this competition. Then, the next rules of the game, let me introduce one to you. Now, the trainers may meet the gym owners, and the trainers defeated by the gym owners cannot participate in the next round of competitions. And in the second round, that is, in the next round of the top 32, if the gym trainer loses, the winning trainer will enter the next round. When Suche heard this, he also nodded. This is indeed in line with the rules, and it is impossible for the gym trainer to continue the game in a constant manner. Similarly, after the open game, the staff of the league will enter the information into the file, and if you go on a trip in the future, you can skip the gym you won. However, looking at the newly released battle table, Suche instantly understood what the Alliance was thinking. Sure enough, the 6 league owners couldn't lose the game, so they would directly choose the relatively weak trainers in the first round. In the afternoon, the top 32 and the top 16 match. This is the real, fairy war. Gym trainers will be full of firepower and show no mercy. Regardless of. Anyway, I still have to be careful. If I win the big prize and directly play against the gym owner, wouldn't it be a big loss? Although, I don't want to counsel the opponent. However, after seeing the elves of the gym owners, most of their elves are also elves with red qualifications. Generally speaking, elves in the wild are mostly of white and yellow aptitudes, so their strength is usually not very high. The end of their strength is at most the peak of the elite, or the early stage of the quasi-king. It is impossible to reach the level of the king. And the red aptitude should be a little taller. The strength of the quasi-celestial king can definitely be achieved, and finally create enough luck and chance, comprehend the law of one's own source power, and you can break through the king. The orange aptitude is incredible. The general dragon and some quasi-god elf aptitudes are usually in the red and orange aptitudes. Needless to say about the aptitude of the quasi-god level, today's heavenly champions have a quasi-god elf in their hands, and most of their strengths are at the level of the heavenly king. If you come across the top purple aptitude, congratulations on your step-by-step training and some self-evolution. It is a sure thing that an elves with such aptitude will break through the heavenly king. As long as you comprehend your own law of power more deeply, you can break through the championship. Speaking of the law of origin power, it really depends on luck for elves to understand the power of their own laws. Some noble treasures of heaven and earth are not even used by big families, because these heaven and earth treasures that help to understand the law of origin are often one-time use. However, the slate of Arceus is different. The slate of Arceus is the product of the law, and it is a rare item. Among them, the most famous one is that it can permanently help the elves understand the original law of their own attributes. However, this thing Suche also uses less, because his elves are all manifested from the game. The elves that came out were all elves from the peak of the championship. Unless Suche manifests the corresponding slate in the future, their strength will be improved to a higher level. I didn't see that after the superpower slate appeared at that time. Shinado kept thinking about it, and then went to retreat recently. Suche didn't tell anyone about the Arceus slate, unless it was a super divine beast he trusted, otherwise he wouldn't tell anyone. All participants, please note that tomorrow's game will be delayed for a day due to some accidents. I hope everyone can understand and have a good rest. Chapter 66. The reason for the postponement of the game. All participants, please note that tomorrow's game has been delayed for a day due to some accidents. I hope everyone can understand and have a good rest. After the broadcast was broadcast several times, the contestants in the hotel were also very puzzled. Although the impact was not great, they were still a little puzzled and did not understand what happened. What's the matter? Is there any official news from the Alliance? Because there must be something wrong, otherwise it wouldn't be broadcast to all. Hurry up and look online, check online. The official website of the Alliance has released news, go online and check it out. Onto his account on the official website of the Alliance, and when he saw the new news, he also nodded his head suddenly. Small meteorites. Small meteorites are hard and 423. A heavy shell with a core in the middle. Small meteorites have no gender. Small meteorites are born in the stratosphere and live by absorbing dust particles around them. It is said that when the body absorbs a lot of dust particles and becomes heavy, it will fall to the ground. After the shell is broken, the body will become lighter, so as to launch a rapid attack. After the small meteorite loses the shell, the core will not survive for too long. If you don't get it into the Pokeball in time, it will dissipate quickly. Of a small meteorite will vary depending on the composition of the dust particles absorbed. Because the light color looks very cute, it is often used as an elf trademark on clothes and jewelry patterns. However, the Elf Alliance in this world actually doesn't know much about little meteorite. Thinking of this, Suche thought to himself that he could have new video material again. In the Elf Alliance, there is a legend that a small meteorite falls on the ground every few decades, and finally disappears again, because the first few times fell on a few restricted areas. Forbidden Area, as the name suggests, is the forbidden area for humans, the area where neither humans nor elves can stay for a long time. Because in the restricted area, the elves are particularly powerful. In the history of the Alliance, there was a story of a heavenly king who roamed the restricted area alone, but sacrificed the life of an elves to be able to come back alive. In this way, no one has set foot in the restricted area, but today's news is different. According to the staff of the Meteorological Observatory, the landing place of the small meteorite is right here on the bund of the magic capital, and some doctors will also come back by then. However, fortunately, there are already several gym owners in the magic capital. The Alliance is still very relieved about safety. Next, it is to stabilize the emotions of the people. You know, this is a rare sight, and it will also cause a big riot at that time. The Modu government made a decisive decision, preventing everyone from going out at night, and issued a foot restraint order to prevent the stampede from happening. However, there are still some people who disagree, and some of them also act, hoping that they can go to see the meteorite. However, when they saw those who took weapons and even some soldiers, the people of Modu knew that the government was real this time. Some thoughtful streamers or some trainers stay at home honestly and do whatever they need to do. Even if doctors from other countries want to enter, it is inconvenient to use them directly, and they are afraid of causing riots. Pass is not given. This also made those doctors stare, jumping up and scolding one by one. But his attitude is very firm. Who knows if you will bring people here, and whether there are people from evil organizations among the people you bring. It has brought us is whether we need to start a regional war. As soon as the word comes out, all the countries will be honest and don't panic. With a history of 5,000 years, who knows if there are secret weapons, and some old friends senior trainers. You really tear your face, it's really not good for your country. However, this is an opportunity for Suche. His identity is there, no one dares to stop him. Pack up your belongings and adjust the equipment he used for live broadcast. Suche directly took Rotom's mobile phone and came to the bund together. On the way, Suche used Xiaopaowu station to publish a live broadcast time, which made a lot of netizens explode. They left messages in the comment area. I rely on live Suche, Pokeball capture. Do you really want to live stream with us to watch Little Meteor, right? Dr. Suche seems to be a player in the League Open. He is in the Magic Capital. The one upstairs seems to be remove it, please be confident. Looking at the messages of netizens, Suche also chose to reply to his acquaintances, and gradually came to the bund in the Magic Capital. At this moment, the place is completely closed by the army, and the soldiers are standing upright, like it is a straight big tree. Usually every 10 steps, there is a wind speed dog looking at the surrounding environment seriously, and a little bit of trouble can't escape their eyes. At the entrance of the army, there are many elves watching the passers-by, and there is a checkpoint that must be passed before entering the bund. Please stop, cooperate with our work and get out of here. Looking at Suche's backpack and the microphone on his body, he subconsciously thought that he was the live broadcaster. The leading soldiers looked at Suche, and a cold aura spread from these soldiers. The elves on the side also took a step forward and looked directly at Suche. As long as Suche made a move, he could subdue him immediately. That's right. King Nido, King Xuanchen, and some other elves are all the strength of a quasi-celestial king is really not easy. However, it is because of some dark injuries, which makes the breath a little unstable. Suche didn't seem to hear the advice of the soldiers on the opposite side, and looked at the elves and commented. You are. Hearing this, not only the leading soldiers, but also several soldiers standing guard. 6 people, all looked at Suche with surprise and searching eyes. You must know that the live broadcast talents from all over the country will not clearly say the strength of their elves like Suche. Moreover, at a glance, you can see that the spirits of yourself and others have dark wounds, and it is impossible for even ordinary doctors with deep qualifications to see at a glance. How did this young man do it? He looked about 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, the mobile phone suspended in the air, like Rotom, all revealed that he was not a simple live broadcaster. This is my certificate. Excuse me, is Dr. Damu here? Handing out his credentials and looking at the leading soldier, Suche also asked curiously. You are, Dr. Suche. I'm sorry, Dr. Damu hasn't come yet. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 67. The arrival of Dr. Damu, the arrival of the museum owner and the king. Looking at Suche's documents, the soldier also widened his eyes, directly gave a military salute, and answered Suche's question seriously. Okay, talk to me, don't use your army's tricks, I'm not your leader. In the face of the suddenly respectful soldiers, Suche waved his hand at this time, and said uncomfortably. Dr. Damu hasn't come yet, then I should be the first. Yes, you just mentioned the dark wound, can you help our elves heal? The leading soldier's eyes lit up, and he said very excitedly. This opportunity is not the same. This doctor is the most authoritative group of people. Although the other party is still young, he is first class in terms of academic and observation skills. Although he was skeptical of the other party, he was still skeptical. Every year, the army performs missions, and there are countless wounded elves, but in the spirit center of the army, they can also get comprehensive rescue. However, at this stage, medicine is not very developed, and some internal injuries cannot be cured. Accumulated, these internal injuries in the elf's body, in the usual training, gradually become prominent. 21 Even some doctors with long experience couldn't do anything, but suddenly a life-saving straw appeared in front of him, and the leader looked at Suche excitedly. Although the soldier on the side did not move, there was still excitement in his eyes. Suche's desire to help is not to find trouble for himself, it is purely to show respect to these soldiers. Of course, it would be nice if they could owe him a favor. As the saying goes, it's easier to do things with more people, and if you do a mission here in the future, you can also use the power of the army. Well, the key is that there are too many of you. If I come to the barracks in the future, I will treat your elves again. Let me treat a few of you first, and then write an ancient Chinese medicine treatment plan for the elf. Suche looked at these emotional soldiers, nodded and said lightly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. The soldiers around looked at Suche, their bodies were shaking with excitement, they looked at Suche's direction, and nodded slightly to Suche. Afterwards, I took out my own paper and pen and directly wrote down 3 treatment plans. From the observation just now, Suche could find that most of the army consisted of elves of the rock, ground, water and fire elements. The army generally performs tasks in complex areas, so it is not surprising for Suche to have elves with this attribute. After writing down the 3 types of pharmacies, Suche handed them over to the leading officer, who carefully collected the prescription and gave a respectful military salute. This time, Suche also accepted the etiquette with peace of mind, took out the medicine he brought with him, and after treating a few elves, he nodded and entered the blocked bund. Fiddling with his equipment at the predicted destination, Suche waited for the arrival of Dr. Damu. Yo, Suche, you have come a long time ago. At this moment, a voice sounded, and when he looked behind him, a familiar figure appeared in Suche's eyes, it was Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu. Nodding to Dr. Damu, Suche continued to take out his own notebook, and then discussed with Dr. Damu about elf academics. It's true that a small meteorite will come to the urban area. A lifetime opportunity, and the release of the first-hand information will make us proud. Dr. Damu looked at the fairly clear sky and said very excitedly. Dr. Damu, aren't the other doctors here? They will come, the doctor of the Weather Bureau, and some breeders. Dr. Damu, and Dr. Suche. When talking with Dr. Damu, a voice sounded, and Suche and Dr. Damu turned their heads at the same time. A middle-aged man, an old man, and several gym owners came here. The first 2 were the 4 Heavenly King Shu Ning and the former Fire King Wu Lai. Hello, 2 inches. Symbolically nodded and said hello to several of them, and continued to play with their own things. Dr. Damu, it's really been a long time. Shu Ning, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, came to Dr. Damu and shook hands with Dr. Damu very excitedly. Because Dr. Damu is an alliance doctor, he often goes to some colleges and universities to speak, and he also went to Fudan University in the magic capital. Shu Ning naturally wanted to greet Dr. Damu. The former Fire King Wu Lai was listening, but his eyes were fixed on Suche's direction, as if he wanted to see through Suche. Dr. Bigwood, what kind of elf is Little Meteor? At this time, the ghost boy Lucci suddenly asked and looked at Dr. Damu, making everyone look at Dr. Damu curiously. Actually, I don't know too much about it. According to some legends, the small meteorite should be flying and rocky. However, I believe that tonight, everything will have a result. Dr. Ogi's answer was also ambiguous, which whetted everyone's appetite. The area of the bund is very large, and everyone has released their elves, so that the elves can relax, and if there is evil looking for trouble, they can strike like a thunderbolt. At this time, Suche carefully observed the elves of the masters of the gymnasium and the cultivation status of their elves. It's good to formulate tactics, and when the game tomorrow, I will not be so passive. Just as he thought, the cultivation status of the elves of the gym owners was similar to what Suche had guessed. When the museum owners were talking with the doctors, the doctoral staff of the meteorological observatory also came here and brought some research items with them. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Suche opened the live broadcast of Xiaopowu station on time. An instant, a large number of viewers poured in, and the popularity of Suche's live broadcast room kept rising. Come on. Rush rush rush. Good high-definition picture, I love it. Dr. Suche is so handsome, I rely on it, the 4 heavenly kings and the masters of the gymnasium. Quote quote. Countless barrages scrolled frantically, brushing up some innocuous topics. At this time, Suche also directed Rotem to target him and started today's live broadcast. Hello everyone, can you hear my voice? From another barrage display, see the swipe, audible. After the barrage, Suche continued to speak. Chapter 68, Healing the Firestorm. It was at this time that after a period of fermentation on Weibo and Tieba, the topic of Suche's live broadcast became hot. Has always overwhelmed the first hot topic on Weibo, and now, the meteor shower of small meteors once in a few decades will come to the bund in the magical capital of our country. It has become the hottest topic on Weibo at present, no one. The reason why they can overwhelm the topic of small meteorites is that Suche and Dr. Damu will live broadcast to watch the meteor shower of small meteorites, and at the same time conduct research on small meteorites. At the same time, more and more people knew about Suche's live broadcast room and learned about Suche's name, newcomer. Xiaopo Wu, among the anchor circles standing there, of course, many saw Suche, a newcomer. Anchor. People who were jealous and exploded at the beginning of the broadcast, but when he thought about the content of Suche's live broadcast, and the strength shown in the live broadcast. One by one, they closed their mouths tightly, saying that they can't be offended, they can't be offended. Hello everyone, I'm Suche, a new doctor certified in the Alliance, about goblins, elves of the department. I'm in the previous video it's also made clear. Today, I'm mainly working with you all to decipher an elves-like little meteorite. The distinguished guests who are with us today are Dr. Damu, the masters of the gymnasium, and the 4 heavenly kings. Hey, boy, you've finished the live broadcast, shouldn't we have a salary? It should be, it should be. The heavenly king of fire, stood with his fire beast and said to Suche with a smile. Suche also nodded, indicating that he should do this. The barrage in the live broadcast room expressed envy for the interaction between the old man and Suche. The former Fire King, who doesn't want to be in a relationship, it's not the same as a network. But everyone still unanimously stated that Suche was targeted by the King of Heaven. Similarly, the audience in Suche's live broadcast room frantically gave Suche a reward. Different fireworks, give the anchor a crazy hit one. Rich people, give the anchor a crazy hit one. Red dust, give the anchor a skyscraper. So, today, I'm mainly deciphering the elves-like little meteor, but because of the time, I'll talk about the things that other elves should pay attention to in cultivating them. Don't think I'm annoying. Suche thought about it for a while, and also said directly to his audience. Seeing the many barrages that did not dislike it, Suche continued to speak. The gym owners and the champions of the 4 heavenly kings looked at Suche and hoped that Suche's speech would give them some inspiration. Our elves are distributed, there are about 300 kinds in total, and it is the most widely distributed country in the world. Some trainers don't know how to train them. Then, I'll take Wu Lai Tianwang's fire first. Small. Coming to the side of the firestorm beast, Su Che touched the firestorm beast's head with his hand. Wu Ligang wanted to remind Su Che, but he didn't expect his elf's attitude towards Su Che. At this moment, the firestorm beast was rubbing against Su intimately, squinting into a scene, looking very comfortable. This move surprised everyone present, and Dr. Damu also smiled. Why is Wu Lai so excited? Master, if other trainers touch them, they will probably explode. But what everyone didn't expect was that the firestorm beast actually listened to Su Che's words, which was a miracle. Dr. Big Wood, this is it. Shu Ning, who was beside him, looked at Su Che in disbelief, and asked Dr. Damu beside him. Boy, Su Che has a special ability, an affinity for elves. It's no wonder that firestorm beasts are so affectionate with people they meet for the first time. Hearing this, Wu Lai on the side also nodded with a sigh, and was envious of Su Che's ability. I'm going, is it so powerful? Isn't it much more convenient when subduing the elves? I also want to have this ability. At that time, I can conquer a lot of quasi-gods. Upstairs, you're thinking of peaches. ... When the audience in the live broadcast room heard this, they also exploded, expressing envy for Su Che's ability. When cultivating elves, we have to see if there are any dark wounds in their bodies. An acupuncture point on their bodies is the most obvious one. Said this, Su Che turned the firestorm beast around and touched the bottom of the firestorm beast's fire. The roaring firestorm beast was clearly gasping for breath, and drops of cold sweat appeared on the firestorm beast's face. Old man, how could Su Xiaoyu be like this? It's this. Seeing the state of the firestorm beast, Wu Lai was anxious at the time. The firestorm beast was his first elf. If something happened to the firestorm beast, he didn't know what would happen. The firestorm beast has internal injuries, but the current medical facilities can't detect it. That pressed Firestorm Beast felt a lot better, but Firestorm Beast still understood Su Che's words and looked at Su Che expectantly. You mean, you can cure it? Wu Lai came to his senses at this time. The Firestorm Beast knew the body of the Firestorm Beast the most. Looking at the expectant gaze of the Firestorm Beast, Wu Lai also said expectantly. Yes. At this time, some sunspots and sailors in the barrage heard this and immediately acted. How is it possible? The current medical equipment can't be checked. How can he check it out? Even so, will he treat it? It's just a doctor. Excellent, occupy. In the rolling barrage, most of them expressed their distrust of Su Che. However, in the next second, Su Che's actions turned the entire barrage into a trough. A small black pill from his backpack and handed it directly to the Firestorm Beast. The latter's eyes lit up, he swallowed it directly, and then Su Che walked away slowly, and Dr. Damu, who was beside him, seemed to realize something, and directly greeted everyone to leave. Then, the Firestorm Beast's whole body heated up, and a flame force emerged from the Firestorm Beast, and the Firestorm Beast's breath rose directly. The scorching temperature caused everyone around to narrow their eyes subconsciously. Fortunately, Shaolin's water-type elves could cool down, otherwise everyone would be roasted. The flame power subsided, and the Firestorm Beast appeared in front of everyone in high spirits. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 69, Meteor Falls. Su Xiaoyu, Firestorm Beast. It's ready. Su Che nodded, feeling the aura of the Firestorm Beast, and also nodded. Oh, the traditional Chinese medicine you made is really good. It can actually heal old wounds. Chinese medicine. Wu Lai, who was beside him, looked at Dr. Damu, very puzzled. That's it. When Dr. Damu was about to explain, Su Che pointed directly at the sky, interrupting Dr. Damu's explanation. Dr. Ogi, the meteor is coming. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked at the sky, the starry night sky, and ignored the Firestorm Beast. At this time, a bright starlight became brighter and brighter, quickly cut through the sky, and fell towards here. That is. Meteor. Is it a small meteor? Dr. Suche, go take a look. As the first meteor streaked across the sky, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately boiled. Suche also saw a meteor streaking across the night sky, and the place where it fell was some distance away from where he and others were. It seems that our luck is not very good. The place we chose is not the place where the small meteorite came. Watching the meteor fall, and looking at the people around, 65 Suche smiled helplessly. The range measured by our meteorological bureau is indeed a bit large, but we don't know exactly where the small meteorite will land. At this time, the staff of the meteorological bureau on the side also shook their heads helplessly, expressing some helplessness. However, the good thing is that it's enough to go a little further. Dr. Suche, let's hurry over there. The four heavenly kings Shu Ning on the side, after seeing that the firestorm beast's internal injury was healed, he also respected Suche a lot, and said to Suche. That's right, hurry up. The firestorm beast on the side volunteered, took Suche's radio equipment, and together with Suche, came to the place where the little meteorite landed. With the appearance of the first shooting star, a shooting star will flash from time to time in the sky under the night sky. Draw a gorgeous arc in the sky, and then fall in the direction of the first meteor. However, according to observations, these are large-scale small meteorites, the fronts before the fall. The first wave of small meteor showers is about to come on a large scale. Everyone in the live broadcast room should keep your eyes open and get ready to take screenshots. After finishing speaking, Suche, together with many doctors and some gym owners, came here and found a bunker to prevent himself from being smashed. It was also at this time that the audience in the live broadcast room also became excited and barrages one after another. Excited, this may be the only chance in my life to watch the small meteor shower. Yeah, once in a few decades, the small meteor shower will appear again, maybe we. The anchor hits 11 like crazy. Anchor a motorcycle building. That the anchor of a skyscraper was being offered, and a large wave of rewards of varying amounts appeared one after another, filling Suche's live broadcast room. With the meteor. In the live broadcast room, more and more viewers joined Suche's live broadcast room. The number of people online in Suche's live broadcast room has increased wildly. Basically, every time you swipe, the number of people online will skyrocket. Because Suche's live broadcast room is the only one that can live close up, live broadcast, and live broadcast of the small meteor shower. At this time, Xiaopo Wu, standing on the platform, and the staff on duty have all been alerted. Even Xiaopo Wu, the station boss, rushed over, because there were too many people in Suche's live broadcast room, and people kept pouring in after that. It is foreseeable that it is only a matter of time before the number of people exceeds 10 million. Moreover, this is a real number, not a fake virtual number, which is a very serious challenge for the platform's server. Director, the number has reached 5 million. In charge of the live broadcast room said excitedly to his supervisor. Well, Dr. Suche's live broadcast will be a challenge for us, Xiaopaowu, station. Our platform must not fall off the chain, and let the staff take the 3-in-1 magnet to guard the number 1 server. Xiaoli took Raichu to guard the number 2 server, and Xiaozhang took the electric shock beast to guard the backup server. The server stops other tasks, and all resources are used for Dr. Suche's live broadcast room. Again, this live broadcast, we must not lose the chain. Xiaopo Wu, the boss of the station, came over and commanded the road neatly. Okay, boss. The staff on duty on the platform that received the order were thoroughly busy. Li Jia, after this live broadcast, you can contact Dr. Suche personally to sign up on the highest level platform. Understood. Soon, Suche and the others also arrived at the place where the little meteorite fell. Here is a wide grassy area, on the edge of the bund, and the trees stop growing in this direction at a great distance. The sparkling river surface reflects the night view of the enchanted city, and the beautiful scenery makes people relax at once. Beautiful. It's really a small meteorite. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but say when they saw the scene here. Firestorm put down Suche's things, and many doctors came to this lawn. At this moment, the breeze was floating, starlight was reflected on the river surface, and the few small meteorites that had fallen before had broken away from the outer shell, showing their core appearance. Red core, orange core, yellow core, green core, light blue core, purple core. Of the rainbow-colored meteorite slowly floats up. It's so beautiful. Xiao Lan, the owner of the Jingcheng Taoist Museum, said, "For girls, this kind of scene is the most attractive to them. My mother asked me why I was kneeling and watching the live broadcast. The phenomenon that happens once in decades has come to the magic capital, and this life is worth it." Now, however, what brand is Dr. Suche's phone with a good high-definition picture? Quote, Mr. Alima is the anchor and plays Crazy One. Penguin is the official anchor who plays Crazy One. Chapter 70. The Moment of Life. Name: Little Meteorite. Red core. Attributes: Rock, flight qualification, yellow level, elite. Primary left height, 0. 3 weight, 40. Features: after the boundary shield shell is broken, it will become more aggressive. Intimacy, 70. When the audience in the live broadcast room really saw the core of the small meteor, they were all excited. At the same time, the rewards are flying, and there is a real big boss rewarding. Suche glanced at the live broadcast room, and after thanking them one by one, together with Dr. Damu, they came to the side of Little Meteor and observed Little Meteor. Is this the inside of the little meteorite? What a magical elf. Some doctors next to them looked at the meteorite, took out the ruler they brought, and started to measure and record some data. Don't force it, they'll blow themselves up. However, when those doctors wanted to subdue them, Suche stood up and stopped them directly. Those doctors paused and looked at Suche's direction in confusion. Suche is right. That year, there was a trainer who wanted to forcibly subdue Little Meteor, but was directly affected by Little Meteor's self-destruction and was seriously injured. Hearing this, the doctors from the Weather Bureau were also agitated and took back their pokeballs. Through the exploratory eye, after learning the details of Little Meteor, Suche did not step forward to subdue it. Because, at this time, the first wave of small meteorites had not yet officially arrived, and Suche planned to wait for the small meteors to come, and then look for a chance to capture a few small meteors. Suche, I remember that you are familiar with all elves. Tell us about the little meteorite. At this time, Dr. Damu looked at Suche and made everyone's eyes look at Suche. After a second pause in the barrage in the live broadcast room, a big question mark appeared. For a person to know all the elves very well. After that, Suche nodded and waved his hand. The diligent photographer wrote him and the doctor all gathered around. Then Suche sorted out his own language and began to popularize with everyone, Little Meteorite, and elves that live in the atmosphere. Maybe you have only heard that the elf Little Meteor comes from the universe and is a very mysterious elf, but in fact everyone doesn't know it. I just happen to know something about small meteorites through some ancient books and some materials. Now, before the large-scale small meteorite meteor group arrives, I will tell you about it. Taking out a piece of paper, Suche began to write and draw, and the teacher began to give lectures, and the students were some scientific researchers and some trainers, as well as millions of viewers who followed Suche's live broadcast room. As we all know, the atmosphere is divided into the troposphere, the horizon, the mesosphere, the thermosphere, the ionosphere, and the outer atmosphere. And small meteorites are born in the stratosphere and live by absorbing the dust particles around them. It's also their food source, and when the corpuscle picks up a lot of dust, it forms a shell around the small meteorite's core. As the crust gets heavier and heavier, it falls from the sky and forms meteors. As he spoke, Suche walked to a small meteor with a red core, and touched the small meteor with a red core in a friendly manner. Crouch down, pick up the shell fragments that the red core meteorite has fallen off from the ground, and hold it up with your hands so that everyone can see it. This is the crust of the small meteorite. Holding the small meteorite shell fragment with the red core, Suche looked at the people around him and said, "Phew." At this moment, Suche blew the small meteorite shell fragments, and the broken shell gradually dissipated. This crust is so crisp, it melts when you blow it. Lu Qi, the owner of the ghost department, looked at Suche and said strangely, "This is the outer shell of the small meteorite after passing through the atmosphere and being rubbed, and it must be brittle." Smiled, blowing away the weathered sand grains in his hands. Dr. Suche is very knowledgeable. It's hard to know this knowledge if you don't read the information carefully. Furthermore, the small meteorites meet once in a few decades, and the Elf Alliance's research on the small meteorites has never been able to progress. A doctor on the side looked at Suche and said very curiously. After smiling, Suche did not reply, but continued to explain, "Everyone can see now that the core colors of the small meteorites are different. This, I guess, is like different flavors of candy, determined by the different ingredients in the dust particles absorbed by the meteorites. Look at this little meteorite with a red core, isn't it cute?" Saying that, Suche stretched out his hand and gently touched the small meteor with the red core. Ula, I saw that this little meteorite with a red core, after being touched by Suche, let out a laugh, and then floated happily beside Suche. At the same time, at this moment, the first wave of small meteor showers began to descend. From the first few meteors across the sky, followed by a large wave of small meteors across the night, leaving a splendid brilliance in the night sky. The Rotom mobile phone on the side also pointed the camera of the mobile phone at the sky and began to broadcast live. "What are you still doing? Take a screenshot. Add one to the screenshot. I plan to use the screenshot to make the mobile phone desktop." Then, another wave of rewards followed. The other anchors who stayed in Suche's live broadcast room, watching the intensive gifts in the live broadcast room, were numb and could no longer feel jealous. Do you know why small meteorites fall from the universe to the ground every few decades? Who was immersed in the beautiful scenery immediately woke up when they heard Suche's voice, and Daki on the side lowered his head thoughtfully. How is it possible to know this? Because of the lack of research materials, so the Alliance has too little research on small meteorites. A doctor from the Meteorological Bureau on the side looked at Suche's direction and said curiously, "Most of the documents recorded in the past dynasties have been lost. Do you know Dr. Suche?" Another researcher looked at Suche and was equally curious. Suche smiled and shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but I have a guess. Have you heard of fish that spawn and migrate? It seems that there is a kind of fish. I remember watching related videos before, but I forgot about the power." Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 71. The Short-Lived Little Meteorite. It seems that there is a kind of fish. I remember watching related videos before, but I forgot the specifics. I remember that there is this kind of fish that will return to the waters where it was born when it spawns. Dr. Suche means that it is impossible for small meteorites to return to the Earth to spawn. Researchers have expressed that they do not believe this statement, and they also directly shook their heads and retorted, "Of course not back to Earth to lay eggs, I'm just giving an example." Last time, some people should have seen the video of the small meteorite when it appeared in the restricted area, and then the small meteorite flew into the sky and dissipated. So, I'm guessing, a small meteor shower every few decades. Actually, it's a trip that little meteorite gave himself when his lifespan was about to end. In the last moments of life, small meteorites are like a real meteor shower. 787. Like a flash in the pan, it blooms its last life. Quote quote. Quote quote. Quote quote. The successful live broadcast room suddenly quieted down, and then a series of question marks appeared. Even the elf researchers on the side looked at the small meteorites around, and the atmosphere was very silent. Dr. Suche, the atmosphere that used to be good, suddenly felt sad when you said this. Xiaolan on the side listened to Suche's explanation, her eyes were a little red. Okay, let's find a bunker. Look at those little meteorites coming to Earth soon. After all, everyone followed Suche to a bunker on the side, watching the meteors fall here, and some small meteors fell in the river. The small meteorite that fell into the river stirred up the waves, and the clear river water gradually became lively because of the arrival of the small meteorite. The wild elves living in the river are also disturbed. For example, such elves living in the river, such as Mary Lou, Mary Luli, Wubo, Swamp King, and Lovefish, float from the water to the river surface and watch the meteor shower of small meteors. Under the night, in the quiet bund, some flying elves, or other wild elves, gathered from time to watch this rare and magical scene from a distance. However, no wild elves broke in, and Suche, who was sitting on the surrounding grass, was also very curious. Originally thought it was, because of the deterrent power emanating from the elves on the gym master's side, this deterred these wild elves. However, Suche later discovered that this was not the case. The wild elves also seemed to follow an order, just watching from a distance, rather than going up to disturb these small meteorites. The first wave of small meteor showers has almost all fallen. Looking at the night sky, the large-scale meteor shower was fading. Suche took out his paper and pen, and calculated silently. Seeing that everyone's mood was also not high, Suche shook his head helplessly. Actually, if you just watch the small meteor shower, there is no difference with the ordinary meteor shower. What can really reflect the small meteor shower, the magical beauty, and the attractiveness, are all after the small meteor shower. Under Suche's gesture, Rotom's phone turned around and the camera was facing the starry river bank. At this time, the small meteorite that fell down earlier broke away from the outer shell to show the core of the small meteorite, and began to slowly emerge from the grass or the river. Float up. With the small meteorite falling into it, the appearance of many cores floated up, and they were suddenly illuminated in colorful, very dazzling. There are more and more small meteorite cores floating above the grass and rivers. That fell to the ground slowly rose again, forming a magical and rare sight. This is the real small meteor shower. Unfortunately, it's like a flash in the pan. Wow, I feel so pitiful for the little meteorites. Actually, I feel that Dr. Suche's guess is very likely. The little meteorite may be using this method to send off the last journey of his life. Once in a few decades, it is not without reason. In fact, I am very grateful to Dr. Suche for allowing us to watch the meteor shower only once in a lifetime. Everyone knows that if the wild elves are captured and nurtured by trainers, their lifespans will be greatly extended. At this time, Suche looked at Dr. Damu who was beside him, and also said to Dr. Damu. The most common Lisi is the worm-type elves. The wild insect-type elves may live for a few years, but after being captured and cultivated by humans, their lifespan can be as long as several decades. Suche, what do you mean? Dr. Damu on the side looked at Suche, his eyes lit up directly. Excited, but Dr. Suche, the meteorite seems to explode. Decades ago, the Elf Alliance branch spent a lot of effort to subdue a few small meteorites, but it seems that they have all passed away now. This is a person in charge of the branch center of the Elf Alliance. Looking at Suche's actions, he reminded him kindly. Not all of the small meteor showers from decades ago fell into the restricted area. There were a few small meteorites that fell outside the restricted area and were observed by the staff of the Alliance. The end, although a few were captured, the little meteorite finally lost his life. Suche looked at the numerous bullet screens in the bullet screen display, and also smiled and said directly. Conquering wild elves is actually skillful. Wild elves living in the wilderness respect the strong. Then, you need to defeat them and let them subdue you, so that after subduing, you will be obedient and cultivate. And if you think of an elf like little meteor, you can't just use tough methods to subdue it. Because of the elves of the rock system, they will explode, and if they are forced, they will explode directly. So, if you want to conquer an elves like the small meteorite, you need to use gentle means. Before Suche walked away from the red core little meteorite, he gently touched the red core little meteorite. Hey, I saw a small meteorite with a red core, like an inflated balloon, floating around Lai Suche. Bang, kick. After disarming the small meteor with the red core, Suche took out a one pokeball and touched it lightly. Then, the small meteorite with the red core was put into the pokeball, and the pokeball shook 2 or 3 times, subduing the small meteorite with the red core. Actually, how easy it is. Suche picked up the little meteorite that had subdued the red core, held the elf ball, and spoke to the nearly 10 million viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as the stunned women behind him. Chapter 72. The Wild Green Caterpillar Has Appeared. Haha, laughing, I thought of the documentary I watched a few decades ago about conquering the little meteorite. Once, a trainer at the level of Heavenly King from another country brought a group of elves to fight against the small meteorites, and most of the small meteorites blew themselves up. Now that Dr. Suche has easily conquered little meteor, I always feel that they are so stupid. Dr. Suche, amazing. Some researchers looked at Suche with admiration in their eyes. Actually there are a lot of things, they use the wrong method. It's just that you'd better not try my method, because I communicated with them subconsciously, and through their micro-expressions in some states, I successfully conquered them. Hearing the words of such a researcher, Suche also smiled, took out his pokeball like a cannonball, and directly subdued the other core meteorites. The end. Several small meteorites with different cores were given to Dr. Damu. Suche also stated that it was useless to keep it by himself, and he also hoped to make a contribution to the alliance. Compared with himself, Dr. Damu's ecological park was more suitable for them. 21 Dr. Damu also nodded and understood Suche's thoughts. Although someone in the live broadcast room offered a high price and wanted to buy these small meteorites, Suche ignored it. Next, Suche sat on the grass without looking at the barrage, looking at the little meteorites in front of him. Rotem, who was beside him, was also dedicated, using the camera to look at the scenery in front of him. Under the starry sky, the meteor shower that streaks through the night and the small meteorites with colorful 7 cores slowly floating from the ground will all be photographed in the live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room also gradually stopped, quietly admiring the once-in-a-decade spectacle. The small meteorite that was slowly floating began to gradually dissipate when it reached the mid-air, turning into dust particles, like sand in the hand, blowing away and dissipating in the sky. Of the small meteorites that fell in the first wave also floated into the sky, and many of them have dissipated in the sky. The dust particles formed by the small meteorites may become the dust particles absorbed by the next generation of small meteorites, giving birth to the next generation of small meteorites, and then repeating the cycle of life and death once for decades. Just as Suche and the audience in the live broadcast room were quietly admiring the dazzling, splendid, and sad little meteor shower, a dragon roar came from a distance. A figure flew from a distance, and the powerful breath made all the elves look like they were facing a great enemy, all blocking in front of their master, watching the elves that appeared suddenly. Fuck, F***CK. This genie is. I know, it's impossible. At this moment, the barrage was full of disbelief, and all the viewers watching the live broadcast room widened their eyes in surprise and said in surprise. At this time, the sky did not know when, a green phantom appeared. Gradually approaching, and then, a green line appeared in Suche, and in the eyes of many viewers in the live broadcast room. I rub it, it turned out to be Lai Kong sitting, hiss. Lai Kong's eye, according to legend, even if the gods are at the top of the divine beast, they cannot be reached by human beings. Dr. Suche, don't move, just stay where you are. As long as you don't provoke Lai Kong's eye, you won't be attacked by it. What is Lai Kong's eye doing at this time, and what important thing happened in the world? Do you need the beast to come forward to solve it? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room and the people on the side widened their eyes in surprise, the signal in the live broadcast room was directly cut off, causing all the audience to raise a question mark. Suche made Rotom cut off the signal, and directly hit a carp, stood up and patted the ashes on his body. Everyone looked at Lai Kongsi in the air, but the next moment, they were shocked by Suche's next sentence. "It's you." The wild green caterpillar appeared. Suche's voice was very loud, causing everyone's eyes to look at Suche, looking at Suche with a dazed and strange expression. "What a wild green caterpillar, are you doing something?" roar. Suche's voice is very loud, and Lai Kongzai naturally heard the voice below. "In my memory, only that person would call me that. When I looked down, it was indeed that person," and several crossroads appeared on Lai Kong's face. Roar. There was an unintelligible dragon roar, and Lai Kongzai in midair came straight down, and the hearts of everyone present were suspended. Phew! Lai Kongzai was swooping down with huge wind pressure, causing everyone to cover their eyes subconsciously, while Suche stood there and looked at Lai Kongzai. You could clearly hear the sound of the wind being torn apart, and even some small meteorites were blown away by Lai Kongzai. In the eyes of everyone's nervousness, an incredible scene happened. Roar! Cough! 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 I saw Lai Kong's tail curled up, and a large amount of gust of wind swept up, directly messing up Suche's hairstyle, and the violent wind pressure made Suche almost out of breath. You really are. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, after Suche sorted out his state, he directly touched the dragon horn sitting in front of Lai Kong with his hand. Roar! Lai Kong sat laughing and roaring 467 twice, then rubbed against Suche, then flew into the sky again and began to swallow the dust. Suche, are you alright? When Lai Kong sat and left, Dr. Damu rushed up first and looked at Suche's state. It's okay, it's okay. Little friend Suche, do you know Lai Kongzai? It's the first time I've seen Lai Kongzai be so friendly to humans. Quote. A researcher, and the masters of the Four Heavenly Kings Taoist Hall looked at Suche in surprise, with exploratory eyes in their eyes. They were all very curious, didn't they see it? When Lai Kong sat down, the spirits of the Heavenly Kings and Gymnasium Masters all wilted. Unexpectedly, Suche could touch Lai Kongsi up close, which surprised them. Actually, I just helped Lai Kongzai before, but I didn't expect it to remember me now. Suche smiled kindly and explained to everyone. No, live broadcast. This explanation also made everyone nodded in confusion, and then Wu Lai responded. It's okay, the live broadcast has been interrupted. No panic, please keep it a secret. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 73. The relationship between Lai Kongzai and Little Meteor. Little friend Suche, can you think about it in the future? Can you consider Fudan University in our demon city? Xu Ning also moved his mind at this time, and directly invited Suche. Xu Ning, this old man is still here. Little friend Suche can enter our Zhongcheng University, unlike your school that has so many restrictions. Wu Lai on the side was reluctant and stared at Xu Ning. Fudan, our Zhongcheng University is also not bad. Mr. Wu, let me tell you. Hearing Wu Lai say this, Xu Ning immediately. In a hurry, he immediately explained, but at most this was said to Suche. Suche also shook his head with a wry smile. He could clearly feel that because of the relationship between Lai Kongzai, his identity was directly changed. Everyone knows what the supernatural beast means. Suche can't afford to offend them now. Since they can't offend, they will try their best to win over. Faced with the sudden interruption of the live broadcast, Suche has to explain, and came to the side, let Rotom start the stream again. Hello everyone, I'm so sorry just now that something happened suddenly, which shocked everyone and we are all fine. Live camera, once again aimed at Lai Kongsi in the sky. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers were completely suffocated after seeing the appearance of Lai Kongzai, and there was a long pause in the barrage. Lai Kongzai, the legendary top super beast, one of the mythical beasts that ended the human world war. It was also that time, in the world war that killed the Red Eye, the sudden addition of the super beast, the human world realized the terrifying power of the beast. At the same time, the Alliance of Spirits was also formed at that time. After the armistice, several countries were established together. Since, Lai Kongzai at that time was actually one of the promoters of the Elf Alliance. After that, the news of the appearance of the divine beast was rarely heard in front of people, and the whereabouts of the top super divine beast like Lai Kongzai were wandering, and no one was able to see its true body. But now, at this very moment, in the live broadcast room of a doctor host, not only countless people appreciate it, but also a rare meteor shower of small meteors. Even Lai Kongzai, the legendary superheroic beast appeared. Lai Kongzai was also a little happy at this time. He came to the atmosphere from outer space and wanted to have a good meal, but he even met his orb guardian. Roar! At this moment, looking up at the sky, Lai Kong sat with the dragon's mouth open, wandering among the dust particles scattered by the small meteorites, roaring happily. Of the introduction to the setting of the small meteorite when he played the elf game in the previous life, the small meteorite inhabits the ozone layer and becomes the food for more powerful Pokemon. And living outside the atmosphere, there are so many spirits in the universe. Therefore, it is very powerful to eat small meteorites. Needless to say, only Li Kong. Situation: Lai Kongzai only flew over to eat because the small meteorites gathered here. Lai Kongzai came here, fortunately Dr. Che and others, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Why did Lai Kongzai appear without warning? Dr. Su Che, can you tell me the reason for its sudden appearance? Su Che smiled and pointed to the sky. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked at the sky and at the direction where Lai Kong was sitting. Lai Kongzai should live on the dust in the universe, and after the demise of the small meteorite, a large amount of dust gathered together. For Lai Kongzai, it's like a delicious meal, which may be the reason why Lai Kongzai appeared. Combining his previous life, the setting of little meteor in his mind, and the current situation, Su Che also guessed. Wow, the little meteorite is so pitiful. The audience in the live broadcast room unanimously played this barrage, and some couldn't bear it. Well, what Su Che said is right. You can see that Lai Kongzai has been swimming towards the place where the dust formed by the small meteorite has gathered a lot. It is very likely that he is eating. The voice of Dr. Damu on the side sounded, which made the audience in the live broadcast room and others increase their knowledge. It's worth staying up late to watch the live broadcast this time. Not only saw the small meteor shower, but also saw the legendary Lai Kongzai. Dr. Su Che Wuwei, pay attention. As long as Dr. Su Che starts broadcasting in the future, I will be there. Next, there was another wave of rewards. Su Che also thanked them with kindness, and said to his audience, "Thank you for your love. If you want to give rewards in the future, just send some free gifts. I am also small." Break 5. Stand and learn the knowledge of other excellent masters. After all, we are also a family, there is no need to pay a large amount of gifts. The small meteor shower is about to end, although there was an accident in the live broadcast due to the appearance of Lai Kongzai. However, I believe that my explanation with Dr. Damu has helped everyone to learn a lot, and our live broadcast is here today. Everyone, hurry up and go to sleep. Afterwards, Su Che involuntarily told Rotom to turn off the live broadcast, and after putting away his live broadcast equipment, Su Che watched Lai Kong sit in the air. Today's receipt is really good. Let's wait for the little meteorites to go back. Let's go too. Su Che stretched his waist, and also moved his body. Looking at the people who were working hard, he smiled and said to everyone, "Good." Everyone also nodded, agreeing with Su Che's opinion. At this time, Shuning and Wulai on the side began to promote their own universities, hoping that Su Che could choose their university in the future. However, Su Che gave it a perfunctory way for reasons that he hadn't considered yet. After talking with some researchers, Lai Kongzai flew down again and greeted Su Che. "When you go back, you should pay attention. Although you are powerful, don't let your guard down. Don't forget your responsibilities." In the eyes of everyone's surprise and envy, Su Che also reminded him while touching Lai Kongsi in front of him. Whoosh! Rubbing against Suche, Lai Kong sat and nodded, glanced coldly at the others, swayed his body and flew into the sky. Green light flashed and left the place. How fast! Such a powerful strength, suddenly rushed out without a trace of airflow and coercion. This Lai Kongzai's control of power has reached the point of returning to its original state. Is this a super divine beast? This is the conclusion that everyone came to when they looked at Lai Kong's actions. Suche, your relationship with Lai Kongzai may be more than just a nodding acquaintance. Dr. Damu looked at Suche, and looked at Suche with very deep eyes. Who knows, the young master went back to rest. There will be a game tomorrow. Chapter 74, Fight Against Shaolin. Who knows, the young master went back to rest. There will be a game tomorrow. At this time, Suche showed his youthful nature, said quite arrogantly, and then walked towards the hotel room. Who would dare to compete with you? However, everyone present was complaining. After a while, the army of the alliance approached and asked about the situation just now. It is worth mentioning that when Lai Kongzai appeared, Lai Kongzai deliberately exuded his own coercion to the army, making them unable to move an inch. This is also the reason why people from the army did not come over immediately. Speaking of this news, Dr. Damu and the others felt a little more jealousy and a trace of happiness towards Suche. Between Lai Kongzai and Suche is definitely not as simple as it seems, otherwise it would be impossible to target himself and the soldiers in the distance like this. The deep meaning in Lai Kong's eyes as he sat before leaving, everyone remembered with a cold sweat. The strength of the super beast is still too strong. Fortunately, Suche is not from the main country. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, you should really think about how to explain the explanation to the reporter tomorrow. Suche and Damu the doctor and others went back to the hotel to rest, but some people still haven't rested. Today's news is really too explosive, and some journalists are rushing to rush their manuscripts. Since the first-hand information is not issued by my own TV station, but the next information release, I have to take a step ahead. This night was destined to be the second day of a sleepless night. Because of the live broadcast last night, many trainers didn't sleep well, and they saw the legendary elf Lai Kongzai. Especially the people in the magic capital trembled when they heard the dragon roar and the figure. Fortunately, the Modu government has issued a foot restraint order, otherwise a large number of people will gather on the bund, and the consequences cannot be imagined. The coercion of the super beast makes people unbearable at home, let alone outside. Strangely, someone photographed Lai Kongzai's figure, but they didn't photograph Suche and Lai Kongzai, the part where they were in contact with each other twice, as if there was a blank space in the middle. Although it was said that Lai Kongzai didn't do anything to Suche and his party, some ordinary trainers were still in awe of Lai Kongzai. The first time they saw Lai Kongzai, they were more in awe and curiosity about Lai Kongzai. Similarly, there are many reporter friends who want to interview the gym owner and Suche and others, asking what happened when the live broadcast went black. Dr. Damu and the four heavenly kings came together, found the crowd from yesterday, and gave a meeting to give a reason. When the reporter asked about this, no one was attacked by Lai Kongzai. It was the pressure of Lai Kong's sitting, which scared Rotom's cell phone, and suddenly short-circuited and cut off the live broadcast, but the specific truth is only their own. The next day, all the news headlines were about yesterday's news. A small meteorite stream, which happened once in a few decades, landed on the bund of the Magic City late, and a lot of dust attracted Lai Kongzai. Dr. Suche explained little meteorite, and Lai Kong came to be a guest. This is the first time that a super divine beast has appeared in the public eye, and it has also made some big people unable to sit still. The special investigator of the Alliance flew directly to the magic capital and wanted to investigate the matter too. Body condition of the Magic City also came to the place where the meteorite landed yesterday, hoping to find the shell of the meteorite and make some specimens. However, most of the interviews were with Dr. Damu, and everyone wanted to know what Dr. Damu planned to do with the small meteorites that were subdued by Suche. According to this question, Dr. Damu also made a corresponding explanation. The small meteor that Suche captured, Dr. Damu will cultivate on his behalf. The meteorite will not be used for some commercial purposes. After the research of the meteorite has progressed, it will be published on the Elf network as soon as possible. At the same time, if you want to come and visit, you can directly visit the Zhangcheng Ecological Park of Dr. Damu, and there are also special personnel from the Alliance, and there are also a certain number of elves. The first half of the entire ecological park is open to the public, and the second half is the Research Institute of Dr. Damu. There are also many doctoral assistants in the ecological park. Dr. Omu is doing research here. I believe that Little Meteor can live very well here. Ladies and gentlemen, this League Open competition is about to start. Please keep your eyes on it. Gather here and cheer for the contestants. Oh! The stadium of the Magic Capital. The audience waited here early, warm applause sounded, and everyone looked at the host with excitement. After yesterday's live broadcast, everyone knew about Dr. Suche's erudition, but they didn't know about Suche's strength as a trainer. Now everyone is looking forward to it, looking to the side of the competition venue, hoping that the contestants will start the competition. I'm very happy that you can watch the players' games here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After 2 days of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start to compete for the top 32 places. The host looked at the audience around and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, and Suche was competing with another trainer. Sure enough, in the first round of the 64-32 match, the gym trainers will not encounter two strong opponents. Same way, the match between the top 32 is really a fight between gods. Because, the League Open is different from the match between the trainers of the League Conference. League Open is to promote new players, trainers, and give some convenient open competitions, which is different from the general competition of the League competition. With weak strength did not get good results and did not affect the League Conference, so the trainers regarded it as a competition of sparring nature. As for the Alliance Conference, the whole process was really nervous and did not dare to be careless. All the trainers rushed forward with all their might. The first game ended quickly, because the trainers of the Open Tournament, their strength is usually not very high, so they won the game directly. At noon, after eating, Suche also began to prepare for the afternoon match, and the opponent for the afternoon match had already come out. It was Xiaolan, the gym trainer of the Beijing Gymnasium. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 75, Water Arrow Turtle. In the afternoon, the audience in the entire stadium began to cheer, hoping to see the two trainers. An excellent game. Hello everyone, I've made you wait for a long time. Next is the game between Suche and the owner of Shaolin. Contestant Suche is the youngest honorary doctor. He discovered the goblin, the elves of the department. Last night, he also explained the elves of Little Meteor on a live broadcast. And the owner of Shaolin is a former Olympic athlete and is currently a gym trainer in Beijing. I believe the two players will bring us a different game. The host looked at the players in the next game and introduced them to the audience. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game. Finally, I really want to have a good match with Dr. Suche. Xiaolan, who was wearing a blue gym uniform, looked at Suche on the opposite side, and came to her competition position. The same is true for me. I have never had the chance to compete with the gym owner, so I will try my best to fight this time. Suche also came to his own competition position, looking at Shaolin on the opposite side, also earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Water Arrow Turtle, please. Cammy. The pokeball threw a white light and flashed past. The huge figure broke free from the white light, and a breath of sky burst out. Oh, water arrow turtle. Water arrow turtle. Water arrow turtle is a large tortoise-shaped elf that mainly walks on 2 legs. It sometimes walks on 4 legs. The body of the water arrow turtle is dark blue, and its fore and hind limbs are short and sturdy, divided into sections by joints, and all have 3 toes. Its tail was no longer like a wave, but a stubby blue tail, with a cream-white jaw and triangular ears. Its torso is covered with a large, heavy tortoise shell with a brown back and a yellowish belly with white borders in between. There are 2 water cannons protruding from the front end of the turtle shell, and these 2 water cannons can be retracted into the turtle shell. The metal water cannon on its back can shoot huge water jets to attack, allowing it to use water cannons and other moves. The hard shell allows it to use iron wall, gyro ball and other moves. As the final evolution of its original companion, it can learn the water pledge and the water cannon. Although it does not have the dragon attribute, it can learn the reverse scale and dragon wave. The water arrow turtle is quite large, but it can swim quickly and transport large objects. Although it is large in size but gentle in temperament, it is a reliable helper for trainers in battle, with strong attack and defense. Oh, water arrow turtle. Suche clearly looked at the water arrow turtle. There was a stone on its forehead, his eyes flickered, and he took out his elf ball. Name: Water arrow turtle attribute. Water qualification. Red grade. Tianwang primary left height, 2. 4 weight, 105. Feature: torrent intimacy, 150 sure enough. The red aptitude, whether it is physique or strength, is different from the general water arrow turtle, and it can still evolve. Go, Zoroark. Soya. The Pokeball opened, and Zoroark's handsome figure appeared in the arena, making everyone excited. Oh, Dr. Suche sent Zoroark, known as the Phantom Elf. And the owner of the small blue pavilion sent his own signature elf, the water arrow turtle. Let's wait and see what kind of game these 2 players will bring us. Host still explained to the audience, and at the same time did not forget to mobilize the audience's emotions. Competition, start. Because neither side was an ordinary trainer, the referee also directly announced the start of the game, and the competition venue was still an ordinary and regular competition venue. The surrounding electromagnetic barriers are raised to prevent the audience from being injured. Water arrow turtle, rocket headbutt. In the face of Suche's Zoroark, Xiaolan also did not dare to be careless, and directly issued her own order. Came. After the water arrow turtle heard the order, its hind legs squatted slightly and instantly exerted force, and attacked directly towards the opposite Zoroark. Oh, from the very beginning, the water arrow turtle launched a violent rocket head attack. The rocket head attack is too powerful. How will Dr. Suche and his Zoroark deal with it? The host commentator on the side looked at Suche and explained in an expectant tone, making the audience look forward to the next match. Block it with shadow claws. Looking at the water arrow turtle opposite, Suche also gave orders to Zoroark. Zoya. Zoroark's claws are blazing with black energy, and his claws directly catch the water arrow turtle. Bang! Flip it out. Soya. The waist suddenly exerted force. Zoroark turned around, and the huge and somewhat heavy water arrow turtle was thrown out by Zoroark. Came. The water arrow turtle adjusted its body in midair and landed on the spot. Beautiful response, Dr. Suche, your Zoroark is well bred. Thank you for the compliment. The autonomous change of the water arrow turtle is also good. Water arrow turtle, water cannon. After some business blows, Xiaolan gave her own order again. Came. The guns on the water arrow turtle's shoulders were aimed at Zoroark, and 2 powerful water cannons attacked directly in the direction of Zoroark. Zoroark, dodge, run. Su, slightly turned to one side. Zoroark directly avoided the attack and charged towards the water arrow turtle. Sweep. Shadow clone. At the same time that Xiaolan gave the order, the water arrow turtle swayed, and the water cannon attack swept towards Zoroark. At the same time, Zoroark cloned directly and avoided the attack of the water arrow turtle. Oh, What a powerful attack. The elves on both sides are very powerful. There is no difference between you and me. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host, as a commentator, also drives the audience's emotions. Come on, come on. Go up, go up, go up. Chapter 76. Mega Evolution. The audience looked at the competition venue below and cheered loudly, and even the music in the venue during the battle was much more urgent. Frozen Fist. Seeing that Zoroark was about to attack at close range, Xiaolan quickly reacted and gave the order directly. Shadow Ball, retreat. In the face of the water arrow turtle's sudden change of moves, Suche also quickly gave Zoroark his order. Kame saw the water arrow turtle in the arena, with ice blue light flashing on his fist, and a fist hit Zoroark directly. Soya Zoroark's reaction was also very fast. He avoided the attack of the water arrow turtle with a direct flip, and then condensed a one shadow ball in midair, hitting it directly in the direction of the water arrow turtle. Boom! Came. With a scream, the water arrow, 4-2-3. Tortoise was directly smashed to the back by the shadow ball, and the heavy body was on the ground, making a deep mark. What a powerful shadow ball! Dr. Suche's Zoroark suppressed the water arrow turtle. However, in terms of the water arrow turtle's defense, this trick is not very effective. Dr. Suche and Shaolin Pavilion Master, what kind of tricks will they use next? The commentator looked at both sides excitedly, and also explained the game loudly. Water arrow turtles, let them experience our bond. Water arrow turtle, evolve. Are you here? All the audience looked at the water arrow turtle excitedly, with excitement in their eyes. The phenomenon of evolution transcends the evolution mode of the original elves. Some of the spirits that were originally thought to be unable to evolve again break through their original limitations and obtain further temporary evolution. The super-evolved spirit can release the hidden power in a short time, and exert the power that ordinary evolution can't match. Of evolution currently only appears on certain elves. In the game of the previous life, in order to evolve, the elf must carry the corresponding stone before the battle, and it also has a certain degree of affinity. In each battle, your team can only have one elf, which can evolve. However, there can be multiple spirits carrying stones in the party. Until the battle is over, the evolved spirit cannot return to its original form. Even if it is exchanged, it is the same, and even if the evolved spirit is dying, other spirits cannot evolve. After being resurrected, it can only return to the normal state, and there is no evolution. After the battle, the evolved spirit will return to its original state. In this world, it is different. Unless the competition is restricted, only one elf can be evolved. Otherwise, evolution can be used multiple times. In the same way, the defeated evolution will return to its original state, and at the end of the final battle, the evolved spirit will withdraw from its evolved state. Came. The evolution keystone on the little blue ring and the evolution stone on the forehead of the water arrow turtle shine at the same time. The evolution keystone emits rays of energy, linking towards the water arrow turtle. A red-blue stone on the forehead of the water arrow turtle emits a dazzling light and also sticks out of energy rays, facing the rays of light behind them, one by one. Finally, a large amount of energy wraps the body of the water arrow turtle and injects it into the water arrow turtle's body. The water arrow turtle's body emits a colorful 7-color light, and it begins to change slowly. Finally, after the colorful light, the figure of the water arrow turtle appeared in front of everyone. A small turtle shell grew out of each arm, and each shell had a water cannon. At the same time, the two water cannons on the back were merged together into one, a huge water cannon growing in the middle of the turtle shell, and the head of the giant water cannon's muzzle. The water arrow turtle looks like after evolution. The attack range of its cannon can even reach 10. Due to the huge barrel, the water arrow turtle body grows thicker in order to stand up straight. Its eyes turned red, its chin grew sharp, and its forehead had a bulge. Oh! The water arrow turtle has evolved, and the water arrow turtle of the small blue pavilion has improved its strength. What will Dr. Suche do next? Come on, little blue pavilion owner. Dr. Suche, come on, go, go. I didn't expect that Shaolin actually let the water arrow turtle evolve directly. The pavilion owners who watched the battle were also quite amazed when they looked at Shaolin's water arrow turtle and said, Dr. Suche's Zoroark is also not easy. His speed and strength are good, Shaolin may find it difficult. Adai, who was dressed as a forest ranger, looked at Shaolan and sighed. This is not all of Suche's strength. Dr. Damu looked at the people around him and said with a smile. Dr. Ogi, what do you mean? According to what Suche said, his Zoroark was the elf who first followed him, and Suche knew all about this kind of mysterious elf. How could he only have this strength? Dr. Ogi looked at Zoroark below, staring at a black, purple stone on Zoroark's neck. If that's the case, we won't hold back. Soya, listening to Suche's words, Zoroark was also condensed, staring at the water arrow turtle opposite. The breath of the whole body began to become thick. The shadow power that sleeps in your body, release it. Zoroark. A black shadow force suddenly erupted from the stone in Zoroark's neck, towards Zoroark's 3-6 infuse into the body. Zoya. Zoroark's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Red-black hair, strong limbs, and divine eyes all reveal its power. When Zoroark evolved, his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a black hole, and even the sky was shrouded in black for a moment. The eyes of the audience lit up, looking at Zoroark in the arena, and they all took a breath of air. Is this the evolved Zoroark? It's incredible. There is no record of Zoroark's evolution in the Alliance. Did Dr. Suche set a precedent again? Dr. Damu and the gym owners, Shuning and Wu Lai, who were in the spectator position, also widened their eyes in surprise, looking incredible. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 77, The Evolutionary Conditions of Hell Zoroark. Zoroark's evolution is very strange to everyone, thinking that it is evolution, but Dr. Damu and the others have seen a lot, and the evolution form is not the same. The evolution keystone in Suche's hand did not echo the stone on Zoroark's body. It's more like Zoroark uses some props to let his own power explode directly, which is a kind of power improvement. Dr. Damu guessed right, the stone on Zoroark's neck is the Phantom Overlord Stone. The Phantom Overlord Stone is a prop for Zoroark, the evolutionary Hell Zoroark in the game of Ultimate Emerald. Manifested through the game system, is a prop for Zoroark to use the Phantom Overlord Stone to directly explode the phantom power in his body and increase his power. But there are also limitations. The Phantom Overlord Stone in this world cannot directly allow Zoroark to evolve into Hell Zoroark. If you want to evolve successfully, you must obtain the evil slate of Arceus, let Zoroark comprehend the high-level law power, and then let Zoroark fully control the shadow power in the body. The current Phantom Overlord Stone, but 21 is only a prop to enhance Zoroark's power. This is only set for now. Otherwise the eternal Hell Zoroark will evolve in the future. It's incredible, Dr. Suche, Zoroark can also evolve. However, we will not lose, Water Arrow Turtle, Dragon Wave. Shaolin looked at the changes of Zoroark, subconsciously believed that Zoroark could also evolve, and looked at Zoroark solemnly. Afterwards, Shaolan's face condensed, and he directly gave the order to attack his Water Arrow Turtle. Came. A deep drink sounded, and the 2 small muzzles on the Water Arrow Turtle's arms and the muzzle behind the head directly spurted 3 waves of dragon waves, hitting Zoroark. Sword Dance. Dodge the attack. Zoroark looked at the attack on the opposite side, his expression also condensed, and he obeyed Suche's order. Soya. The hair flutters all over the body, and the sword shadows appear around him, which instantly increases his attack. Boom. While raising the attack, Zoroark directly avoided the attack of the Water Arrow Turtle, and the huge dragon-shaped force hit the ground behind Zoroark. A loud noise, under the power of the dragon's fluctuation, a shallow pit appeared directly on the playing field, surrounded by black scorched earth. Fortunately, The competition venue is arranged with special materials, otherwise, it would not be as simple as a shallow pit. The characteristics of the evolved water arrow turtle have become a super launcher, and the wave-type tricks will rise directly. This makes the water arrow turtle, which was originally not weak in attack power, directly turned into a powerful fort. Have to deal with it carefully. Oh, the powerful water arrow turtle, the evolved water sex directly becomes a super launcher. The water arrow turtle's fluctuating tricks will increase directly. How will the doctor deal with it? The battle music in the competition venue completely climaxed, and everyone's eyes were fixed. Looking at the competition venue below, the commentator was also excitedly explaining. Actually dodge directly, water arrow turtle, using water waves. Zoroark, who was watching Suche, dodged. After attacking, Xiaolan also nodded in surprise, and immediately he gave his order again. Came. The three muzzles once again condensed blue light, and the 3 blue light balls attacked Zoroark at a very fast speed. I'm going, is this the water wave? It's obviously the reduced version of the root wave. Zoroark, Phantom Realm. Watching the water arrow turtle's attack, Suche groaned slightly in his heart, and at the same time, he was also at Zoroark. Issued his own order. Soya. Zoroark moved quickly and his figure flashed, Zoroark immediately disappearing in place. The water fluctuations also failed. Under everyone's astonished eyes, the entire competition venue was transformed into high-rise buildings, forming a daily urban scene. Oh, is this Zoroark's phantom that can directly affect the entire playing field? The host looked at the competition venue below and was quite surprised. The hallucination ability of Zoroark will be far better after evolution than before. It can not only be transformed into other things, but also has the power to let hundreds of people see the illusion. Although the phantoms created by Zoroark are very realistic and can completely deceive human beings and the various senses of other elves, they cannot cause any direct physical effects. However, this is also the case, this Zoroark's phantom ability may not be too strong. Even Dr. Damu and the others, who were watching the battle, nodded and said when they saw this scene. Zoroark, Hell Thrust. In the eyes of everyone, in front of the water arrow turtle below, a Zoroark appeared directly in front of the water arrow turtle. The powerful shadow energy formed a long purple needle at the arm, which directly hit the belly of the water arrow turtle. Bang! Came. The heavy body of the water arrow turtle was beaten directly and then withdrew, with a look of pain on his face. Water arrow turtle, shoot with water cannon. Seeing that the water arrow turtle was suppressed by Zoroark, Xiaolan's expression changed greatly, and he gave the order directly. Came. The sturdy water cannon exploded directly, and the water arrow turtle swept it hard, directly hitting Zoro out. Bang! Zoya! Zoroark screamed in pain and was beaten back a few steps. All the phantoms around him disappeared. Such a fast attack speed. Sure enough, the attack of the king level cannot be underestimated. Water arrow turtle, earthquake. Came. Boom. The water arrow turtle that got the order stomped the ground, a circle of khaki energy spread out, and the powerful force blasted directly into the ground. Heavenly king level earthquake tricks are incredible. The ground began to vibrate frantically, and the entire stadium shook slightly. However, fortunately, the seismic measures here are good, otherwise the whole stadium will be collapsed. Of the elves of the king level can even move mountains and reclaim the sea, changing the terrain of an area, not to mention the evolved water arrow turtles. Jump up, shadow ball. Water fluctuates. Boom. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 78, Victory. Zoroark, jump up and use the shadow ball. The face of the water arrow turtle's attack, and looking at the situation in the arena, Suche gave an order directly. Soya. Zoroark condensed his strength, jumped directly when the earthquake came, and the shadow ball quickly condensed in front of Zoroark. Quickly towards the direction of the water arrow turtle, one shadow ball moves towards the direction of the water arrow turtle and quickly attacks it. Water fluctuates. In the face of Zoroark's attack, Xiaolan also directly issued an order. Came. The water arrow turtle directly withdrew the earthquake's attack, and the 3 gun muzzles gathered their strength, a powerful energy attack, and quickly greeted Zoroark's attack. Boom! The water fluctuation and Zoroark's shadow ball exploded directly, the unique skills collided with each other, and the smoke suddenly lingered. Yeah, okay. Zoroark, come on. Water arrow turtle, come on. The two sides were again in an inexorable competition, and the powerful tricks collided with each other, making the audience excited. The two sides played against each other again, and the two sides were equally dead. The commentator looked at the spirits of both sides, and also explained the situation of the game for everyone. It seems that the other party is not easy. The water arrow turtle, the water fluctuates and the freezing light. Looking at Zoroark on the opposite side, Xiaolan's expression changed, and he gave the order to attack the water arrow turtle again. Came. The water arrow turtle lowered its center of gravity again, the 3 muzzles condensed their own strength, and the powerful force spewed out quickly, and the 3 water fluctuations attacked Zoroark with lightning speed. Ka ka ka. The water fluctuations quickly hit Zoroark, and the freezing light behind them quickly followed, directly freezing the water fluctuations, and the freezing light formed a thrust, attacking the opposite Zoroark. Zoroark, dodge, attack the key. Looking at the several ice balls attacking, Suche directly faced his Zoroark and gave an order. Zoya. Zoroark was moving fast, the whole body was covered with black shadow power, a few dodges directly avoided the attack of the water arrow turtle, the claws brought a powerful shadow force, and attacked the opposite water arrow turtle. Bang! The claws with shadow power hit the water arrow turtle and pushed the water arrow turtle back a few meters again. Zoroark was also a little helpless. The opposite is really a turtle shell, why is the defense ability so abnormal? Zoroark, shadow burst. The water arrow turtle on the opposite side had not recovered. Suche once again gave an order to his Zoroark. Soya. This time, Zoroark didn't let go, the powerful shadow force went straight, and Zoroark made a move. The shadow power of the whole body began to surge, and he slapped the ground with his claws, and the powerful power suddenly erupted. Under the influence of powerful shadow force, ground began to crack, and one after another shadow power erupted, hitting the water arrow turtle quickly. Came boom. The water arrow turtle screamed and was overturned directly by the powerful shadow force, and the heavy body fell behind, making a dull sound. Oh, no, it's Zoroark's trick shadow burst, such a powerful attack, the water arrow turtle is a little dangerous. Host commentator, watch. Looking at the water arrow turtle in the arena, he also explained worriedly, making everyone sweat for Xiaolan. Water arrow turtle, are you alright? Looking at the situation of her water arrow turtle, Xiaolan was also worried and asked about the water arrow turtle's situation. Came. After listening to Xiaolan's words, the water arrow turtle also stood up and shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and looked at Zoroark on the opposite side with serious eyes. Zoroark, blast fist. Looking at the water arrow turtle standing up again on the opposite side, Zoroark quickly came to the water arrow turtle, and his fists flashed a lot of fire. Not good. Boom. Came. Zoroark's fist directly hit the water arrow turtle, causing the water arrow turtle to scream, and Zoroark's fist directly hit the water arrow turtle's stomach. After the water arrow turtle made a scream, it retreated a few meters back, and fell to the ground in pain. The water arrow turtle struggled to stand up. Come on, water arrow turtle. Don't lose to him. Come on, water arrow turtle. Come on, Shaolin Pavilion Master. But no matter how the audience shouted and cheered, the strength of the burst fist directly entered the body of the water arrow turtle, the powerful force made the water arrow turtle unable to stand up, and finally fell to the ground. Swish! The water arrow turtle that fell to the ground had 2 eyes, circles, and directly retreated from the evolved form and returned to its original appearance. At the end of the game, the water arrow turtle loses its ability to fight, and Zoroark wins, so the winner is Suche. The referee on the side looked at the situation in the competition venue, and waved his flag to announce the result of the competition. Oh 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 oh. The scene, most of the audience cheered and shouted excitedly. They watched an excellent game. Of Shaolin's pavilion owner. When they saw Shaolin lost the game, it seemed like they had lost something, but Su Che still applauded. Among them, there are also some emotional audience looking at Shaolin, but also left unexplained tears. What a powerful Zoroark. As a trainer, Dr. Su Che is still very powerful. Zoroark is so handsome. I will also take one in the future. The evolved Zoroark is really amazing. How can the little blue pavilion lose? Is it all right? This game has come to an end. Let us remember the applause, and thank the two excellent trainers for bringing us such a game. This round, Su Che successfully advanced. Let's look forward to the next match. After the host commentator watched the game, he nodded and began to explain himself. Come back, Water Arrow Turtle. You're doing well. Zoroark, you, doing a good job. Keep up the good work. Suoya, Dr. Su Che, as expected of a trainer recognized by Lai Kongzai, your strength is really strong. Coming to the center of the arena and taking back her water arrow turtle, Xiaolan looked at Zoroark who had returned to normal on the opposite side, and extended her hand to Su Che on the side. Fortunately, at this time, there is no machine with stereo radio turned on, otherwise it will definitely cause an uproar. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 79, Fat Unblocking. Thank you for your compliment. When shaking hands with Shaolin, Su Che also smiled. For the next game, please continue to cheer. I believe that the other pavilion owners will not be easy to let you win the championship. Shaolin also looked at Su Che very politely, hoping that Su Che would get a good grade. I can't ask for it. Hearing this, Su Che also smiled and looked at Shaolin. After the two sides nodded to each other, Su Che withdrew his Zoroark, returned to the special rest area, and began to watch the next game. The competition that followed was not boring. As expected, as Su Che thought, the gym owners more or less showed their true strength. From the resumes of the participating students, Su Che could see that most of them were college students at school, and they completed their studies while playing games. Su Che's guess was correct. Most of these college students had the strength of the quasi-celestial king in the early stage, and it was no problem to play in a gym with such strength. But the premise is that the gym owner doesn't want to be serious with you, just put a little water on it. But if the gym owner 423 is serious, I'm sorry, you must be cold. I still remember that when I watched Pokemon Sun and Moon in my previous life, because of Xiaoxia, the owner of Wallen Gym, she was shocked by her words. The combo between the storm and the rain has never been broken by the current challenger. Note that Xiaoxia's elf was a tyrannical carp dragon. Hearing this, Su Che wanted to hold a 3-point silence for the newcomers in Kanto. He must be a champion-level figure. Thinking about Dr. Damu again, he is indeed a doctor, but he was a champion before. Needless to say, Kei Na, who single-handedly stopped Du's desire to be a champion. Zaiba didn't say anything, and the person who trained with his fighting spirit directly blocked the big rock snake, and picked up the king of the mountain. Not to mention the crossing in the animation, he is the champion of the 2 regions. However, it is said that a new area has come out directly, known as the world's strongest champion, which directly weakens the transfer to a lot. No, you can't be like this when you praise a newcomer. This is what Su Che wanted to complain about the most at the time. After talking too much, Su Che came back to his senses and began to watch these contestants. In fact, these college students have participated in competitions or have travel experience in school, and their general strength is not very bad. Su Che could also see that, unless they were very good people, or people from big families, most of their strengths were at the early stage of the quasi-celestial king. For the family trainers with stronger family strength, their strength is probably in the middle stage of the quasi-Tianwang. In Su Che's class, there are at least a few trainers who are near the peak of the heavenly king, and more likely there are trainers at the Heavenly King level. However, these are the hidden strengths of the big family, and it is impossible to easily reveal the strength of the last trump card. Ding! Winning the evolved water. Congratulations to the master. The mechanical voice in his mind sounded when the fast dragon was unsealed, and Suche's pocket once again had a 1-level ball, which was the high-level ball with the fast dragon. Oh, that's great, there are no shortage of elves in aerial combat, and I still wondered in my heart for a few days, why didn't they manifest themselves? A powerful flying spirit. A fast dragon came today, and the system is really considerate. It's actually cute and fat. I still remember that I was in the game, because it is a 3-dimensional illusory game. The acquisition of the fast dragon was also a side quest, and finally the fast dragon was obtained. The performance is the most sticky to yourself. After thinking for a while, Suche directly took out the advanced ball, walked outside the sports venue, and walked towards an open space. Coming to a slightly empty square, Suche took a deep breath, restrained his excitement, and Suche threw his high-level ball directly. Come out, fast dragon. Roar! The high-level ball opened, a white light flashed, and a huge figure emerged from the white light, causing Suche's eyes to narrow. Kailong, long time no see. With a violent roar, the powerful aura set off a violent hurricane, and a majestic aura spread out to the surroundings. When its aura seemed to reach its peak, Suche suddenly made a sound. I saw that Kailong in front of him directly opened his eyes, looked excitedly at the direction of the sound, then quickly stepped forward to hug Suche, and rubbed Suche hard. Oh, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Only at this time did Suche realize that the difference between the virtual and the real, the power of the fast dragon is really terrifying. I couldn't experience it in the virtual 3-dimensional game before, but I didn't expect the power of the fast dragon to be so great. Fortunately, Suche's power the body has been transformed by the power of Vibrant. Otherwise, Suche's ribs will definitely be broken with the power of Kailong just now. Roar, roar. Kailong also let go of Suche when he heard this, and went directly to Suche, flying quickly to express himself emotion. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to let you out. Touching Kailong's soft belly, Suche also looked at Kailong with regret. Roar, roar. Facing Suche's apology, Kailong also shook his head and made a strong appearance. Yes, I know that I was wrong. I didn't let you out at the first time. You are very powerful, I will ask you later. Roar. Kailong was finally happy, and after knowing Suche's difficulties, he finally felt relieved. Before, he always thought that Suche did not release it because of his own strength. Hearing that it was not the case, this made Kailong very happy. Fuck, Kailong, the trainer over there, please don't panic. Wind speed dog, shoot flames. King Nido, destroy the death light. At this time, several officers in police uniform looked at the situation here and immediately sent their own elves to give orders. Apparently they misunderstood something. Roar. Wong. A fiery jet of flame, and an orange destructive death light, were fired in the direction of the fast dragon. Roar. With a slight glance, Kailong showed an angry look. What do you want to do to my master? Kailong made a decisive decision. Facing the attacking attack, Kailong did not dodge and directly waved his arm to attack the two. It bounced off, and the two unique moves fell directly into the distance. Boom! The explosion sounded, and this time, Suche completely covered his eyes. Over. How much do you have to pay? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Chapter 80. The Fast Dragon Fights. What a powerful fast dragon, ready to ask for support. Wait a minute, it's my elf. This. Trainer, don't panic, we will be your elf. At this time, when he saw that the two policemen wanted to use the walkie-talkie to apply for support, Suche immediately organizing each other's way. The two policemen were also bewildered, looking at Suche and Kailong opposite them with disbelief. Name. Fast Dragon Attribute. Dragon, Flight qualification. Purple level. Champion peak height. 3. 6 weight. 265. Trait. Multiple scales intimacy. 255 inches. What is this, your elf? The two police officers were obviously startled, looked at Suche in disbelief, and widened their eyes. These two police officers were patrolling. They had just heard the roar of the elf. Judging by the imposing manner, they could clearly tell that there was a powerful elf attached. Because they were afraid that this elf was a wild elf and made trouble in the city, the two of them immediately came over. Didn't expect it to be a fast dragon, and there was a trainer in front of the fast dragon. They didn't think much about it. From the momentum and roar just now, they could judge that it was this fast dragon. Two made a decisive decision, thinking that it was a wild elves looking for trouble, and that the trainer also took out a poke ball in his hand, looking like he was going to send an elves. The two of them also sent their own elves to clear the siege, but they didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Just when they wanted to ask for support, the trainer said it was his elves, which made them stay in place in shock. The two looked at Suche in astonishment, and some couldn't believe that their own strengths of King Nido and Fengsugo also possessed the strength of the mid-elite, but they couldn't even break the opponent's defense. The strength of this fast dragon have already entered the Heavenly King level. Quick dragon, calm down. Suche looked at Kuailong's angry eyes, came to Kuailong, touched Kuailong's belly and said, "Roar." After being comforted by Suche for a while, Kuailong also calmed down, hugged Suche and began to kiss him intimately. "Hey, it hurts." It was really the two police officers who looked in the direction of Suche, and their eyes widened in admiration. The fast dragon is a quasi-god level elf, and the dragon's strength is also extremely powerful. The iconic trainer that can be used as a vehicle and can also be used for fighting, is the champion trainer Longdu. I don't know how many people want to have the strength like Longdu, and there are many people like him who want to train your own fast dragon. However, if you want to cultivate such a fast dragon, you have to start training with a mini dragon, but the mini dragon has no good luck and cannot be encountered. Wild mini dragons are usually by their parents' side. If you want to conquer mini dragons, you must first get their parents' approval. I don't know how many people got stuck in this level, and it also discouraged many trainers. However, Suche is different. In the face of Suche, who has a cheating device, to cultivate a fast dragon, as long as you formulate your own training plan and combine some natural resources to help you, your elves can be outstanding. Bread. Combined with the dragon's slate, the strength of the fast dragon will be enhanced again. Come back, fast dragon. After coming out of Kuailong's arms, Suche took Kuailong back into his high-level ball and looked at the two in front of him. Sorry to trouble you. It's okay, it's okay, it's our fault. A misunderstanding didn't go away, but someone still took pictures of the fast dragon. Combined with the description of the police officers at the time, some media quickly got the news that a trainer with a fast dragon appeared in the magic capital. The news is online. As soon as it came out, everyone began to pay attention, and some citizens of the Magic City were also curious. In the past few years in the Magic City, no one has heard of the trainer of the fast dragon. Everyone has said that if this trainer is a trainer in the magic capital, then in regional competitions, there will definitely be a seat for this trainer. The media people are going to be very busy these 2 days, first with the matter of Lai Kongzai and Little Meteor, then with the report of the League Open, and finally with today's Kuailong news. The magic capital of these 2 days has attracted attention, and it can even be said that it has attracted the attention of the world, and everyone's eyes are focused on here. However, these things did not affect Suche at all. Time passed slowly, and the match of 32 and 32 in the League Open to the top 16 has just begun. The children are always crying tirelessly, the stadium in the morning is full of spectators, and they are looking forward to today's game. Hello everyone, I'm your host and commentator. I'm very happy that you can be here to watch the players' game. Oh. Just when everyone was impatient, the figure of the narrator came out from the backstage on the side, causing the audience to cheer. Looking forward to it. Are you already excited? Now, let's look forward to it, the players of today's game. When all the audience heard this, they also applauded and looked at the playing field with great excitement. Then, the players in the first game today are from the capital city and from the magic capital. Let us welcome the two players into the arena. Under the control of the host, the two contestants walked to the competition venue, and at the request of the referee, they began to send their own elves to start the competition. The two players are playing, while the other players are resting in the lounge, watching the battle between the two players on the stage. Suche closed his eyes and rested his mind. The contestants on the stage were not gym owners, so Suche didn't need to be too serious. At present, only the strength of a heavenly king could make Suche feel a little threatened. Next, the players who are going to play are Suche from Sichuan province and Hufeng from Sichuan province. Two players are invited to play. Hearing the host's words, Suche slowly left his lounge and walked towards the playing field. Please send your own elves. Go, Queen Nido. Nido, come out, dragon. Roar. 1. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 81. One-shot kill, too much. The two players sent their own elves respectively, the opponent on the other side sent their own Nido Queen, and Suche sent his own fast dragon. As soon as the fast dragon came out, the powerful momentum swept the audience, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. Competition, start. After Nido, use sludge bomb. Nido, hearing his master's order, Nido opened his big mouth, and a mass of purple energy hit the fast dragon on the opposite side. Quick dragon, dodge, dragon claw. Roar. The fast dragon was in midair, directly dodging Nido's attack, and the powerful energy condensed on its claws, instantly came to Nido's front, and hit Nido with one claws. Boom. Nido. A loud bang brought Nido's scream, and Nido appeared in the arena. 4, 2, 3. In the ground, there were circles in both eyes, obviously losing the ability to fight. A direct move and killed Nido in seconds. After Nido, he lost his ability to fight, and Kuailong won the final victory. So, the winner of this match is Suche. Of Kuailong and Nido, the referee was also surprised and announced the final result of the match. At the end of the game, Suche's player, Kuailong, actually killed the opponent's Nido in 1 second. It's incredible. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue, his eyes widened, and the commentary said incredulously. It was too fast, and before he could clearly see the figure of Kuailong, Kuailong directly put Nido to the ground, and it was so powerful. The audience was silent, looking at the figure of Kuailong below. The audience widened their eyes in surprise, looking like they couldn't believe it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When the voices of the presiding commentator and the referee sounded, the audience came back to their senses and clapped numbly. The atmosphere at the scene was a little weird, and some trainers who looked at Suche's fast dragon were full of jealousy and envy. The opposing player withdrew his elf and left the arena without looking back. His expression was very gloomy. After going back, I don't know how I will be laughed at. This is this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In the current elf alliance have been beaten step by step, and they have also experienced defeat in the middle of their journey. Trust each other, adjust your emotions, and work hard. Can't get better results. Oops, I don't know what else I can find, huh? Suche came to the commercial street in the magic capital. Looking at the people passing by and the goods on the stalls, he showed a fox-like smile. In the commercial street, Suche was shopping here. Some hawkers on the street made Suche feel like in the dreamland. Facing the surrounding scene made Suche a little unreal. However, now that I have come to this world, it is not good to live in this world for a while, and I am sorry for my own life. Am I? If you have anything to buy, let's go shopping. Card. After shopping for a while, Suche suddenly remembered that his own fast dragon was also unblocked, and it should take a while. Permits to fly in cities. This is not only convenient for yourself, but also for yourself when you do tasks in the future. After calling Longdu, Longdu also agreed to Suche's request, and also made fun of Suche. Suche's fast dragon has been known to everyone. In the alliance are guessing whether it is Suche's Kuailongqiang or Longdu's Kuailongqiang. After chatting with Longdu, Suche came to the General Transportation Bureau of Modu City and directly obtained his city permit, and then he could use the fast dragon in the city. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really troublesome. Holding a permit, Suche threw it in his bag and returned to his hotel. After 3 days of competition, Suche was also very tired, but the edited video, Suche also posted to his little Powu, stand up. In this episode of Suche's Little Breaking 5, the number of views of the station video has directly exceeded the 10 million mark, because it involves the introduction of Little Meteor and Lai Kongzai. Suche's Xiaopawu, the users of the station, have followed more than 5 million, and he is probably the user with the fastest growth rate in the past few days. Other owners can't be jealous. After all, they are really powerful, and they also having said that, people are not all powerful, and they also need to learn on Xiaopawu, but Suche's comment area has been broken by most users. The first few people who left messages were either the champion of the 4 heavenly kings or the users like doctors. Longdu, Lai Kongzai, it would be great if you met and subdued. Wu Lai, Longdu, you are thinking about eating peaches. It's not easy to meet him once, but also subdue Dr. Damu. Some people are jealous, Longdu. Looking at the messages from these doctors and champions, Suche's fans all felt a sense of pride, and it was true that he was a fan of idols. There are also some people who have posted the video of today's Kuailong and Nido's match. It is clearly visible in the video that Kuailong just kills the opponent in seconds with one move of the dragon's claws. This made the majority of trainers express their disbelief. They watched it back and forth a dozen times, hoping to understand how the opponent failed. However, they only came to one conclusion, that is, Dr. Suche's strength is indeed very powerful, and the quick dragon can kill it in seconds. The opponent is not wrong to lose. Then there is Suche's video explanation, so that everyone can understand and learn a lot. Example, goblins have common characteristics, goblins, skins, and charming bodies, and one more. 6 Some peculiar features explained and so on. Point is that Suche will also analyze and explain some of the battle videos. Let everyone know about Suche's fighting style and the opponent's moves, but the trainers of the Heavenly King and the Champion just listen, because they don't use it much for themselves. The Battle of the King of Champions is really tense and exciting. You can only react immediately, otherwise you will become passive. Therefore, in the battle between the King and the Champion, the trainers of the 4 kings and the Champion, some trainers let the elves fight by themselves first. Then the trainer comes out to seize the opportunity and issue some offensive or defensive orders. Of course, this is only part of the case, not the case for most trainers. Most of the trainers are still at the elite level, working hard towards the level of the quasi-king level. Chapter 82, the 16 to 8th competition, the opening. Most trainers will be stuck in this place, which can be described as a watershed. Among the trainers in the big family, some trainers usually use some heaven and earth treasures to directly upgrade their elves, strength from the strength of the quasi-king to the level of the king. This is also why, the strength of most trainers now is the strength of the quasi-king of heaven. I'm so tired, should I give myself a vacation? Suche was lying on the hotel bed, helplessly looking at Mimi Dao beside him. Card. Mizuho sewed his own skin on the side, and didn't know what he was talking about. Yeah, but it's no fun to go out. It's nothing more than a gym, but we can't relax. My task now is to train you well and make you strong. We can go to many places to take risks in one breath. This is interesting. Ka heard the eyes on the mythical skin here, and narrowed slightly, looking very happy. The 21 elves in the Pokeball shook when they heard Suche's words, as if to express their attitude. Okay, everyone, the long-awaited Elf Open is about to begin. Today is the round of 16 and 8. Let's see what kind of game the players will bring us today. The host commentator seemed to be in a good mood today, and even the battle music in the competition venue was much more cheerful than before. Because today's round of 16 and into the quarterfinals, the players in the competition are very strong, and even some gym owners have to give their best. The players who entered the top 16 competition, in addition to the 5 gym training My Family, and 11 trainers, selected the top 8 from their 16 trainers, and then participated in the 8-4 competition. This competition, it was really a fight of gods. The trainers who entered the competition, their strength was in the early and middle stages of the quasi-kingdom, and they also had the strength to fight against gym trainers. If the family is not careful, it may really overturn the car. Today's last match is Suche and another trainer. At present, most trainers are working very hard, hoping that they can get a good result, but when facing gym trainers, they are still a little behind due to their actual combat experience. However, Suche is not afraid. The strength of the early days of the king and the middle stage of the king, although he can make 2 moves in the face of the strength of the champion, but it is also in the face of strength. Just like the water arrow turtle last time, if not the water arrow is powerful, and after Zoroark's strength is increased, the water arrow turtle will not be able to survive a few moves. In the first few games, several gyms trained and dispatched elves with the same strength as their opponents, and they fought vigorously with their opponents. Even if the opponent loses, it's okay, it won't leave too many shadows. Suche is not staying in his rest area now, but in the passageway, watching the game below. Because, it can be clearly seen here that the intensity of the next game sprite, not the switching of several camera angles in the lounge. Now what Suche most wants to see is the gym trainers competition, so that he can fully understand the strength of the gym trainers' elves. For gym trainers, Suche still needs to be a little more careful. None of these gym trainers are fuel-efficient lamps. Their fighting style also needs to be learned by Suche. Just like the forest ranger Audai, although Audai's strength is not the strongest among the gym trainers. But if you underestimate him, you will pay a serious price. Audai's strength is also very strong. Although his big needlebee is not as strong as Sakaji's, his overall strength is not inferior to that of any gym trainer. Most of his elves can be evolved, such as Heracross, Big Needlebee, Giant Claw Mantis, and Kyrus Big Beetle. After the evolution of insect-type elves, it can be said that it is even more powerful, and it also makes Audai in the alliance. Seat. Similarly, the ghost boy who looks like a child is called Lucci, and his Gengar is also not to be underestimated. Gengar's movements are indeterminate, combined with Gengar's hypnosis and dream-eating tricks, Gengar's strength is also in the top few. The rest is Master Lily, and Mr. Layan from the fighting department. Although Master Lily is a perfume expert, she is also a powerful trainer. Her Overlord Flower and Beauty Flower are equally powerful. According to the previous video, there should be another evolving frog flower among the elves of the Lily Pavilion. There are too many changes in the grass type, such as sleeping powder, poison powder, paralysis powder, parasitic seeds, etc. These moves when they were used together, Suche couldn't help but have a headache. The key is the skill of parasitic seeds. In the real world, parasitic seeds have the ability to immobilize one's body, not to mention the paralysis effect and poisoning effect, which have a certain probability to be superimposed in the real world. Similarly, the Magic City Road Mr. Wang Jun from the museum, his electric dragon can also evolve 423. I don't wanna, why do you think so much, let's just watch the game quietly. Shaking his head vigorously, he threw out the thoughts in his mind. Suche looked at the playing field below, watching the game seriously. Longlongyan lost his ability to fight, and the electric dragon won, so the final winner was Mr. Wang Jun from the Magic City Gym. The referee looked at the situation on the playing field, and also immediately. The final order was announced and all the audience cheered. Oh, the result is out. The electric dragon of the owner of Wang Jun is still very powerful. The powerful fighting tactics have made Longlongyan lose his fighting ability. The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and excitedly explained the game to the audience. The next two contestants are Dr. Su Che and Yang Yuan from northern Xinjiang. When Su Che heard this, he also went straight to the next game and came to the side of his own arena. The northern border is the northernmost, and most of the trainers there are very powerful and very difficult to deal with. Su Che has watched the opponent's game, and the opponent's strength should be at the peak of the quasi-celestial king. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 83, The Battle Begins. Su Che has watched the opponent's game, and the opponent's strength should be at the peak of the quasi-celestial king. But the strange thing is that such a powerful trainer has never heard the reputation of the other party before. Su Che also became curious, looking at the man opposite him, very curious about him. Then, the next thing is Su Che from Zhangcheng and Yang Yuan from northern Xinjiang will start the match. The way of the match is a one-on-one singles match. Please stand on their respective platforms and send their own elves. Come out, monarch snake. Ah! Forgot the cry of the monarch snake. There is no record on the official website and the post bar, please bear with me. Name, monarch snake attribute, grass qualification, red level, level 45 quasi Tianwang peak height, 3. 3 weight, 63. Features, lush intimacy, 145 as the pokeball is thrown, the pokeball turns on and flashes white light, and a snake-shaped elf appears in the center of the playing field. The monarch snake is one, with a long snake like light green. The spirit of the body is different from the vine snake or the ivy snake before evolution. The evolved monarch snake lost its hind limbs and the forelimbs were reduced to only leaves, but 3 dark green leaves grew near the end of the tail. It has yellow patterns on its body, just like the noble lines of the royal family. And the 2 leaf vines around the neck are rolled out the same, just like the collar and cuffs of a suit. The eyes of the monarch snake are red, giving people a noble and domineering feeling. Oh, it's actually the monarch snake known as the noble Pokemon, just like the seeds of the wonderful frog. The original form of the monarch snake, the vine snake, it is a kind of elves suitable for novices, and its attribute is grass. The monarch snake can stretch out 2 rattan whips from the rattan clothes on both sides of the neck to smash the opponent. It can gather very powerful grass-type energy in its body to use moves like Flying Leaf Storm and Magic Leaf. However, the monarch snake has an arrogant temperament, and usually intimidates the opponent deeply, and then makes a strong attack. Even if it's not intimidating, cold and domineering, a high-end temperament will make the enemy frightened. Commentary host looked at the monarch snake and explained to all the audience players. Monarch snake is arrogant and charming. Hey, there seems to be one in my game, and its characteristic is, the naysayer monarch snake. Su Che looked at the elves sent by the opponent, and directly took out his own pokeball and threw it directly into the playing field. Go out. Go, fossil pterodactyl. Roar. The majestic dragon roar sounded, and the figure of the fossilized pterosaur appeared on the field, which surprised all the audience. Oh, player Su Che actually has a fossilized pterosaur. Fossil pterosaur is a fossilized, rocky and flying property. He mainly regenerated and resurrected the elves of the dinosaur age by extracting the genetic genes in amber, and now it is imagined as the king of the sky at that time. It is a very ferocious ancient elf with teeth shaped like a saw that bites off the opponent's throat. Looking at the elves appearing in the competition venue, the host commentary is also due diligence and explained for everyone. Competition, start. After watching the 2 sides send their own elves, the referee also waved his own flag and gave the order to start the game. Monarch snake, magic leaf. Looking at the fossilized pterosaur opposite, Yang Yuan also directly gave his order to let the monarch snake start to attack. Whoosh! Monarch snake croaked, and leaves flew out from the petals at the neckline, suspended in midair, forming blade knives, attacking the fossil pterosaurs in midair. Fossil pterosaur, dodge! Looking at the attack from the opposite side, Su Che directly gave his order to the fossilized pterosaur. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur that heard the order circled directly in midair, dodging the attack of the monarch snake directly. Grass field. Wow! I saw the monarch snake heard Yang Yuan's order, its tail began to swing, and a green light shone out from the monarch snake's body, covering the entire playing field. Damn it! Green grass field. Your monarch snake is up and running. Suche looked at the skills of the monarch snake and thought with some jumping feet. Nima, can the monarch snake learn this skill? Why haven't I heard of it myself? Green grass field. It turns into a grass field in Wei. On the ground can recover stamina every round, and the power of grass-type moves will also increase by 50%. Looking at this scene in the arena, Suche couldn't help but have a headache. One must know that this skill in the green grass field is extremely perverted. Regardless of its grass-type moves, or the release speed of skills. All rise. Ah, how annoying. Fossil pterosaurs, air cutting. Ow. Hearing Tianyu's order, the fossilized pterosaur immediately moved and began to flap its wings. Irregular wind energy formed powerful wind blades one after another, attacking the monarch snake in the arena. If he could dodge, all the roads were blocked. Yang Yuan looked at this scene on the arena, his face changed, and he quickly faced the monarch snake in the field. Monarch snake, magic leaf attack. Wow! Monarch snake screamed, and a large number of leaves began to appear around him, cutting to greet the incoming air. Swipe. The magic leaf was cut by sharp air cuttings, and pieces of purple powder fell as the leaf shattered. Oh, yes. Are the magic leaves mixed with the poisonous powder? Yes, the battle of the monarch snake consciousness is well cultivated. Ah, I actually used grass-type skills to block the fake skills of flight-type. The skills of this monarch snake are really amazing. Commentary stage. The host commentator watched the collision of skills in the competition venue and explained to the audience excitedly. Not that the skills are originally strong, but after the blessing of the grass field, the power of the monarch snake's skills has been strengthened a lot. Fossil pterosaur, storm. Looking at the figure of the monarch snake, Suche gave his order again. Roar. Hearing Suche's order, the fossilized pterosaur's wings flapped fiercely. The powerful force formed a violent storm and blew towards the monarch snake on the ground. Please download Philo to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 84. Victory. Fudan University. Monarch snake, keep it. Seeing the incoming storm attack, Yang Yuan knew that his monarch snake would definitely not be able to resist, and his face changed. Looking at his monarch snake, Yang Yuan immediately facing the monarch snake, he issued a defensive order. Woo! Under Yang Yuan's order, the monarch snake quickly coiled up his body. Then, a green light lit up on his body, protecting himself and blocking the incoming storm. Clap Lala! The purple poisonous powder in the air was blown clean by the fossilized pterosaur, and no more. Less than the shadow of purple powder. It's a pity. Suche looked at the monarch snake, successfully resisted his skills, and shook his head with some regret. Monarch snake, parasitic seed attack. Looking at his monarch snake, Yang Yuan quickly issued a new order to his monarch snake. Woo! I saw the tail of the monarch snake wagging, facing the fossil pterosaur in midair. Seeds appeared one after another, and flew towards the fossil pterosaur in midair. I accepted this trick of parasitic seeds. Fossil pterosaur, use the storm to return the monarch snake. Roar! Hearing Suche's order, the fossilized pterosaur's 423 eyes showed a gleam of light. Wings flapped again, aimed at the incoming parasitic seeds, and quickly fanned out a strong storm. Bang bang bang. The strong wind pressure bounced all the flying seeds back, and quickly shot towards the monarch snake below. With an unparalleled storm, the fossilized pterosaur directly broke the parasitic seeds, and the strong storm was directed towards, and the monarch snake in the center of the competition field attacked. Looking at the powerful attack of the fossilized pterosaur, Yang Yuan was a little anxious, and ordered his monarch snake. Woo! The monarch snake in the arena got a new order, and quickly gave up the attack of the parasitic seeds. The tail swung quickly, a powerful grass-type energy formed, and a tiny grass-type storm quickly moved towards the fossil pterosaur the created storm is ushering in. Bang! Kai! The storm in midair carried a large number of parasitic seeds and attacked the monarch snake. The storm caused huge damage to the monarch snake. Woo! I saw the grass stirrer and fossil wings used by the monarch snake on the competition field. The storms used by the dragons collide with each other. Some of the blades formed by grass-type energy were cut into pieces under the strong wind pressure. Although they blocked part of the storm's attack, there were still a lot of storm blades that hit the monarch snake. The monarch snake only felt that his body was paralyzed for a while, and the powerful wind pressure attacked him. The powerful force made the monarch snake scream. Hey! Boom! Scream, accompanied by a strong wind, saw the monarch and was blown upside down by the strong wind pressure, and fell to the ground in the distance. Monarch snake, are you alright? Looking anxiously at the monarch snake, Young Yuan confirmed the state of the monarch snake. Nay. Slowly getting up and stabilizing his body, the monarch snake told his master that he could keep fighting if he was fine. Okay. Was also happy when he saw this scene, and clenched his fist fiercely. You can still stand up, but it's too late. Fossil pterodactyl, launch. Young Yuan was just about to give an order to the monarch snake when he suddenly heard a voice. Hearing that, Su Chei's order was issued first, and when he looked up, he saw that the fossil pterosaur had condensed an orange ball of light in its mouth. The ball of light hits the direction of the monarch snake on the ground in the form of a beam of light. Boom! Whoosh! The violent explosion was accompanied by a scream, and the monarch snake flew out and fell to the ground with both eyes. Circles, obviously lost its fighting ability. The monarch snake lost its fighting ability, and the fossil pterosaur won the victory. So the winner is Su Chei. The referee commentator watched the game and quickly announced the result of the game. I'm going, and I actually destroy the death light in seconds. How is it possible? Could it be that Dr. Su Chei's fossilized pterosaur is also the strength of the Heavenly King? How can other players fight against Dr. Su Chei's strength is really too strong? Quote. The spectators looked at the situation in the competition venue, and they all came back to their senses, discussing the competition track. The monarch snake has been seriously injured just now. Although the fossil pterosaur is not as powerful as the monarch snake, the fossil pterosaur has added an air blade to the storm. Wang Jun in the audience looked at the monarch snake who lost his ability to fight in the arena, and directly spoke his thoughts. Expected of a gym trainer, he could see what was wrong at a glance. Indeed, in the storm attack of the fossilized pterosaur just now, Su Chei did add the air blade to the fossilized pterosaur, which was the result of his usual training. Every move seems simple, but in fact, there are corresponding moves to match. Thinking about the best choice for the next step, this is Su Chei's first fighting method. Example, the poison-type elves in Elves can mix some toxins and tricks with each other, causing powerful trauma to the opponent. With the combination of such tricks, even the most powerful elves will suffer a certain amount of trauma. Come back, monarch snake. Fossil pterosaur, well done. You really are powerful, Dr. Su Chei. Young Yuan walked to the center of the arena and looked at Su Chei, who was opposite him, reaching out his hand and said politely. You're not weak either. Su Chei looked at Young Yuan in front of him and said to him with a smile. Hopefully I can continue to play with you in the future. Same. After replying to Young Yuan, Su Chei left the competition venue and took a car to Fudan University. As for why he came, it was because of a speech given by Dr. Damu, right here. And Su Chei, one of the invitees, said in the magic capital, I have to say that there are some universities located here, several universities founded by the Elf Alliance, among which Fudan University is located here. Fudan University was established in the 1900s and is an alliance and co-founded university. It is worth mentioning that there is a small stadium next to Fudan University, where the Union's electric department gym is located. Early stage of Fudan University, it merged with an elf medical university to create the university we see today. And there are many colleges and universities, among which, elf colleges and medical colleges are the school's signature. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 85, Visit Fudan University. Early stage of Fudan University, it merged with an elf medical university to create the university we see today. And there are many colleges and universities, among which, elf colleges and medical colleges are the school's signature. Of course, there are some other colleges and universities, where many students study hard, and some outstanding students are sought after in various enterprises. Like every university, the elf battle section of the elf school, in addition to the usual courses, is to train its own elf. Who are strong to a certain level can write a half-study application for the school, which is the so-called gymnasium, and study hard at the same time. Different from the previous life, the relationship between several colleges and universities is very close, such as medical colleges. When medical colleges need some medicinal materials, they can publish credit rewards on the school's official website. Let the powerful students accept the task, go to the field to find some materials, and get certain credits after the task is successful. With these credits, you can graduate smoothly, and you can also graduate smoothly if you play in the gymnasium. However, due to the lack of strength of some students, most of the students' credits are still earned in the form of rewards. Similarly, the strength of Fudan University should not be underestimated. Most of the teachers of the Elf Academy were trainers of the quasi-kings. Moreover, the master of Wangjun is still in that elf section, and has handed over many outstanding students. This is Fudan University. Looking at the very imposing door in front of him, and the students who were following some elves, Suche got out of the taxi and watched curiously. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of him, Suche was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect the school gate to be so large, and the area inside was unknown. Also, this world is different from the previous life. The water blue star in this world is several times bigger than the water blue star in the previous life. After Suche shook his head, he took a deep breath and walked directly into the school gate. The students who came and went looked at Suche, who was wearing sunglasses, and showed kind smiles to Suche. They were not surprised. Because Fudan University is open to everyone, some children and adults will come to visit. You will often hear this sentence in Fudan University. See, this is a world-class school. If you study hard in the future, if you are admitted here, you can also come here to study and study. These are the words spoken by adults and children, and Suche just smiled and continued walking towards his destination. Because the research conference was in the afternoon, Suche wasn't in a hurry. It was noon, and he could go around. Came to the elf campus of Fudan University. The surrounding environment is obviously biased towards the atmosphere of trainers. There are many more elves around the students walking on the campus road. You can also see some rare elves of the 3 families, but in Sujoche seems to be too weak, but some boys and girls can't hide the envy and jealousy in their eyes when they look at the elves of Usangia. In the campus, you can also see some feelings, and they also follow their own spirits behind them to exchange feelings with each other. Because of the elves who are attracted to each other and like each other will also be attracted to their own elves. Regardless of, is it for your own elves or for yourself? After a long period of running in between male and female trainers, a step-by-step trainer will change into a couple. Of course, this is only a small part, and there are trainers who are so powerful that they will subdue elves of different genders to breed the next generation of elves. Suche is a bit of a brainer, unless he unblocks all the elves in the game, so that they will have their own wives. However, Suche didn't panic that his elves were very powerful, and some elves of the same race of different genders in the wild would also fall in love with his elves. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. Wind-speed dog, shoot flames. Boom. Unconsciously, I came to the public battlefield. Suche can clearly watch the game here. This is the place where some students fight and learn from each other. Some students with insufficient strength took out their notebooks and recorded the situation of the game. Of course, some other comeback trainers occasionally come over to compete, and the school also approves it very much. This is also a way to promote progress. Just like now, there is a battle of spirits in front of you, that is, a fire-breathing dragon versus a wind-speed dog. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Unexpectedly, here you can actually see the two elves, the wind-speed dog and the fire-breathing dragon. These two elves in the previous life can be said to be the two favorite elves of most Pokemon game lovers. The elf wind-speed dog seems to be normal, but it can learn. The dragon Scale Fury is a dragon type. Big move. Not to mention the fire-breathing dragon, in the animation of the previous life, it was completely treated as a sun. Super giant form, 2 evolutionary forms, and the water storage fire-breathing dragon dubbed Ilan. However, in the animation, Koga Ninja is indeed a pity. It is really a dog-headed screenwriter, and when I watched it, I cursed directly. However, the champion of the final Sun and Moon chapter is indeed worthy of its name. For this reason, Suche even tried it out, and found that there is a certain chance but it is too low. Of course, in the game, this situation will definitely not occur. Fire-breathing dragon, the last move, accumulating flame attack. Roar. At this time, there are 2 elves fighting in the arena, and the game has come to an end. The fire-breathing dragon flew straight up, wrapped its body in a powerful flame, and attacked in the direction of the opposite wind-speed dog. Bang! The sound of the impact sounded, and the smoke was swirling. When the smoke dissipated, the wind-speed dog's eyes flashed circles, obviously losing the ability to fight. The wind-speed dog is incapacitated, and the fire-breathing dragon wins the game. He took back his fire-breathing dragon, and the contestant on the opposite side also raised his head proudly, and a group of students surrounded him. And the failed student took back the wind-speed dog and came to the auditorium quite annoyed, and a girl in front of him was comforting him. Seeing this, Suche also stood up, jumped down from a height, and landed steadily towards his destination. Because soon, Dr. Damu's research conference will start. Came to the comprehensive building of Fudan University, the #1 multimedia 800-person 800 hall, and people have come here one after another. Chapter 86. Those things at the research conference. Show the invitation here and you can go in and take a seat. There are some students at the door, they release their elves to maintain order. Showing his invitation letter, Suche entered the hall under the somewhat puzzled eyes of the girl next to him. At this moment, half of the researchers were already seated, along with some school leaders in Fudan, a few rows in the back, and some news media workers. On both sides of the corridor, there are also some news cameras, as well as multiple cameras, for the media's live news and several conversions. Some students chose to sit in the back, and some empty seats on the second floor. Seeing Suche wearing sunglasses, everyone greeted them politely despite their doubts, especially when they saw the 6 Pokeballs on the other side's belt buckle. They were mistaken for the protection officer of the Alliance. 2:02 p.m., originally, 4:23. At the most sleepy time, everyone in the multi-purpose hall was very excited, and some of them saw Dr. Damu for the first time. Similarly, the scorching summer weather did not affect the interior at all. Due to the central air conditioner, the classmates, teachers, and some other staff were very much looking forward to Dr. Damu's speech. Okay, please be quiet, this press conference will start soon. Under the announcement of a student host, everyone in the hall also stopped the sound of discussion, took out their own paper and pens, and began to record the content of the conference. Hello everyone, today we invited Dr. Damu to come to our school to hold a research conference, mainly to discuss about elves like Rotom. Then, please give a round of applause to Dr. Damu. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hearing the student host's words, the audience burst into applause, and they all looked at Dr. Damu, who was on the stage, with excited and expectant eyes. Among them, there were some excited classmates who took out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos while watching Dr. Damu come to the stage, and some students whistled. Some media workers also started their own work, and they need to publish this research discussion smoothly. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Damu. Clap la 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 la. There was another round of applause. Dr. Damu took his speech and waved to the people below on the stage, waiting for the whole venue to quiet down before starting his current speech. Hello everyone, I'm meeting with you again, and of course with the students of Fudan University. This is the first time we meet. This seminar will be a bit special. I hope you don't dislike it. I'm a bit of an old man. Don't dislike it. After a brief interaction, Dr. Damu also began to explain it to everyone. In our world, there are many mysteries, we call them elves. I believe everyone knows how elves appear. However, the mysteries of elves have been researched until now. Why do elves evolve? Why do the forms of elves after evolution change? And some evolutions completely change some attributes. This is the head of our elves researchers. So, in my research, I will tell you one today. One of the sprites. Then, please. Today's protagonist, come out Rotom. Bang. Lodo Toto Toto. At this time, Dr. Ogi threw a one Pokeball directly, and white light flashed through Rotom and appeared directly on the spot. Look, this is Rotom. Dr. Ogi gestured with his hand to draw everyone's attention to Rotom's body. According to research, the orange body is the core of Rotom. On the outside, it is surrounded by blue translucent electric ions that can materialize as Rotom's hands. This is also Rotom's body structure. Let's take a look at the following data. Picking up his tablet, Dr. Ogi directly showed the information of his investigation for everyone to see. Next, let me focus on introducing the facts about Rotom. According to the investigation, Rotom can sneak into various household appliances and can form many forms, which is caused by a special motor in our human technology. I made a comparison, and there are no motors of this type in other appliances, so the Rotom can't be attached directly to other appliances. It has been found that Rotom can be attached to the following electrical appliances, including microwave ovens, washing machines, refrigerators, electric fans, and lawnmowers. The available moves are fire-type moves, water-type moves, ice-type moves, flying-type moves, and grass-type moves. We also found out. A few hours later, at the end of a serious research conference, Dr. Damu also mentioned that this was because of the information compiled by Dr. Suche, and Dr. Damu himself only participated in the discussion. Because Suche wanted to compete, Dr. Suche was originally coming today, but Suche probably didn't come, so Dr. Damu helped to publish it. So the first discoverer was Suche, not himself. As soon as Dr. Damu said that, some media workers raised doubts and expressed doubts, thinking that Dr. Damu couldn't do this in order to promote Suche to the top. This is equivalent to appropriating other people's research results, which is absolutely not allowed in the circle of elf researchers. However, when Dr. Damu took out the manuscript that Suche had sorted out, the workers in the news media were completely speechless. The scene was immediately embarrassing. Suche couldn't help laughing at the back. This old man really didn't know what to say. In a previous life, if the students discovered 3.6 something, because I am afraid of making a mistake in my speech, I want to release it together with the teacher. Some of the last published content is directly signed but only the teacher's name, and this kind of thing still happens. But I didn't expect that Dr. Damu did a better job than everyone else in this regard. Dr. Ogi seemed very angry. After the press conference, he left here without accepting any interviews. Suche didn't withdraw either. He hurriedly stepped down, and went after him to appease Dr. Damu. The old man is getting old, so he can't be so angry. In a funny and quiet environment, Suche and Dr. Damu are here. Suche is comforting Dr. Damu at the moment, saying that it is his own problem and should come forward with Dr. Damu. Feilu remind you. 3 things to read. Chapter 87. The game continues. I really don't understand why they think that way. Okay, Dr. Damu, don't be angry, we'll make it to the hotel. There are still those small meteorites in your ecological park, waiting for you to raise and study them. Why bother with them? Okay, let's go. Suche, take a special car with me. That kid is disrespectful. Together with Dr. Damu, Suche also experienced the feeling of a big man. Dr. Damu sent Suche to the hotel, and explained to the person in charge of the open competition that he would not come to the competition tomorrow. Something happened. The person in charge of the research also expressed understanding. That night, Dr. Damu said goodbye to Suche and left the magic capital directly. Really, Suche was also comforting him when he looked at Dr. Damu with a sullen face with such a big temper. Showing that he would let his elves cooperate with Dr. Damu's research, this made Dr. Damu feel much better. However, because it was a live broadcast, those media channels were sprayed out by the majority of 21 netizens. I don't know what these media think, they will ask such low-level questions. No, I just don't understand these media people. Why don't I understand the temper of Dr. Damu? I am a student of Fudan University in the capital city, and I said that I wanted to go up and kick a few times. Upstairs, the same goes for me. I don't understand the brain circuits of these media people. Is it difficult to admit that they are excellent? Dr. Suche can't come to the competition, why can't Dr. Damu explain it alone? That's right, I can't explain my graduation thesis clearly. I didn't study it with my teacher. What if I helped publish it? The overwhelming negative influence caught the media by surprise, and this time it really hit a big hole. Fortunately, the official media of the Alliance at the time did not ask questions, but other media took the lead and began to ask questions. Even raised questions directly on the spot, which made Dr. Damu very angry. Many conspiracy theorists even said on the internet that the official big brother of the media did not speak, and you actually questioned it in public. Is your news more reliable than the country and the Alliance? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the problem this time lies in the media. Some netizens and some people have left messages under their respective media official websites. Who visit and follow will be replaced with reporters with smart brains. However, while this matter is getting more and more serious, the Alliance official directly responded to the majority of netizens, which made the majority of netizens like it one after another. Evening, the League directly issued a response on its official website. For this afternoon's research conference, I hope the majority of netizens stop accusing the media, and we don't want everyone to blame other media. The media's remarks have always been responsible to the people and the country, so the media should have doubts. Similarly, we also hope that Dr. Damu and Dr. Suche will not look at them with tinted glasses. This is the information that Dr. Suche used for the cloth before. The lower rows list several papers that Suche submitted to the Alliance before he received his PhD. And these papers are all on the official website of the Alliance, a few on the top of the home page. Articles are all traceable. At this time, everyone praised the title of Dr. Suche, and at the same time, the Alliance also expressed an attitude, that is, it does not want to make groundless accusations and doubts against the two doctors. This time, other public media are also, the apology that should be apologized, and the handling that should be dealt with. This matter is impossible to know. The next day, Modu Stadium Suche came here early in the morning, showed his qualification certificate to the staff, and then walked into the venue one step ahead. After today, 4 powerful trainers will be decided, and the finalists will be decided in the next round. Only the best trainers can win in the end. Therefore, today's game is full of tension, and it also means that, the trainers who participated in the League Open, their competition only had the last minute. Whether you can get a good result or get tickets for the finals of the conference depends on today's game and your own efforts. Hello everyone, I am your long-awaited host, the trainers here today, the finalists will be the finalists. The climax of the game is coming. Let's cheer for these trainers. On the host commentary stage, the commentator slowly came here, picked up his microphone and adjusted it, and started his own commentary. Dong 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 dong, ooh. As soon as the music of the game played, the audience began to applaud and cheer. They knew that today's game would be very exciting. Okay, let's watch the game players, and their opponents, let's cheer them on at last. Come on, Come on, come on. Clap la 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 la. The host commentator looked at the audience and explained the game very dutifully, arousing the emotions of the audience. The contestants reappeared on the 444 big screens, and their opponents were once again finalized. Looking at his opponent, Suche couldn't help showing a smile. It was actually him that was right. His opponent was Lu Qi, the trainer of the U423 spiritual gem, and Suche's opponent. There was a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Then, let's invite the trainers from both sides to enter the arena. The first match is Suche against Lu Qi, the trainer of the ghost gem. Oh. Hearing this, the audience all looked forward and cheered with wide eyes. Next is the match between Suche and Lu Qi, the trainer of the ghost gem. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game. Finally, I really want to have a good match with Dr. Suche, who was wearing a purple gym uniform, looked at Suche on the opposite side, and came to his playing position. Me too, I want to know that you and the pavilion master Shaolin have different ways of fighting. Let's fight with all our strength. Suche also came to his playing position, and looked at Lu Qi, who was facing him, earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Chapter 88. Open. Gengar, please. Jenga. The opposite Lu Qi stomped his foot lightly, the shadow under Lu Qi quickly wriggled, and a shadow came to the playing field. A strange elf stood out from the shadow, it was Gengar. Oh, Gengar. Gengar is a dark purple elf with a round shape, its hands are attached to the rest of its body, and it has legs and a short, pointed tail. Gengar's eyes are red, with thorn-like protrusions on the back, and the corners of his mouth are often curved, with a sinister smile. Gengar has the ability to completely hide in the shadow of any object, making it very good at stealth. Gengar's body is like a heat sink, its presence reduces the surrounding temperature by about 5 because it takes away heat. Some Gengars are able to fly in the air, this is due to the Gengars with the floating property. Go, Bangira. Looking at Zheng Gui opposite, Suche took a deep breath, took out one of his high-level 1 ball again, took a deep breath and threw it out excitedly. Roar. With a loud roar, a domineering figure appeared in the arena, causing everyone to subconsciously widen their eyes and look at the elves below in disbelief. Roar. Hey, wait, it hurts. I saw that after Bangira came out, he came to Suche and directly hugged Suche with a forceful hug, his mouth also biting Suche's head frantically. Now Suche is completely helpless, how can he be like a fat man? It shouldn't be. Bangira is obviously very cold in the game. However, the audience is not. Thinking like this, even some people watching the game at home, the audience also widened their eyes in surprise when they saw the elves sent by Suche. The whole body was horrified, looking at Suche in Bangira's arms. Bangiras is a large bipedal dinosaur-like elf covered in an armor, light green shell. Several spikes of different sizes protrude from the back of the head, neck and shoulders, and there is also a ring of smaller spikes at the end of the tail. It has a pair of fangs on its upper and lower jaws, and 3 claws on its hands and feet. The shell is on both sides of the chest, and there are 2 triangular holes in the center of the back and the knees of the legs, and the inside of the holes is black. There is a diamond-shaped notch on the abdomen and back, and the lower part, exposing the carapace of the same color as the shell of Shakiras. It possesses a pair of unparalleled power that can easily change the surrounding terrain under any attack. Once mad, it will encounter mountains and destroy mountains on the way forward, and demolish buildings when it encounters buildings. It is considered to be a kind of disaster-type spirit that can move. That most adventurers don't want to encounter in forbidden areas in some secret realms. This kind of elves is often referred to as a synonym for disaster. Okay, the Master Lu Qi sent his own Gengar, who is very naughty, sometimes even vicious. They like to play pranks, like pretending to be someone else's shadow, and then doing things differently. When its prey notices, Gengar rejoices at the fear of its victims. However, Gengar is also notoriously loyal to the trainer who treats him well, and when the trainer treats him well, its smile is less sinister and more friendly. Commentator looked at Gengar and explained it carefully. Indeed, this world is the same as the Pokemon world. There are many trainers who are not used to ghost elves. But in general, it is much better than the Pokemon world. Dr. Suche sent another quasi-god level elf, Bangira. It's really surprising. Dr. Suche already has a fast dragon. How will this Benji behave? Bangira, please. Roar. Patting Bangira's hard arm, Suche also smiled and said to Bangira. Bangira nodded, looked at the Jengui opposite him and roared, and looked at the other side solemnly, waiting for Suche's order. Some spectators looked at the two elves facing each other below and did not dare to let out the air. They could foresee that this was a very exciting game. The main reason why some audiences changed their attitude towards Suche was the appearance of Bangira. The cultivation of one quasi-god can be said to be very expensive, let alone two quasi-gods. The cultivation of Bangira is different from some other elves. The best way to cultivate this kind of elves is to let Bangira absorb rare ores. Under such conditions, the armor on Bangira will become stronger and stronger, and he will not be defeated with one move. That is to say, if you cultivate a Bangira, if you want to cultivate it well, you may go bankrupt, because rare and good ores are valuable and invaluable. This made everyone begin to suspect that the power behind Suche was definitely not as simple as in the Alliance registration. Of course, they never imagined that Suche was a man with a cheating device. In the three-dimensional game, in order to cultivate his own Bangira, Suche did not know how many rare ores he fed, and directly stacked Bangira's double defense to the highest level. Suche's idea is that as long as Bangira's strength is strong, even a simple collision will have a strong destructive power. Therefore, there is no need to pursue strong attack power, but because it is the data in the game, Bangira's attack power is also very good. Therefore, Bangira is also a rare trump card, and in the back of Bangira's armor, there is a one brown stone, which is Bangira's evolution stone. Competition. Start pseudo. Everyone sit tight. Bangira, earthquake. Hearing the referee's order to start the game, Suche immediately. After a loud warning to the audience, he gave an order to Bangira. Roar. Bangira let out a loud roar and stomped the ground with her foot. The khaki yellow energy under her feet spread, and the entire stadium began to vibrate frantically. Audience also began to sway from side to side, and some of the audience who stood up unsteadily fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. Oops. It hurts. My God, what a terrible earthquake trick. This kind of earthquake can change the terrain. Is this Dr. Suche's Bangira? What a powerful strength. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 89. Intense competition. My God, if my electric dragon is attacked like this, even if it doesn't lose its ability to fight, it will definitely be seriously injured. Looking at the earthquake tricks below, Wang Jun, the trainer of the Magic City Gym, also widened his eyes and said very seriously. What a powerful earthquake, how will Gengar fight back? Ouch. The host commentator on the commentary platform was also very excited. He was about to stand up but was affected by the power of the earthquake and fell under the seat. Fortunately, the staff of the league responded quickly and directly released some ground-based elves to stabilize the entire stadium. But this kind of end is a smash, click. Some glass with weak stability was directly shattered by Bangira's earthquake trick. Fortunately, it was the external situation, not the internal damage. Fortunately, it did not cause a lot of casualties. Gengar, jump up and use Freezing Fist. Faced with such an attack from Bangira, Lucci's expression changed greatly. Although he could not stand still, he still gave his order. Jenga. Jengui jumped up to avoid the earthquake attack, and walked in the direction of Bangira, his fists clenched and gleaming with ice blue light. Defend with a sharp stone attack. Seeing Zheng Gui's attack on the opposite side, Su Che immediately abandoning the earthquake, the order was given to Bangira again. Roar! Forgira made a loud noise, her right fist clenched tightly, powerful energy surged directly, and she hit the ground with one punch. The ghost has not approached Bangira, and was directly hit by Bangira's sharp stone attack. Boom! Zheng Ga! With a scream, Zheng Gui was directly beaten and flew out, landing at the back of the arena. Oh, what a powerful sharp stone attack! Bangira directly drove Gengar back. Very good attack. The host commentator on the commentary stage also looked at the bottom of the competition venue and explained with great excitement. Bangira, don't give the opponent a chance, the wave of evil. Looking at the direction where Zheng Gui flew out, Su Che directly gave orders to his Bangira. Roar! The powerful evil energy condensed in Bangira's mouth, and a chain of purple-black energy attacked in the direction of Gengar. Bangira's move hits Gengar. I'm sorry, Gengar will lose his ability to fight directly. Gengar, cheer up and use the Shadow Ball. Lu Qi looked at his Gengar and was very nervous, but he still gave orders to his Gengar. No way, my Gengar does not have the floating feature. I haven't encountered it myself, but my Gengar attack is very strong. Now you can only dodge the opponent's attack and use the method to win. Zheng Ga. Zheng Gui, who heard the order, also walked quickly. A one purple-black energy ball condensed in front of him, and a one energy ball directly burst out of the air, heading towards Bangira's attack direction. Boom! Bangira's evil wave collided with Gengar's shadow ball, and a large amount of smoke erupted from the playing field. The mutual cancellation of the tricks caused everyone to cover their eyes subconsciously, and the aftermath of the subconscious trick also caused the two elves to retreat directly. The tricks of Zhengui and Bangira collided with each other, and no one has accounted for it now. Cheap. The host commentator on the high platform looked at both sides. The game was also explained with excitement. What a powerful force! It really deserves to be the master of the gymnasium, and the master of the gymnasium should not be underestimated. Putting down his arms covering his eyes, Su Che looked at Zheng Gui opposite, and said solemnly. Roar! Bangira also stabilized her body, looked at the Gengar on the opposite side, and silently raised her strength to the maximum. My Gengar attack is very strong. Lu Qi looked at Bangira on the opposite side, and said to Su Che with a smile. Zheng quack quack. Zheng Ghost looked in Bangira's direction and let out a burst of unintelligible laughter. What a good opponent. Your Bangira is really good, but my Gengar won't lose. Gengar, use the Shadow Ball. Looking at Bangira on the opposite side, Lu Qi also became serious. His eyes were bright, he pointed at Bangira, and ordered Gengar with enthusiasm. Zheng Ga. Zheng Gui listened to the order, and quickly condensed a black shadow ball between his hands and threw it directly at the opposite Bangira. Bangira, block the shadow ball. Seeing the shadow ball's attack, Su Che seemed extremely confident, and ordered to his Bangira. Roar! Bangira let out a loud roar, watching the incoming attack, patted her armor excitedly, quickly stretched out her hands, and supported Gengar's shadow ball with her hands. What? Looking at Bangira's handling, Lu Qi couldn't believe it, and stared at the opposite Bangira with wide eyes. Not only Lu Qi, but also the referee, the spectators watching the game, the audience in front of the TV and the people watching the live broadcast were all frightened by Bangira's actions. You know, the shadow ball skill is very easy to explode. Generally, after contact, the mass or energy in the shadow ball is unstable, and it is easy to be detonated, causing huge damage. But now, Su Che's Bangira can actually block it with his hands. Unbelievable, Bangira actually blocked Gengar's attack with her bare hands. What is Dr. Su Che trying to do? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained it very excitedly. Throw the shadow ball back. Staring at the Gengar opposite, Su Che ordered to his Bangira. Roar! Bangira, who heard the order, let out a loud roar, slammed her feet on the ground vigorously, and grasped the center of gravity of her body. Mobilize the power, and wrap a layer of khaki power around the shadow ball. Then, Bagheera used all her strength to support the shadow ball. Aim in the direction of Gengar, throw the shadow ball directly at Gengar, and throw it back. Not good. Gengar, hurry up and use the shadow ball. Block the attack. When Lucci was still in shock, when he saw the shadow ball being thrown back, his face changed greatly, and he immediately woke up and shouted to Zhengui. Zhengga. Zhengui watched solemnly, his attack was returned, and at a faster speed than usual, he gathered his skills and threw a one shadow ball again. Chucky. Chapter 90. Mega Evolution. Chucky. A strange sound sounded, and the two shadow balls collided in the air. The strange thing was that at the moment when the two shadow balls collided, the violent energy did not explode, but cancelled each other out. Right now, Bagheera set off a sandstorm. Looking at Lucci, who was relieved, Suche immediately ordered to Bagheera. Roar. After hearing Tianyu's order, Bagheera immediately roared loudly, using her own strength, and a powerful sandstorm was instantly raised throughout the competition venue. Hoo hoo hoo. When Bagheera stomped her feet, the air was filled with fine sand, which made the surrounding ice drop a lot. After the two sides collided, Bagheera raised a sandstorm. What are you doing? But this is the first time I've seen a sandstorm of this magnitude. The commentator looked at Bagheera in the arena, and looked very excited, and said directly and loudly. What a strong sandstorm, what a strong Bagheera. Looking at the skills Bagheera used and the final result, Lucci couldn't help but admire. Skills like this to change the weather depend on the spirits used and their own strength. The stronger the elf's own strength, the more powerful the weather changes. Among them, the most powerful ones are Groudon and Kyogre. Of the two of them can affect the weather conditions of the entire continent, or even half of the planet. Suche, this Bagheera, although it looks more powerful, it can only change the weather of such a small venue. If it is fully motivated, it is estimated that only a few tenths of the area of the big city will be affected. In this way, Gengar's stealth will not be able to be used. Looking at the surrounding environment and the state of the sand hitting Zhengui, Suche said confidently. Hearing Suche's words, Lucci couldn't help being taken aback. Looking at the state of the arena, his face darkened. Been put together. It turns out that Suche will give an order to let Bandera use this skill for the main purpose of using the sandstorm to block Gengar's invisibility. Moreover, while this skill continues, it can also make Gengar continue to take damage, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. It seems that there is only a quick solution. The longer this game drags on, the worse it will be for me. Looking around the surrounding arena, Lucci frowned subconsciously and calculated silently in his heart. The body composition of ghost-type elves is gas. This statement is not false. However, their state is maintained by a single force. Therefore, some field skills, or special physical attacks, Flame Fist, Freezing Fist, etc., can still hit them. Gengar, use Shadow of the Night. After thinking very fast in his mind, Lucci looked at Bagheera and gave an order to Gengar. Bagheera, the Wave of Evil. At the same time that Lucci gave the order, Suche also gave the order to attack his own Bagheera. Jenga, roar. Zhengui and Bagheera roared at the same time, and carried out the instructions of their respective masters. Gengar condensed his strength, and shot out two black rays of light from his eyes, hitting Bagheera. And Bagheera, after condensing his strength, emitted black chain energy waves from his mouth. The black light and the black chain energy fluctuations collided directly with each other. The two moves are constantly stalemate in the air, and the tricks on both sides are pushed over, so they are constantly deadlocked in the middle. Jenga, roar. In the end, Zhengui and Bagheera increased their strength at the same time, and the two unique moves immediately caused a huge explosion because of the collision of energy. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a huge shock wave was generated, spreading towards the surroundings and the two elves. Bagheera, use the Wave of Evil again. Blocking the spreading waves and sand with his hands, Suche gave his order again. Roar! Against the storm, Bandera shouted, facing Gengar's direction, quickly condensing his strength, and launching waves of evil. Whoosh! That black chain energy wave immediately passed through the exploding storm, rushed out of the smoke, and hit directly still, Gengar who was resisting the storm. Jenga! Suddenly attacked by Bangira, Jangwei also screamed and his body fluctuated. It was at this moment that part of the power Gengar had gathered in resisting the storm was scattered, and was immediately blown away by the storm. Gengar! Looking at the Jeng ghost in midair, dancing in circles, Lucci cried out with concern. Gengar's weight is light, so in the face of the storm generated by the explosion, its resistance is obviously not as good as that of Bangira. Looking at the anxious Lucci, Suche said these words with a smile, and his expression was a little smug. As a trainer of a ghost-type gym, how could Lucci not know that ghost-type Pokémon are extremely light in weight? What he didn't expect was that there would be a trainer like Suche who would take advantage of the difference in weight and its own state to attack. Gengar and I will not admit defeat just like that. Gengar, let them see how powerful we are. Are you coming? Suche was very excited when he saw Lucci's actions, and looked at Suche opposite him with solemn eyes. Evolution, Gengar. Jenga. The evolution keystone on Lucci's clothes emits light at the same time as Gengar's body, and the evolution keystone emits rays of energy towards Gengar's account link. A purple stone appeared on Gengar's chest, emitting a dazzling light, and it also stretched out one after another of energy rays, facing the rays of light behind them one by one. Finally, a large amount of energy wrapped around Gengar's body and injected it into Gengar's body. Gengar's body emitted 7 colored rays of light, and began to change slowly. Finally, after the colorful rays of light, Gengar the figure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at Jangwei's appearance, Suche also suddenly remembered that Jangwei can pack a lot of items in his body and carry it with him. Its body is like a black hole, and things will disappear when it is put into the body, so it should put its own evolutionary stone in its own body. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Chapter 91, Victory. After the super-evolved Gengar, its lower body is said to be hidden in a different dimension, so Gengar's lower body cannot be seen. The evolved Gengar has grown in size, with spikes on all parts of the body, and the lower part of the body is purple. The originally pointed tail had thorns, and there was a yellow gold coin-like object in the middle of the forehead, with a hole in the middle. Lucci's Gengar has evolved. How will Dr. Suche and Bangira deal with it? The host commentator looked at the evolved Gengar with a very solemn expression and began to explain. Gengar, Frozen Fist. Looking at Bangira on the opposite side, Lucci gave his order directly. Jenga Jengui moved quickly after hearing the order, his fists flashed with ice blue light, and he said, 4, 2, 3. Another fist hit Bangira. Just an instant, Gengar came directly in front of Bangira and punched Bangira's body with a fist. Bang! Roar! The sudden heavy blow made Bangira back out, accompanied by a trace of chill. The defensive power as strong as Bangira was almost unbearable. With a roar, Bangira still stabilized her body, daring not to carelessly look at the Gengar on the opposite side. Oh, the evolved Gengar has improved his strength, and he can hardly bear it with Bangira's defense. What a powerful strength. Bangira is in danger. How will Dr. Suche solve this predicament? The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and quickly explained the situation of the competition. Bangira, come on. Another sharp stone attack. Looking in the direction of Jengui opposite, Suche encouraged his Bangira and gave Bangira an order again. Roar. Bangira let out a loud roar, clenched her right fist, and the powerful energy surged directly, hitting the ground with one punch. Kaka kaka. Blue stone blades attacked the opposite Gengar. Gengar is still here. As you step back, get hit by Bangira's sharp stone attack again. Boom. Jenga. With a scream, Jengui was hit by Bangira's attack again, and flew out after being hit directly, landing at the back of the arena. The two sides are coming and going, and Dr. Suche will not give up the game. Let Bangira use the sharp stone attack again, and the sharp stone attack hits. The host commentator watched the game and was excited to explain on the commentary stage. Come on, Gengar. Come on Bangira. Dr. Suche, come on. The intense game made the audience very excited. Under the rendering of the tense battle music, the audience was very much looking forward to the next game. The evolved Gengar has the same level of speed and strength, so he can only play the backhand game. There are many kinds of backhand tricks, and there are Bangira, sword dance. Thinking of an excellent method, Suche directly ordered Bangira. Roar. A circle of sword dance symbols appeared around Bangira's body, and Bangira's attack power instantly increased by 2 levels. Dr. Suche's Bangira. Under the order of Doctor, is it going to be a one-shot decision? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained the game excitedly. We can't drag it any longer. Gengar, rush up and use Shadow Fist. Lucci looked at the opposite Bangira. His eyes were also condensed, and he gave his order directly. Jenga. Jengwei roared loudly, his fist flashed with black energy, and punched Bangira directly with his fist. This is the time I've been waiting for. Bangira, pull Gengar over here and use Malicious Pursuit. Seeing Ghost attacking from the opposite side, Suche gave his order again. What? Hearing Suche's order, Lucci's face changed greatly. He wanted to give Jengwei another order, but it was too late. Malicious Pursuit of this move, if the opponent has already been damaged in this round, the power of this move will become the original. Twice. Bang. Roar. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Gengar's attack directly hit Bangira, but Bangira reacted quickly and roared again. Directly following Suche's order, his tail suddenly lit up, pointing towards Gengar's attack with a tail in the direction. Bang! Jenga! Jengwei screamed again. Being hit by such a counterattack, Jengwei was hit by a malicious pursuit. It was also very uncomfortable, and he screamed and was sent flying. Bangira, the wave of evil. Looking at Jengwei opposite, Suche knew that this was an opportunity and gave his order again. Roar! Although he was attacked by Gengar, Bangira felt very uncomfortable, but she also knew that this was an opportunity, immediately after the malicious pursuit. Attack! The powerful evil energy condensed in Bangira's mouth, and a chain of purple-black energy attacked in the direction of Gengar. Bangira's move hits Gengar. I'm sorry, Gengar will lose his ability to fight directly. Even the evolved Gengar, who is hit by Bandera's evil wave, will be seriously injured directly. After all, Gengar was hurt by malicious pursuit before. More, Bangira also used the auxiliary trick sword dance to improve her physical attack before, but now she is attacked by the evil type trick that restrains it. I am afraid that she will lose her fighting ability directly. Jenga. Jengwei was hit by the wave of evil and let out a scream. In the eyes of the audience, Jengwei was directly blasted out and landed on the ground. 3. Kai's light flashed, and Gengar directly exited the state of evolution, falling to the ground and losing his ability to fight. Gengar loses his ability to fight, and Bandera wins, so the winner is Suche. The referee looked at the situation of the elves on both sides and directly announced the final result of the game. The winner is decided, and after a fierce competition, the two sides are also decided. Unbelievable, Gengar's abilities have improved in the state of evolution, but he was still directly defeated by Bangira. There is also credit for the malicious pursuit. In any case, let us give warm applause to the two trainers who brought us such a wonderful game. Wah 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 wah. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Chapter 92. The fire-breathing dragon is unsealed, the elf pasture space. Wow 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 wow. The whole venue was full of whistles and applause, and the audience was very satisfied with this game. Everyone remembered Suche's name thoroughly, and some of them from the big family shuddered when they watched Suche's Bangira thinking about yesterday's Kuailong. Zhao Japa. In the room, a middle-aged man slapped the face of the young man in front of him, his eyes clearly flashing with anger. Dad, You are crazy. I ask you, have you shot Suche? Dad, isn't it a doctor? As for, I asked if you were. Looking at the young man with an indifferent expression, the middle-aged man shouted out in anger, roaring and looking at the person in front of him. In the room, the middle-aged man looked at his son with a very angry expression on his face, and the latter looked at his father with a dodgy gaze. Isn't it a doctor? It's not as good as our Zhao family's 21. Crack. It's ridiculous, it's just a doctor. How can the alliance take away all the power of our Zhao family, and the flow of funds from our company is directly restricted? Looking at his son, the middle-aged man also looked at him angrily. What? At this time, the man in front of him was startled and looked at his father in disbelief. Usually I only know how to eat, drink and play, and rob people's elves. Now the retribution is here, so let's measure it yourself. I have something to do in the company, I'll go first. Ignoring his son's expression, the middle-aged man also left the room. Come back, Gengar, you're doing well. Zhang Ga came to the center of the arena, took out the pokeball, and after encouraging Zheng Gui, Lu Qi put Zheng Gui back into his pokeball. Bangira, you're doing a good job, let's keep going. Roar, hey, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Bangira also roared happily and hugged Suche again. Dr. Suche, you are very powerful, and you have reached a new height with the elves. I hope you can win the final championship. Came to the center of the arena, Zhengui retracted, looked at Bangira and Suche on the opposite side, and Lu Qi stretched out his hand to Suche. Thank you for your compliment. I will try my best to win the championship. After shaking hands with Lu Qi, Su smiled when he heard Lu Qi's blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the master who won the evolved Gengar without evolving. I hope the master will make persistent efforts to unblock the elf fire-breathing dragon. Ding! Since the master's first Team 1 and second Team 22 elves are unsealed, exceeding the upper limit of elves, the system will automatically open elf ranch space. Hearing this news, Suche immediately widened his eyes and looked very excited. The fire-breathing dragon, the real son of the Ren family. I still remember that the fire-breathing dragon in the game is a special existence, with high physical attack and special attack. After thousands of tempered training, the fire-breathing dragon is definitely a top 10 existence. And, the next news made Suche even more excited. The elf pasture space is a good thing. Now the elves in Suche's hands are: First Team, Zoroark, Xanadu, Lucario, Kuailong, Benji Pul, Fire-Breathing Dragon. Second Team 22, Scaled Dragon, Fossil Pterodactyl, Fire-Spotted Meow-Colored Flash, Mythical Beasts, Latias, Zeraora, different colored flash. Now, Fire-Breathing Dragon is included in the first Team 1. After that, his strength has improved a lot, and his team can be considered comprehensive. Thinking of this, Suche couldn't wait to see the power of the fire-breathing dragon. Elf Ranch Space. This is a wonderful space. Blue sky, white clouds, mountains and rivers, plains and lakes. The whole space looks very calm, like an outdoor peach garden. However, the calm here is broken by a strange fluctuation. In a calm space was a slight ripple, and a figure appeared in this space. In the space, several elves were sitting cross-legged, and they were quietly cultivating. If some supernatural beast spirits see this, they will be very surprised. You must know that the super divine beasts with the ability to travel through space are rarely mastered, except for Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, who have the power to travel through different dimensions. Other super mythical beasts, including the Pluto dragon Karatina, can only open the other dimensional space for a short time, but it takes a lot of energy to pass through. This is why the Pluto dragon dragged Dialga into the Pokémon theatrical version. After the space, Dialga Luca gave him a plan. As soon as the space of the Elf Ranch came out, Suche came here, and some of the elves who were originally manifested in the game were not surprised at all. Looking at the environment here, I began to absorb the energy in the space, and I am cultivating. However, some later elves, such as Latias, looked at the space here, feeling very curious, flying around in midair, not afraid believing like 423. Scaled dragon, fossil pterosaur, Huoban Meow looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with big eyes and small eyes. When Latius saw the situation here, he felt a sense of fear and happiness for his master. Fortunately, my master is not from an evil force. If it were a person from an evil force, I wouldn't know what would happen to me. After some evil forces capture the legendary elves, they will conduct some secret research, and it is also these researches that make everyone yearn for the power of the divine beast. It is also because of this that divine beasts do not trust human beings very much. Some ordinary divine beasts are fine, but some super divine beasts do not feel cold to human beings. What Suche entered into the space was only a spiritual body, but in another direction, what he entered was a conscious body. And those elves are entities, and their respective pokeballs connect the elves' pasture space and divide a region. If Suche throws his elf balls, they will appear outside instantly, but some secluded elf Suche won't bother. Mid-air, dragon stone slabs, water drop slabs, and super power slabs are suspended in mid-air, exuding circles of law origin power. Shinado is next to the super stone tablet, suspended in mid-air with his eyes closed, and begins his own retreat. Philo reminds you. Book 3 Things to Read. Chapter 93. Excessive. After explaining to the scale-armored dragon Latius and the others, Suche also let them practice here, and the scale-armored dragon also ran to the bottom of the dragon stone slab and began to understand the power law of the dragon system. As for Suche, he walked aside, his mind moved, a one Pokeball appeared in the space, and then threw the Pokeball out. Roar! A voice sounded, carrying a huge fire-type hot wind, and an orange-red dragon-shaped elf appeared here. That appears in space as a bipedal walking elf with the characteristics of the western dragon in the previous life. Its skin is predominantly orange, slightly lighter in color than fire dinosaurs, and cream-colored from the belly to the tip of its tail, and the soles of its feet. It has short and sturdy lower limbs and relatively small upper limbs, with 3 sharp claws on the upper limbs and 3 sharp claws on the feet. That Suche was familiar with. Unlike before it evolved, the fire-breathing dragon had huge wings on its back that could be used to fly. The inner side of the wings is blue-green, with a horn-like protrusion at the third joint. It has a long neck, small blue eyes, and 2 horns on the back of its head. As before it evolved, the end of the long tail of the fire-breathing dragon burns with a flame that symbolizes powerful life. Roar! When the fire-breathing dragon came out, a powerful momentum sounded with a roar, and the elves on the side also opened their eyes one after another, looked at the fire-breathing dragon, and continued to practice. The 2 secluded elves closed their spiritual senses, so Shinado and Scaled Dragon didn't care about the fire-breathing dragon, while Huobanmiao looked at the fire-breathing dragon with adoring eyes. Roar! In front of Suche's stiff neck, the fire-breathing dragon spewed out a flame of flame. Even if Suche was only a mental body now, Suche felt a scorching temperature. But this scorching heat did not hurt Suche, but made Suche feel a burst of warmth. Fire-breathing dragon, long time no see. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon also roared excitedly, looking at Suche in front of him, his eyes glowing with excitement. In the following time, Suche also trains his elves in the ranch space and helps them make plans. The first is the simulation. For the relationship between the qualifications of the simulation, Suche has exchanged a large number of ghosts from his game system. Gem. After being absorbed by the mirage, its aptitude has directly reached the highest purple color, and it can be clearly felt that the speed at which the mirage releases the skills becomes faster, and the power of the skills is more powerful. If you add the MI special, and cooperate with your own attack, MI's strength can also be improved a lot. The current strength of the fan is also expected to be in the mid-term or even high level of the king. However, Suche was only cultivating the mimic as a mascot, and Suche didn't have any mandatory requirements, he just hoped that the mimic's powerful heavenly king would do. Then there was Huoban Miao, who threw Huoban Miao to Huolong, and Suche asked the fire-breathing dragon to bring Huoben Miao to practice some fire-type tricks. And brought an exerciser to Huoben, through the suppression of weight, let Huoben exercise his physical strength and the release speed of skills. For the training of the fossilized pterosaur, Suche asked Bangira to carry the fossilized wings. Dragon, I hope Bangira will teach the fossil pterosaur the essentials of source power. And also put the fossil pterosaur with a gravity device, which can exercise the speed and physical strength of the fossil pterosaur. I believe that their strength will gradually increase under such training. The scaled dragon is now starting to look like the king of heaven. When it understands the laws of dragon power, it can begin to evolve. I believe that the evolved scaled dragon will definitely be greatly enhanced in strength. Latius and Zeraora are now also comprehending their own laws. As long as they successfully comprehend their own laws, I believe that their strength will increase by a large amount compared to their counterparts. Elf Ranch Space. The physical strength consumed by everyone is slowly recovered under the influence of the ranch, which also makes the elves train vigorously. However, Suche also reminded them not to overtrain. Such overtraining will definitely cause problems. After the day's competition was complete, at night, Suche was enjoying the night view in the magic capital. While shopping the streets and eating local delicacies, Suche also asked Rotom beside him to shoot some travel notes with his mobile phone. Suche's videos on Xiaopawu are also widely published. One is in the popular science area, the other is in the living area. There is also a category of elves. Now Xiaopawu, Suche's fans standing on the station call Suche the most unreliable doctor on the station. While walking, Rotom's mobile phone followed Suche, and some pedestrians also recognized Suche, hoping that Suche would sign for him. Suche also nodded politely, and without disturbing the order, he signed his and the other party's name on their personal trainer notebook. Some traders saw that it was Suche, and they all wanted to give Suche a free bill, but Suche refused with a smile. Some media heard the news and hoped to interview Suche, but Suche shook his head and did not reply, which disappointed some media workers. Because of the awe of himself, no one came forward and rushed forward like crazy, which saved Suche a lot of trouble. There is no behavior like in the previous life, which makes Suche feel very comfortable. Unknowingly, he came to the riverside, standing by the guardrail. Suche was also watching the pedestrians around. Some trainers subdued some favorite water spirits here. After conquering the water elves, they often throw some water elves' food into the river, so that the water elves will scramble for food. Occasionally, one or two Tyrannosaurus carp dragons will appear on the riverside, causing people who come and go to scream in surprise, but fortunately, everyone is an experienced citizen, staying far away from the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. I hope not to anger the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Looking at all kinds of people, Suche also stretched out, looked at the beautiful night, and started to walk back. Back in his hotel room, Suche began to read the news on the official website of the Elf Alliance, most of which were some elf information from field trainers. You can even see the excellence of some rare elves, attracting messages from many trainers. Acquisition of evolution stones at high prices. I have scales of heart here, and some gold beads for sale. Acquisition of the best teeth. I am in the magic capital. Update of the distribution map of the magic capital. Please download Philo to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 94. The game continues. After reading these posts, Suche shook his head helplessly, and there was no fresh and useful news at all. However, some gold beads and some unwanted scales in my game system can indeed be sold. If I go and sell them tomorrow, I can make a fortune. In some big jewelry stores, some scales and rare pearls can be crafted into some very popular jewelry. Some jewelry stores use pearls and scales to make jewelry. In this world, some marriage evidences use these instead. Just like that, I will go out after the game tomorrow. Things to sell. League Open is to promote new players, trainers, and give some convenient open competitions, which is different from the general competition of the league competition. With weak strength did not get good results and did not affect the league conference, so the trainers regarded it as a competition of sparring nature. However, in the current 8-4 competition, the remaining contestants are also very nervous and dare not show any careless emotions. Among these 8 players, there are 444 perverts. Who are they exactly? That is, 3 gym trainers and a doctor who is even more terrifying. Of the remaining trainers sighed and did not want to face them, while 423 trainers were very excited and wanted to compete with them. Of the gym trainer and what is lacking compared to myself. Come on. Today's game is really worth watching. Quote. The Modu Stadium was full, and some spectators even brought their own small benches and sat on the wide platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th finals match of this League Open will begin immediately. Please gather your eyes here and cheer for the contestants. Oh! The stadium of the Magic Capital, the audience waited here early, warm applause sounded, and everyone looked at the host with excitement. After yesterday's competition, everyone knows that these trainers are probably strong, and now everyone is looking forward to it, looking at the competition venue, hoping that all the contestants will start the competition. I'm very happy that you can watch the players' games here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After a few days of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start the competition, the 8th and the semi-finals. The host looked at the audience around and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, and Suche also saw his opponent in the waiting area beside him. This match was strangely similar to the opponents in the first match. Suche and the 3 gym trainers were not divided. It's that they play with their opponents. After all, the league is different. The opponents lose ugly. After all, they still have to let their opponents try. Because here, they are already some of the strongest trainers. Suche has watched several people's games, and their respective elves and strengths are also not weak. The first game, the trainer of the Magic City Hall was tied with the opponent. It is worth mentioning that in the Alliance Public, according to the rules of the game, the trainer and gym trainer who are tied with the opponent will not participate in the next game. In other words, Wang Jun, the trainer of the Magic City Gym, will miss the next match. This made some trainers who were fans of Wang Jun show a look as if they were going to kill someone. However, Wang Jun is very open-minded. After such a game, he can relax a little. After all, he has already experienced a lot of games. Wang Jun lost to his opponent, which made all gym trainers wake up and look forward to the next game. Energized. But it is worth mentioning that there were some small episodes in the middle of the game. The Ranger Adai was also going to participate in the game, but because of his official duties, he withdrew from the game. What's even more bizarre is that one of the players was found out that he had used banned drugs, and he was directly banned from the game. This also resulted in the situation where only 3 gym trainers came to participate in the competition. However, the league also came up with a remedy. From the personnel that should have been eliminated, 2 excellent trainers were selected to fill the vacancies. The current top 4 trainers have exerted all their strength and have used their strongest elves one after another. In such a game situation, the trainer's game played well, and after 2 games, it was his turn immediately. Then, the next is Suche from Zhangcheng and Li Feng from Wuzhou Town to start the competition. The way of the game is in the form of elves singles, one-on-one matches. Please stand on their respective platforms and send their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides and started his own game announcement, ready to start the next game. Wuzhou Town is known as a water town. Most of Wuzhou Town are water trainers. What kind of competition will the 2 of them bring us? The host commentator looked at the players on both sides and announced loudly. Okan look at the training clerk on the party, the audience on the side of the audience. It is very exciting, all cheers. Both sides, step forward. Please send your own elves. Seeing that both sides came to the competition stage, the referee also waved his flag directly and gave the order to start the game. Go, Tyrannosaurus. After Li Feng heard the referee's command, he also took out his pokeball and threw it directly into the arena. Roar! With the appearance of a figure, everyone covered their ears with the deafening sound, and everyone was beating their hearts when they saw the elf that appeared. The elf that appeared was the tyrannical carp dragon known as the ferocious elf. Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus is shaped like a dragon, its appearance is like intimidating others. There are 3 cyan upward 3 horns on its head, and a deck with a macro font on its back. Tyrannosaurus has teeth that are hard enough to bite through stones, and scales as hard as steel. It can continuously spit out damaging rays, burning the surrounding area to the ground. The tyrannical carp dragon has a very ferocious character. Once it goes mad, even if there is something that obstructs it, it will choose its own will and burn everything to pieces. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 95, Fighting the Violent Carp Dragon. It is said that when the Carp King evolved into the violent carp dragon, the structure of the brain cells will be reorganized, so the personality will become violent. It's my turn to play Lotto. The tyrannical carp dragon is a ferocious elf, with water, flying attributes, and an arrogant personality that likes to destroy. In ancient times, this terrifying elf once had a record of burning the entire city to scorched earth. It is said that during the war in the past, the appearance of the tyrannical carp dragon turned the whole place into a sea of fire. Rotom's mobile phone added the function of the picture book. Looking at the elves that appeared on the opposite side, he directly found the information of the tyrannical carp dragon and quickly reported it. Then I'll send it. Come on, Mimic. Taking out his Pokeball, Suche sent Mew out. Tyrannosaurus vs. Fans, start. Looking at the tyrannical carp dragon on the side, and the pseudo-referee on the opposite side also waved their flags and began to issue their own orders. Name. Tyrannosaurus attribute. Water, flight qualification. Yellow level, quasi-Tianwang midterm height, 6'5" weight, 235. Features. Intimidating intimacy. 155 is a bit interesting to his master. The data of the tyrannical carp dragon should be some adventure, otherwise the intimacy and strength cannot be explained. Competition, start. The referee was on the side, watching the 2 sides send out their own elves, directly waving their own referee flags, and gave the order to start the game. Facing the tyrannical carp dragon, Suche also put away his mood and immediately entered a state of battle. It's actually a Tyrannosaurus dragon. I saw it for the first time in this event, and I saw the Tyrannosaurus dragon in this competition. Of the spectators in the auditorium looked at the Tyrannosaurus dragon in the arena with excitement and anticipation in their eyes. Tyrannosaurus, water cannon attack. Facing Suche, Li Feng, who was facing him, didn't dare to be careless and directly gave his order. Roar's huge body leaned back slightly, and the violent carp dragon's body condensed the huge water power, and a thick water column attacked the opposite side. Mystery, jump up and dodge, use the trick space. The face of the attack, Suche calmly looked at Mew and gave an order directly. After Ka Fan planned to jump up to avoid the water cannon attack. The huge super energy poured out, forming a square space, and the competition venue was wrapped in it. Sword dance. When the card's body falls to the ground, the mirage will spin again. Directly increases his attack. Looking at this mysterious skill, the face of Li Feng on the opposite side changed greatly. He knew best what kind of skills the trick space and sword dance were. The trick space is a skill that uses superpower to create a bizarre space, and the elves who are slow in the round can move first. Although Tyrannosaurus is an elves with flying attributes, the speed of Tyrannosaurus is indeed not slow, but when the opponent uses this skill, it is obvious that the opponent's speed is not as fast as himself. Although, in general, the speed of the simulacrum is faster than that of the tyrannical carp dragon, but Suche's simulacrum is really not good at speed, and the double attack is abnormal. High. Therefore, Suche's training for mimesis is to strengthen his understanding of superpowers and subconsciously extend the magic space. At the same time, exercise the power of Mew's attack, so that Miu can inflict heavy damage on the opponent while enhancing his own strength. This myth of my own is not fast, but the physical attack and special attack are extremely high. Combined with the characteristics of the painted skin and the skills of the trick space, it can be said to be a match made in heaven. Mizu avoided the attack and used his own gain. Tricks. How will Tyrannosaurus use the tricks next? Tyrannosaurus, use the water cannon again. Facing the opposite mimetic, Li Feng couldn't do anything about the mimetic, so he directly issued his own order. Roar. Looking at Mizui's direction, the tyrannical carp dragon once again condensed its strength, and a water cannon formed, quickly attacking Mizui. Mystery. Dodge the attack, and close the distance. Seeing the attacking water cannon, Suche directly gave the order. Card. Miu heard Suche's order, and rushed directly to the opposite Tyrannosaurus dragon, dodging the attack of Tyrannosaurus's water gun along the way, and Miu rushed towards Tyrannosaurus. Shadow Claw. The eyes on the painted skin suddenly lit up, and Mi, who heard the order, suddenly moved, and saw a purple claw sticking out from the underside of the painted skin, hitting the Tyrannosaurus directly in front of him. Roar. With a scream, Tyrannosaurus being beaten back half a step, Miu also took advantage of the situation to retreat into the distance, preparing for the next battle. Sword Dance. Card. Swinging his body quickly, the mimic's attack got a massive boost again. Dr. Suche, let the fans use the tricks. What's the trick? That's right. As soon as this kind of space-based trick comes out, the speed of the simulation seems to be much faster. Furthermore, after 2 missed attacks, the miraculous attack power has been greatly improved by the sword dance. Quote. The spectators watching the battle did not understand what was going on, so they discussed it one after another. That move should be one of the superpower moves. It is well known that most superpower moves have auxiliary moves. The move just now should be a big boost to your own state. Looking at the situation on the other side, some spectators carefully observe the situation of the game and analyze the situation of the game. The tyrannical carp dragon, the water fluctuates. In the face of the miraculous attack, Li Feng didn't want to admit defeat directly, and issued an order to his tyrannical carp dragon. Roar. A 1 water-type energy ball condensed in front of the mouth of the tyrannical carp dragon, and then the water fluctuations erupted instantly, forming a small water wave, and planned to attack the fascinated past. Jump up, Shadow Ball. Facing the attack of the tyrannical carp dragon, Mi intends to jump directly, quickly condensing his own strength, and a 1 purple energy ball blasts towards the tyrannical carp dragon. Bang! Roar! The purple energy ball exploded, and the tyrannical carp dragon retreated again, with a painful expression on his face, but he still did not lose his ability to fight. Sure enough, this tyrannical carp dragon's defense is very good, so it still needs a lot of work. Meditation. Chapter 96. Victory. Miu uses skills after landing. A halo lights up on Miu's body. Miu's special attack and special defense are directly improved a lot. Dr. Suche directly used meditation. Did he want to win or lose? The host commentator looked at the competition venue below, and was also excitedly explaining the game. Meditating on this skill, many people understand what the effect of this skill is. The tyrannical carp dragon can't wait any longer. Melee attack, use the water tail. Roar, roar. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon sank slightly. Looking at the mimetic on the opposite side, the body was filled with a lot of water energy. The sturdy tail was immediately wrapped by the energy of the water flow, and a sturdy tail lifted up instantly and attacked the opposite miraculous. Continue to use the sword dance and endure it. 4-2-3. Seeing the attack from the opposite side, Suche's eyes also lit up. He directly let Miu take the attack, and continued to use the sword dance final move to maximize the details of the attack. Card. Miu did not evade the attack, and used the sword dance again. In the brilliance flashing, Miu's attack has reached the highest level. The attack of the tyrannical carp dragon hit at this time. The mimetic painted skin was knocked off, and the neck was directly crooked to the side, as if the neck was broken. At the same time, the power of the tyrannical carp dragon is very powerful, and it directly hit the fan to the rear. Roar! Even the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon was frightened to a certain extent when he saw the mimetic state, and took a small step back. Fantasy, use play. Ka looked at the tyrannical carp dragon opposite, and Suche gave an order directly. Mimic's eyes lit up and rushed towards Kamui Turtle, the tail-like thing behind him, and the shadowy arm under the painted skin appeared instantly. Of the tyrannical carp dragon, and the miraculous attacks hit the tyrannical carp dragon in series. Bang bang. In the end, the tyrannical carp dragon let out a scream, and was directly knocked out and landed on the ground with two eyes, a circle, and directly lost its ability to fight. What is impossible? Everyone looked at the direction of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, their eyes widened in disbelief. Rapid carp dragon. At this time, Li Feng ran to the field of competition and saw the situation of the tyrannical carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon loses its fighting ability, and the fan intends to win, so Suche contestant. The referee on the side waved the referee flag, looked at the situation in the ground, waved his flag, and directly announced the result of the game. Wow! The legal space that the fans planned to use began to gradually disintegrate after hearing the verdict, turning into snowflakes and disappearing into the field of play. Come back, tyrannical carp dragon. Dr. Suche is indeed powerful. Came to the center of the competition arena, took back his tyrannical carp dragon, and looked at Suche, who was facing him, and stretched out his hand. You are good too. Suche looked at Li Feng on the opposite side, and also stretched out his hand and said with a smile. The game is over. The final winner is Dr. Suche. Dr. Suche's strength is really strong, and he cooperated with the fans to win the game. Likewise, let's give our two trainers the warmest round of applause for bringing us great games. The host commentator looked at the players on both sides and applauded. A few words of nonsense, he said goodbye, and Suche returned to the hotel by himself and ordered a takeaway for himself. Then if you want to see, you can sell all the things you don't want. After searching on the internet, I found a seller and made an agreement to trade in a seaside city in the magic capital. During the transaction, the two parties happened to exchange a phone call. The person who bought the evolution stone happened to be online. After seeing Suche saying that there were a lot of gold beads and some scales, the other party didn't even think about it, and he made a video call. Suche didn't refuse. After connecting, the one who appeared in front of the video was a handsome young man. After seeing Suche's more handsome face than him, he was also a little surprised. He recognized Suche's identity, and he even screamed in surprise. You are Dr. Suche. However, he was only surprised, and soon he went straight to the topic and said, Dr. Suche, do you really have a lot of heart scales and some star sand items, aren't you framing me? Hearing his words, Suche took out more than one space backpack and opened it directly, then poured out all the props inside. A sudden, all the props were piled up into a hill. Suche didn't say anything, but let the other party look at it. Was also excited after seeing these props. That's great, Dr. Suche, I'll go where you are now. Your address is in Linhai City, the capital city. I just have to go there in the afternoon to investigate things by the way. How can this be like this? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. No need, I'll just take the fast dragon over here. Ah, that's fine. Dr. Suche is here, and I will definitely entertain you. By the way, my name is Wei Li, and this is my contact information. Wei Li, elf goods, stone props, jewelry making workers. Seeing the business card sent by the other party, Suche also observed it curiously, and then understood why the other party bought a large number of items. Since the other party is a craftsman, it is reasonable to purchase some materials. Suche's main purpose is to go to the abandoned electricity tower, which used to be a transfer power plant, 3. The former TV tower is there. Now due to the relocation to a new location, The original TV tower has been abandoned, and now all that is left is a dilapidated power plant and some facilities. However, in that facility, there should be some electric spirits that can be caught, and this is also a place where trainers usually go. There, people usually subdue some excellent electric elves, and most of these electric elves are quite capable. Wang Jun, the master of the Demon City Gym, sometimes cultivates here. The reason why Su Che came here today was mainly to see if he could subdue some outstanding electricity-type elves, even though his team was not bad. But there are still some main elves missing, so Su Che plans to try his luck here. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 97, Abandoned Power Plant. That is, when Su Che was about to go to the old electric tower, an underground factory in the magic capital, boss, our operation is going smoothly, and no one has found us yet. A communication machine of holographic projection 33 projected a middle-aged man, and a female member in black clothes was reporting the situation. Keep going, don't let the Alliance find out. Other side, the middle-aged man who received the report from his subordinate also nodded and replied. Yes. Simply replying to his superior, the woman also cut off the communication. Hurry up, continue to implement the plan, and put in the results. Looking at the subordinates behind her, the woman also urged. Understood. Come out, fast dragon. Roar. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Kuailong, let go, let go. Arriving outside the hotel, Su Che threw a high-level ball directly, accompanied by a roar, and Su Che's scream of pain, and the fast dragon appeared on the spot. When Kuailong came out at 21, he still hugged Su Che directly. The powerful force made Su Che's complexion change, and he said in a moment of pain. Roar. Fortunately, after Kuailong hugged Su Che, he immediately released his hand and looked at Su Che expectantly. Let's go, please today. Su Che looked at Kuailong, and it was me who said to Kuailong with a smile. Roar. When Kuailong heard Su Che's words, he quickly circled in midair, looking very happy. Go. After allowing Kuailong to calm down, Su Che came to Kuailong's back, and in the envious eyes, Kuailong took Su Che and flew towards Linhai City. Even though Kuailong's wings are small, its flying speed is not slow. Sitting on Kuailong's body, because Kuailong deliberately avoided some air currents, Su Che was not very uncomfortable because of the wind. On the contrary, it took an hour to reach the destination. Linhai City, this is a city near the sea. In this kind of city, there are some old-fashioned seafood stores and some jewelry stores. Because it is close to the sea, Linhai City often has shell pearls, which are often the favorite things of jewelry stores. Wei Lija is an ancestral jewelry worker. They usually use scales that fall off at once, or some shell pearls, and the horns of sun corals, to make beautiful products. Because of the sea, there are often many tourists here, or some trainers who want to conquer sea elves. Roar. That is. Fast dragon. Who is the champion? At this time, a dragon roar sounded in the sky, causing everyone to look at the sky subconsciously, and the figure of the fast dragon appeared in everyone's eyes. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Kuailong flew directly towards the sea and landed on the ground. Hoo hoo hoo. The violent wind pressure caused everyone to retreat a few meters, and the trainer on Kuailong fell to the ground with a somersault. Come back, fast dragon. Was Su Che, and because he was wearing sunglasses, no one recognized him. He took back the fast dragon, turned around and walked towards his destination. People on the street look away. Su Che went away, his eyes were full of awe. Linhai Jewelry Store is a relatively well-known jewelry store in Linhai City. Because of the inherited craftsmanship and other reasons, some female tourists and trainers are regular customers here. This afternoon, their boss, Wei Li, was anxiously waiting for Su Che at the door of the store. When he suddenly saw Su Che, his eyes lit up, and he greeted Su Che directly. Dr. Su Che, is it convenient for me to take a look now? Taking Su Che to a small private room, after Wei Li made tea for Su Che, he rubbed his hands and looked at Suche. Looking at the calloused hands, Suche also smiled, took out the space backpack for holding things, and handed it to the other party under Wei Li's expectant gaze. Can't wait to take out a piece of soft cloth. Wei Li took out the items in the backpack one by one and put them on the soft cloth. Some very high-quality pearls and some props appeared on the table, which made Wei Li tremble with excitement. However, he also wanted to know where Suche had collected so many superb items and some precious pearls. Dr. Suche, what you have provided far exceeds my expectations. I will give the most suitable price, but I can take the liberty to ask, where did these materials come from? Nothing else, I just want to know, because these materials are all good materials, such as this big pearl. Even if it is an elves-like pearl oysters, it takes a few years to form pearls and fall off, and they are not necessarily top-quality pearls. If we have channels, we don't have to bother Dr. Suche all the time. Wei Li was very sincere and hoped that Suche would tell him where the channel came from, but it was impossible for Suche to reveal his game system. In the game, these props are often forgotten by Suche. Anyway, they can be picked up infinitely. There are all areas in the game system 423. And there are also 3 regional games where 3 gems are mined, so Suche's props are very rich, but in the same way, the props in the game are all of the highest quality. Only some specific common props can be manifested as common props. On Zeraora, the electric beads used to maintain electricity are the best electric beads, because ordinary props do not help Zeraola very much, and this kind of electric beads becomes a tool for maintaining electric energy. These are what I got in some remote forests, or when I stumbled into forbidden places. The explanation given by Suche made Wei Li nod. Indeed, some forbidden places have sufficient energy in the world, and it is normal for some superb items to be easily born. Moreover, with Suche's strength, Suche will not lie to himself. To entertain Suche warmly, Wei Li gave Suche 5 million alliance coins, and hoped that Suche would have similar materials and props, and he would be notified as soon as possible. Wei Li also hoped that Suche would stay here for dinner, and hoped to entertain Suche well. However, because I wanted to go to the abandoned electric tower, Suche refused. Abandoned electric tower in Linhai City. This is an abandoned power plant in Linhai City. In the past, the entire Magic City, and even the adjacent urban areas, used all electricity to generate electricity and transmit it. Chapter 98, Live Exploration. Abandoned electric tower in Linhai City. This is an abandoned power plant in Linhai City. In the past, the entire Magic City, and even the adjacent urban areas, used all electricity to generate electricity and transmit it. But with each passing day, most families are now equipped with solar energy, and now this power plant has been repaired into an automated unmanned power plant, which is only repaired once a month. Since there is no one here for a long time, and the machines generate electricity automatically, most gathered a lot of elves of the electric system. After the Alliance discovered it, it was listed as a protected area, so there are many elves of the electric system living carefree here. Main purpose of Suche's coming here is that he can conquer some electric-type elves with good qualifications. If only he can capture some rare elves. Suche came to the abandoned power plant in front of him, and thought about it. He followed Rotom's mobile phone beside him and started a live broadcast. Ding! You pay special attention to the anchor and it is already online. Xiaopo Wu, the anchor set by the users of the station, pays special attention. When Suche was online, all the users who followed Suche came to watch it immediately, and the gifts began to be swiped. Because the last time, in Suche's live broadcast room, there was a strong empty seat, which can be said to make everyone remember Suche. Now Suche broadcasts live, and many viewers come in to watch it. The #1 fanboy called one for the anchor and gave the anchor one with all my heart. I am a small ball to build a skyscraper for the anchor. Thank you everyone. You don't need to give so much, just give some free gifts. Suche looked at the bullet screen in the bullet screen device, and also thanked everyone for the gift he was brushing, calling on everyone to say. Dr. Suche finished the race. Who is tomorrow's opponent? What is the content of Dr. Suche's live broadcast today? Is he taking us to see the beast? Upstairs, you are thinking about eating peaches. How could there be divine beasts at any time? This seems to be a part of Linhai City, an abandoned power plant. Quote. Yes, today I will take you to explore this unmanned power plant. By the way, I will give a lecture to everyone. Friends who like electricity departments can listen carefully. Okay, I'll take everyone in. Kuailong, you're by my side. Looking at the barrage displayed in the barrage device, Suche also smiled slightly and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, and Suche also said to the fast dragon in midair. Roar. At this moment, Rotom's mobile phone is right, the fast dragon, so that all the audience can see the figure of the fast dragon at close range. Quote. Looking at Kuailong's gentle and lovely face, the audience all sent a barrage. Hey, it hurts. It hurts. Kuailong looked at Suche's sudden bear hug, his expression changed, and he cried out in pain again. Poor Dr. Suche. Jealous expression. Kailong is so cute. Dr. Suche, when will Kuailong lay eggs? Can you give me an egg? Quote. Okay, it's up to you to go in and encounter danger later. Let go. Let go. Roar. Hearing this sentence, Kuailong only let go his arm, watching Suche pat his chest seriously, expressing that it is no problem to leave it to me. Crack, squeak. Exclamation mark. Push open the old and unlocked door, and let one person and one pet enter this place. Power plant, go inside. Because it's morning, the room doesn't look very dark, but the lighting is still very bad. Dilapidated equipment, blistered walls, and thick dust all revealed signs that no one had been working here for a long time. There are really a lot of electric spirits here. After walking forward for a while, I came to an open place, which was the place where electricity was generated before, and the machines here had long stopped working. Only the machine in the other room is still working, but the door has a password, and the door is made of special materials, some elves really can't break in. Looking at the elves here, Suche also observed curiously, hoping to find some elves with good qualifications. Electric ball. Electricity. Strange. Beep beep. There are 4 kinds of sprites here, a sprite like a Pokeball, a big ball sprite, a magnet-like sprite, and a big yellow figure. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt has no hands. Ball sprites without feet. They look like a Pokeball minus the buttons but with a face. The top half is red and the bottom half is white. They were first seen in the factory where the modern Pokeball was invented. Its resemblance to the Pokeball seems to imply that the Thunderbolt is a man-made kind of Pokemon. Naughty Lay. Naughty Lay is a round elf without arms and legs. They look like an upside-down Pokeball, but they are much larger than lightning balls. In its pre-evolutionary form, it looks like an ordinary Pokeball in shape and color, while the color of the Naughty Thunderball is inverted red on the bottom and white on the top and has a mouth. Magneto. Magneto is colored, similar to a mechanical elf. Magneto has only one eye, located in the center of the spherical body. On the left and right sides of the body, each has a horseshoe-shaped magnet with opposite magnetic poles. There is a large screw on the top of the head and 2 small screws on the front side of the body. All the screws and magnets can rotate freely. Electric Pokemon. Electric Pokemon with electric Pokemon, the main color of the body is yellow. Has socket-shaped horns on its head, and a black pattern like lightning on its abdomen, which emits electricity by rotating its arms. Lightning. Electricity. Seeing Suche walking up to him, the naughty Thunderbolts and Thunderbolts rolled in front of Suche. They let out a welcome cry. Roar. The fast dragon following Suche, watching the movements of these elves, directly stepped forward to stop them, but Suche stopped the fast dragon. They're just welcoming me, fast dragon, don't do it. Roar. After listening to Suche's explanation, Kuailong stared at the elves for a while and then withdrew his actions. Suche took out the elf food that he had prepared for a long time, and threw it out little by little. After seeing Suche's actions, those elves rushed up to grab the fake food. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 99, Quasi-God, Doran Baruto. Everyone should pay attention. Don't scare them when you are here. Naughty thunderbolts and thunderbolts are the easiest to self-destruct. If they suddenly blew themselves up and you don't have a powerful elves by your side, then you, feel better. Suche looked at the audience in the live broadcast room, and said in a serious tone, lest anyone want to die, because he has the power of Vivian, so the elves would not target him like this. However, if other people learn from Suche's words, then Suche can't afford this responsibility, so he directly said to the audience in his live broadcast room. It's so scary, I almost want to learn from Dr. Suche. Upstairs, explosion warning. Dr. Suche is right, there has been such an example before. After explaining it to the audience, Suche was also slightly disappointed. I haven't found out that there are electric elves with excellent qualifications, and the elves' strength is relatively low, and there is no desire to subdue them. Just as he was about to leave, Suche saw a trace of dust in the air. Suche didn't notice it at the time, but suddenly thought about it, and his eyes widened instantly. No, there are spirits of the secluded 423 spirit system here. After coming to a wall and staring at the wall for a while, Suche said directly. Don't hide, come out. I'm not malicious, I know you're here. Looking at the obvious traces of tail sweeping on the wall on the side, Suche said directly. After the audience in the live broadcast room heard it, they were also interested, and they all guessed what Suche was doing. What's the matter, is there a funny king of Lanolin? Upstairs playing with pesticides is crazy. Could it be that there are ghost-type elves? What's going on? Look at the traces on the walls, traces like tails. Quote. Watching Suche's movements and the traces on the wall, the live broadcast room also became surprised and analyzed them one after another. Squeak. At this time, a voice came, and Suche looked behind him, only to see a figure appearing behind him, looking at Suche with curious eyes. Rotom's mobile phone also turned around at this time. The camera in the live broadcast room looked at the figure behind him, and the audience in the live broadcast room also exploded directly. Is this a newly discovered elf? Dr. Suche, what kind of elf is this? I'll go, that elf is, sure enough, combined with the traces and state of the tale, there is only one elf like you, the quasi-god elf in the British country, the dragon and ghost elf Doran Baruto. Looking at the elf in front of him, Suche revealed the identity of the other party, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to explode. I'll go, it's Duolong Baruto. This kind of elf is extremely rare and has the same status as several quasi-gods in our region. A quasi-god. Quote. At this time, many trainers from the audience in the live broadcast room rushed over here. They hoped that even if they did not subdue the other party, it would be fine. Of course, subduing the other party was the best. The popularity of this quasi-god elf is really high. The racial value of 600 is also very powerful, and they are often the elves that are preferred by many trainers. However, why are you here? Looking at the figure of Duolong Baruto, Suche thought a lot, handed some elf food, and Suche asked directly. Roar. I sniffed the food in Suche's hand, and it seemed that he had never eaten such delicious food. Duolong Baruto also held the food in his small hands and stuffed it into his mouth little by little. While tasting the food, Doran Baruto roared softly and answered Suche's words. Did you always grow up here? Strangely after listening to Duolong Baruto's words. It should be the behavior of poachers. There was indeed a series of such accidents in the past few years, but we really don't know what kind of elves the other party brought here. At this time, the golden barrage of real name authentication lit up from Suche's live broadcast room, and everyone was shocked, because there was Du's avatar in front of him. Fuck, champ. True and false. Pokeball, catch a champion. It just so happens that Doran Baruto is also here, so let me tell you about this kind of spirit too. Looking at Du's barrage, Suche was also full of sympathy for Duolong Baludo, but on second thought, he was also shocked by Duolong Baludo's talent. Is this a quasi-god elf with powerful aptitude? It took a few years to evolve directly into the highest form. How could it be possible that even if Suche used the game to improve the fast dragon Bangira and them, it took a full 2 months to cultivate them? Raise each of their abilities to the highest point. However, the appearance of Doran Baruto in the wild really made Suche puzzled, whether it was in the animation or in some special chapters. The cultivation of quasi-gods is very expensive, unless the quasi-god family in the Forbidden Area has a large supply of natural materials and treasures, their strength will be very powerful. I still remember that before I crossed, I watched the animation, several mysterious dragon hometowns, and a small island full of evolution stones. This all revealed the role of heaven and earth treasures, and the difficulty of cultivating quasi-god elves, but this Duolong Baruto had a deep breath and at least had the strength of a quasi-king peak, which made Suche very admired. Feeling Suche's emotional fluctuations, Duolong Baruto's eyes changed from vigilant to soft, not to mention looking at the fast dragon beside Suche, Duolong Baruto let go of his guard against Suche. Such strength, if you want to be detrimental to yourself, I am afraid you will do it directly. All ears. Dr. Ogi, wash your ears and listen. Longdu, all ears are listening. The barrage of some elf doctors and champions made the audience dumbfounded, and they all looked forward to Suche's explanation. Duolong Baruto is a kind of quasi-god elf of the dragon type and the ghost type. It has 3 stages of evolution. It started with Doran Messia, then Doran C, and finally Doran Baruto. Suche sat cross-legged on the ground, took out his sketchbook, and drew these 3 types of elves directly with a brush, giving the audience an intuitive impression.